positivity, ownership, honesty, belief, however it is you vest yourself in your moment, your persona, your being. I retired out of the Middle East after 23 years out of acting, film, TV, any aspect of anything entertaining for that matter. I was in fire and emergency medicine.
Thought equals outcome, words are powerful. So we want to be more proactive in determining what we are intending to create in our lives with the choices we make and the words we use. Far more important than acting training. And then acting training is also important, but the reality is if you haven't helped someone adjust their consciousness, you really haven't helped them very much at all.
And despite the naysayers, I stayed focused on my belief, surrounded myself with like-minded people, that energy multiplied, and slowly but surely, I mean, I'm not playing Iron Man, but who the hell knows what I might be doing next year. What I can tell you is that's my direction.
I wanted to talk to you today about how I landed the role as Jason the Red Ranger. I'm going to tell you stuff not everybody knows yet. Are you ready for that? Because here we go. Did you read your monologue? Well, yeah. Did I read it? They didn't tell me I had to memorize it. I wasn't an actor. At this point, I'm like, I'm going to die. He's really going to kill me now. I thought he was an angry hobbit before. Now he's somewhere between the dragon that burned the ancient city and my mom when she's pissed. And he is circling just with this. And he's walking, and he's walking, and he's tracking me, and he circles, and he lets it soak in, and then he finally just comes right back in me, and he raises his hand, and this is his warning, it's coming. So I know we're going to pick up right where we left off, but I'm convinced it's really going to hurt this time. And he comes in, he's like, yes! 5 times faster than we ever choreographed it. Pow, 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 pow.
My name is Austin St. John. I did a TV series in the 90s called Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You may or may not be familiar. Probably are unless you live on Saturn. Everybody calls me the first Red Ranger. They call me the original Red Ranger. They say that I'm the very first. I know this is not true. And I wanted to ask you, what number Red Ranger am I really? 25 years, 23 years at the time had gone by and I never had the opportunity to meet. I finally was going to get the opportunity in 2014 at Power Morphicon. And he kind of grins. He looks at me and he leans in and goes, number. Austin St. John, I played Jason, the original Red Ranger, one of the biggest moments that I had in the series. And I didn't know it at the time. I found out 25 years later when I started traveling the world and meeting you guys was how much Forever Red was off the chain, how much you guys really reacted and loved that show.
1, 2, 3. Smurfing time! Tyrannosaurus! Never did tiger!
All right. How's everybody doing tonight? Tonight is Friday. It's Friday. What everybody doing for the weekend? What everybody doing for the weekend? Yeah, I see y'all. I just want to let you guys know, I don't know where the confusion came, but Austin St. John did not agree to interview with me. I did send him a DM. He didn't respond. He didn't open it. I don't know how that rumor got started. I did put him on the thumbnail, but I put Tiger Woods on the thumbnail too. And no one was like, hey, you got Tiger Woods coming in? No one was like, hey, what about Tiger Woods? You got something coming in? I'm like, nope, no. Trust me, guys. If I had an Austin St. John interview coming, you would know. There would be no question. It'd just be like Tammy's. Hey, Tammy live interview. Hey, Tammy interview. It will say interview on the thumbnail. So I want to apologize to anyone who was confused about Austin St. John being on the channel. Now, look, at the end, I will drop the link. And we have gotten lucky in the past with me dropping the link and people they pulling up on me. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not trying to deceive you guys in any way, shape, or form. Trust me. If I had one, you would know. You would know so far in advance. How is everybody doing? So hopefully we got that all out the way. I see we got Brandon L. Jet in the chat. Yeah, we got to get the Pink Ranger. I want to get the Pink Ranger. So look,
I've been responding to so many messages with people like, hey, you got him? You got him? I'm like, no, I do not have him. I do not. Trust me. I wish I had him. I wish I did. I wish I did. Trust me. I see Francis in the chat, and Francis just joined. Thank you, Francis, for becoming a member. But anywho, once again, if you just got here, Austin St. John is not planned or scheduled to be on this channel today. So sorry about any confusion. But without further ado, let's get into it, guys. It's the weekend, it's Friday. We had Mr. Monster out there. I did drop the short with him. I did drop the sound effect. We got everything that y'all gonna need tonight. All right, we're gonna have a good time. We gonna chill, we gonna sip. Now, what I do have planned is going through like some old interviews. You know,
you dig, bro. You like to dig.
Yes. I didn't dug into some fandom. And I'm telling you, these old interviews, you probably saw some, you probably didn't, you probably don't know, but we're gonna get into it. And for starters, my daughter is not here today. We got our water guns right here because I'm going to see John Wick tomorrow. But she's not here, so we can go as long as we like. No interruptions like last time. I know I was doing that Tiger Woods, and then next thing you know, she over there. And I'm like, I look around and she like looking at me. I'm looking at her, and I'm like, no, don't come on the camera. And then I had to shut the camera off because y'all ain't gonna see my daughter. Nope, not happening. But she's not here today, and we're talking. And I'm still waiting on her phone call. I talk to her every night. We're talking about the Red Ranger, guys. The original Red Ranger, one of the first leader, if you will, of the Power Rangers, and he has a unique story in that he was the original. And the story was built around him initially, but things changed. He was the star. He also was the youngest cast member. We're gonna talk about that. He was the guy I would love to be before the Green Ranger came out. Everyone wanted to be Jason. That's just what it was. And as Francis said, he would never interview on my channel. And if he did, she would eat her bra. And I know a lot of you guys been looking forward to seeing Francis without a bra. I said, I don't know what's going on, Francis. She been this is what happened when you start thirst trapping. You start trapping, you start showing your stuff, and then next thing you know, people slide in your DMs offering you money for sex. But anyway, we ain't talking about that today. It's a family show. We want to keep it family, guys. This is PG 13, like the Power Rangers, But anyway, is that my daughter? No, it's not my daughter. We want to keep it family, And Austin St. John, he does ninja watch the show. I got good information that he watches my show. So we're going to conduct the show as if he's watching. And what he could do in a roundabout way is respond to some of the questions that we're going to propose to him. He may not do it on my platform, but in a roundabout way, we may get the answers on another platform. So you gotta look out for that. Okay. So that's how we're going to conduct the stream so far. And him and Jason, right? They were divas, two quote unquote alpha males on the same show, competing for viewership, competing for spots. Divas, beefing. I wouldn't say beefing per se. I would say rivalry, kind of like Scottie and Michael. Okay. They just were kind of competing for views, for attention, for pay sometimes. And we all know who won the pay route, but ultimately JDF is not here to be with us. So we're going to get into it. Now, look, this is not to start any beef with, Green Ranger versus Red Ranger. This ain't that. But if you're going to tell someone's story or whatever, like if you're going to tell the Red Ranger story, you got to talk about the Green Ranger. If you're going to tell the Green Ranger story, you got to talk about the Red Ranger. You can't tell Michael's story without mentioning Scottie Pippen or vice versa. So that's what we are going to do today. So if and the crazy thing is these two guys, despite, being at odds with each other, have similar interests. You could probably make the argument, like you ever saw like Austin Powers, like you and I were not so different, they have a lot of similarities, a lot of commonality, both are fathers, both were married or are married, both have passions for firearms. They are both on the longest running show, both leaders on that show, which is the Power Rangers, but sometimes they just could not get along. But on the outside looking in, you could say, you can argue and speculate there may have been a little bit of jealousy involved, but we're gonna get into it. If you would like to contribute to the show, you could send a super chat or you can send a cash app at $HenryResilient. And we're gonna get into it. Look, when I say there's some old good stuff, it's some old good stuff because Austin St. John is the Ranger I want to interview. Don't make no mistake. I do want him on this channel at some point. But if we don't get around to it, we don't get around to it. And shout out to our first contributor, Mr. Monster. This is his theme song, guys. If you didn't see the video, look, here, I'll show it to you just in case you missed it. This is him auditioning to be a putty. That was live, guys. That was live. And what does he say? Your resident putty is present. Yes. He is our resident putty. He had one of the best putty impersonations. We appreciate you, Mr. Monster. And we got our guy, Dust Productions. He says, here we go. Like the stream. Yes. Please like the stream, everybody. It helps with the algorithm. And I see Francis is a member. Francis is in here. So she has unlocked the flat earth emojis. So if you want to use them, you could put those in the chat. Like, I'll drop a couple. I'll drop a couple flat earth emojis because we do got some flat earth. We got some flat earth stuff coming up. And I don't know if y'all know about the flat earth, but flat earth is a term used to designate people with crazy theories, guys. So you say, hey, flat earth, you hear the theme song. And that's also Brent's theme music, who I'm sure is likely in the chat. And I see we got Dust Productions. And yes, Zordon is Zordon Racist, guys. Is Zordon Racist? We do have a video of Zordon potentially being racist, guys. We may have to pull up a Zordon, and that's gonna come to the middle of the show. Let me get through some of the topics that we can expect to see. Now that I took care of all Nick, thank you for becoming a member, man. I appreciate that. And the thing about when you become a member, you unlock more emojis. So now I can create more emojis, guys. And I wanna fill them out because I got some great ideas. But Nick, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you becoming a member. Shoot me a message on Instagram. Shout out to Nick. And when you become a member, your message becomes more pronounced. So I can actually see it just differentiates you from the pack a little bit. I came for Power Ranger content. And look, he already throwing up the flat earth emoji here. Nice. All right. So before we get into everything, let's talk about how how I perceive them, guys. Remember, if you were here for the last time, we talked about Scottie Pippen's wife, right? We talked about Scottie's with Pippen's wife and how she was 4 times a night, right? 4 times a night she letting Scottie go to town. And we got a flat earth theory, guys, because remember Michael Jordan, right? We got this flat earth theory. And someone said, is it possible, right? Is it possible? Because Scottie hates Jordan, right? He hates him. Look, you like, no, he doesn't. I'm like, okay. You don't think Scottie hates him? You don't think Scottie hates him? I'll play you guys the video where Scottie talks about how much I wouldn't say hate him. Hate is such a strong word. Hate is a strong word. I would say despise, or maybe, yeah, despise is a good one. All right, so I'm gonna play the clip of Scottie talking about how much he doesn't particularly care for, per se, Michael Jordan. And it's gonna be a short clip. Fair use to ABC. They probably gonna copyright the stream, but we just gonna get into it. So if you guys remember, right? You remember Save the Last Dance was a documentary about Jordan and how he just was so great and so good, and Scottie was a part of it. But he didn't know that this was a documentary about Jordan. He like, I thought this was about the Bulls. They was like, nope. No, it's about Jordan. It's about how Jordan carried the Bulls to win 6 championships. And Scottie was like, what about me? He was like, what about me? And I'm like, well, you were there, but this is what it was, man. This is what it was. So he did an interview back with whatchamacallit, and after it went public, and this is what he had to say. He wrote a book, and in the chapter 1, he talked about Jordan. Now, look, you got to do a little controversy to sell, but look, Cheyenne hit it. Jealousy is parallel. Yes. And this is what I'm talking about. You got two alpha males on the same team winning multiple championships, and you like, yo, why y'all not getting along? He like, because I'm in Jordan's shadow, and I'm better. He couldn't have won it without me. And that is the look, guys. There's gonna be a lesson to learn at the end of all this. Lesson to learn, I promise you.
You come out swinging in this book, and right off the top, you have a lot of criticism about the
fair
Last
use.
Dance.
You're like, yeah, I do. Look at Scottie. Oh man, they killing me with the internet already. I can't even get 5 minutes in before my internet just be like, blip, 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 blip. But anyway, this is where it's about to go downhill.
I thought it was a great documentary. I felt like the documentary only told a story that sort of glorified him as a player, not glorified us as a team.
See, that's hater talk right there. I'm not gonna lie. That's you coming off like a straight hater. You talking about the most valuable player on the team. They did a documentary on there. You're like, well, it's a team sport, and you got Brent in the chat like it's called Power Rangers, not the JDF Rangers, not Tommy Oliver and Power Rangers. It's the Chicago Bulls, not Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. But I'm like, yo, why are you hating? Why are you hating soundbite?
You call Michael Jordan selfish in the first chapter. Why is that?
I mean, he was a great scorer, but a lot of things that he did was based on him as an individual. And I think basketball is a team game.
Now, look, that's some chicken box, but look, this loser talk or whatever. Now, look, Scottie's not a loser. He's a legend, but he can't take his L's, man.
Watching you and Michael on the
Can't
court,
take his
it's
L's.
like two best friends out there just crushing everybody. What was your relationship like off the court?
Oh,
It wasn't what you saw on the court. We always will have that respect for each other, but our friendship is not where people see it on TV think it is.
Do you think?
All right, so basically, like, look, I'm not going to get a beer with this guy. F him. And you know what? The thing is crazy, right? The thing is crazy.
That Michael Jordan would be as successful without you?
No, but I don't think I would be successful without him. I think we both complemented each other.
Yes.
A lot of different ways. And we kind of competed and pushed each other to be great.
All right, so now he's trying to take success for Jordan, right? Look, would Batman be Batman without Robin? Absolutely. And this is what happened when Robin is over here like, well, I should get the same shine as Batman. And it's just like, nope. Anyway, so now you're like, how does this translate to Austin St. John in JDF? Well, we're going to get to it, but first we got to get into our flat earth theory, right? So there is a theory out there because Jordan is the ultimate competitor, and I'm about to close this tab so my internet could do a little bit better, let's do it right here. It's a flat earth theory, and they even stole my damn theme music, guys. They stealing from me. They are stealing from your boy, and I don't even know how to stop it. Like, should I call him? Should I call him like, yo, that theme music you got, I think it's mine. Like, in fact, I know it's mine. So this is the Brilliant Idiots podcast with Charlamagne the God and Andrew Schultz. It's something I'll listen to. But here we go, guys. Listen to this theory, right? Listen to this theory. Listen to it.
This competitor of all time, Michael Jordan. And if he saw an upcoming threat, I don't know, maybe an unbelievable defense, ball handling ability, passing, physical specimen.
Yeah. All right, so they talking about Scottie. They say, hey, if Jordan knew that Scottie was going to be so good, so great, what could Jordan do to, throw him off his game?
It's not been seen in the NBA before that could potentially threaten his reign. Is it below Michael Jordan to find a woman that can catch 4 times a night?
Always had like 4 times.
Okay, that is Scottie Pippen's ex-wife talking about how she let him clap her cheeks 4 times a night. And I already showed you guys the sex tape. Like, put a 1 in the chat if you want to see the sex tape again. If you want to see the sex tape again, I'll show it, but I mean, it's a family show. We don't got no one underage in here, do we? If you want to see the sex tape, put a 1 in the chat. I'll play it. I'll play it like once.
4 times a night.
To weaken him, to destroy his knees, to destroy his back, and potentially to destroy the greatness that he could achieve in his career.
Scottie did have a lot of back issues, right?
All right, so if you don't know the old theory, if you play sports, right? If you play sports, they'll tell you, like, I've played sports. They say, hey, look, man, this is when I'm younger. They're like, look, none of that. No, don't let Pamela and her 5 friends come see you before game night. Okay, no mess around with Pamela before the game. After the game, Pamela all you want. before the game, no Pamela and her 5 friends. Okay. So basically what they're saying, oh, look at y'all. I thought this was a fact. Okay, y'all want to see the sex tape. Oh man, let me see if I got it. All right, so look, I'll show you guys the sex tape. All right, kids, cover your eyes. Women, cover your eyes. All right, here's the sex tape of Scottie and his wife 4 times a night. There goes Scottie. Yeah. Did you see it? All right, one more time. Okay, one more time. All right, so anyway, that's what they would say when you play sports. No Pamela and her 5 friends before the game because we want your legs fresh. Your legs fresh. But if he knocking her out every night, then maybe he won't be fresh.
God damn.
Is this Michael Jordan's diabolical plan to make sure he's number one?
That means that he's been planning this for at least 30, 40 years.
Of
He's
course.
like, if you do this for me, I promise you my firstborn son.
Now look, what they're saying is now Scottie Pippen's ex-wife is dating Michael Jordan's first son. So the theory, the flat earth theory, is that Michael Jordan planned this 30 years ago to give up his first son to Scottie Pippen in exchange for his wife taking one for the team, or in her case, for a night.
Whoa! Full circle.
MJ's the GOAT.
Who's the greatest competitor of all time?
I'll let this rock again without interruption just so y'all can see it. And then we're going to get into Austin St. John.
Michael Jordan.
And if he saw an upcoming threat, I don't know, maybe an unbelievable defense, ball handling ability, passing, physical specimen that has not been seen in the NBA before that could potentially threaten his reign, is it below Michael Jordan to find a woman that can catch 4 times a night?
Always had like 4 times a night.
4 times a night.
To weaken him, to destroy his knees, to destroy his back, and potentially to destroy the greatness that he could achieve in his career.
Scottie did have a lot of back issues, right? God damn.
Is this Michael Jordan's diabolical plan to make sure he's number one?
That means that he's been planning this for at least 30, 40 years.
Of
He's
course.
like, if you do this for me, I promise you my firstborn son.
Whoa. All right, guys, you get it. All right. So that is them. That is Scottie. Now, I forgot. We're gonna talk about this Power Ranger trailer that came out, guys. And then we're gonna get into Austin St. John. I know. We got to talk about it because I know everyone's here is probably gonna go see it, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you're gonna watch, the Power Rangers once and always. And I'm gonna give you guys my honest thoughts. Some people's like, are you gonna give it your honest thoughts? I'm like, I'm gonna give it my honest thoughts, guys. I'm gonna give it. Did everyone see this by any chance? Did everyone see this? All right, let's see. What do we got? All right, we got 94 votes. Okay, everyone saw it. They quickly put the 1s in the chat because we saw this, right? Now, I'll tell you, I'm not a fan of Robo Rita. I am not. I'm sorry. You know what they turned her into? They turned her into a helmet head. And it is just cringe. It's cringe. Now look, we can't. I'm a play it and pause it. Play it, pause it, because they're gonna copyright this. Give me 1 second. Hey, baby.
Oh, not yet.
Let me mute this mic. Let me mute the mic real. Yep. Hold on.
Austin St. John, I played Jason, the original Red Ranger, one of the biggest moments that I had in the series. And I didn't know it at the time. I found out 25 years later when I started traveling the world and meeting you guys was how much Forever Red was off the chain, how much you guys really reacted and loved that show.
Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. Yes, baby. I love you. All right. Be good. Okay. Hit the button. All right, sorry about that, y'all. That was my daughter calling. You know she be out in these streets. She called, I spoke to her, I told her I loved her, and now we're gonna get back into it. Okay, so Robo Rita, guys. I am not a fan of the helmet. I'm not a fan of helmet head. I like seeing her face because she had the personality. She was such a great villain, if you ask me. She was persistent. Now let's go to Billy and Zach right here. I love the color grading. Notice that they're at like some cemetery. Like, so who died? And this is the punch bug that they used to travel with. Like, did they really take that punch bug to get there?
Nope.
Anyway, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Are y'all feeling this? Someone said never apologize. Well, I try to do a professional show here, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. When you in a divorce case and stuff like, like if I missed that call, it get documented. It'd be like, oh, he didn't call. He didn't speak to his daughter that night. And you like, man, I love talking to my daughter. And when she be out and about, I can't never get to talk to her earlier because she out, doing what kids do with her mama. And so when she called, it's like, I got to make sure I answer it, tell her I love her because she's so used to it. Even though we've been separated for over 2 years at this point, she still talks to me every day. Every day. I talk to her every day without fail, whether she at my place or she at her mom. So even if I'm out and about, I'm like, hey, what's up, baby, love you. Because I just want her to have that consistency. So anyway, back to the trailer, guys, because we working here. What do you guys think? Did y'all like it? Thumbs up or thumbs down? All you gotta do is thumbs up or thumbs down. So I do like the color grading. Billy like, no, I don't know who. I think this is where Twee is getting pushed off a cliff in her car. So it's So yes, Twee is in here and she is getting what? How do they say it? All right. Now look at the putties. We got our own putty. We got Mr. Putty up here. Look at this is his tribe. There's this tribe in the background putting in work. Okay, now look, we got Rita and her staff. I really hate Robo Rita, man. Why they make her into a helmet head so they could just do all voiceovers? Oh man, I wonder if Twee family getting anything out of this anniversary.
Nope.
Why would she? They don't owe her nothing. But yeah, so we have Rita, we have her using her staff. The color grading is nice. The specs are bumped up, which is great. We got, who is this Yellow Ranger? Hold on. Who is this Yellow Ranger? Is this Karen Ashley? Is this Twee? Or is this just some stand-in? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. We got them taking off the helmet, showing us, hey, this is not the stunt man. Okay, this is the real people under there. And this is them looking. Now look at this. Look at this right here. What was that? Let's rewind it. Let's rewind it so y'all can see this. Why they playing with us? Why they playing? Did you see it? Did y'all see it? Why they playing with us like that? Is that CGI? Is he in there? Because we know he's not in there.
Nope.
We know he was against it. Not saying not to go see it, guys. I'm not saying not to go see it. Now we know Twee's daughter is about to take over as the Yellow Ranger. We got Rita in here cooking in the lab with her goons. But if you look back here, right? I wish I could zoom in. It's the Gold Ranger, the Red Ranger, and the Pink Ranger. And what the storyline is, she's using their power. It looks like it's some more people up in there. She's using their powers to create this time machine. Okay, so Jason's not in there. Tommy's not in there. Kimberly is not in there, and I want to get Kimberly. So we got the daughter. We got this, and the putties are back. Look, special effects aside.
Ranger. We gotta make sure we didn't hurt.
Twee, R.I.P. Twee. Is she the greatest Yellow Ranger by default? Now, here's something interesting that happens.
Attention, Power Rangers!
All right, everyone about to assemble, guys. Let me get it. Here we go. Now look.
Once a ranger,
always a ranger. Shout out the cat, yo. Shout out the cat. I rock with her. All right, but here's your team.
You're always a ranger.
Now look, this is important. He says it's morphin time. And what's going to happen is this is going to come up in the Austin St. John JDF fiasco because whoever says it's morphin time is perceived as the leader, guys. I bet you guys didn't know that. If you say it's morphin time, you're the leader. So is Zach really the leader?
It's morphin time.
Do you think Zach is the leader?
Nope.
Special effects, nice. I still like this for nostalgia purposes. We know these are guys in suits. And I do have an announcement about Power Rangers.
You want to fight?
Who's the oh, Steve.
You found one.
All right, it's a reunion. They look, everyone's doing a reunion. But what's this? Why are we doing it? Why are we doing our guy like that? Why? Why is he in there? He has no control over the character, obviously, but
Good luck.
uh-oh, we saw Karen Ashley right there. Right? Did we see her?
Good luck.
All right, there we go.
Now it's over you.
Man, where Godar at? Godar was my guy.
Messing with this place?
Oh, come on, man. The putty. Mr. Monster, you really going back there? Mr. Monster, check in. What's up with your squad? A lot of people said thumbs down. I'm seeing some I saw a thumbs down. Look, man.
It's a big mistake.
It's gonna be. But guess what? We all gonna watch it. We all gonna. Now here we go, right here. Let me go back because that's the part. This is the money shot. Let me see if I can pause it right there. There's your money shot right there. That's what we all coming to see. Even though we know those are probably miniatures that are about like 6 inches tall, guys. They are about 6 inches tall, and they doing the same thing, which is all good though. Which is all good. I didn't really mind it too much. I didn't mind it. Special effects look nice. Anything else after this? April 19th. Yada yada yada. So there is my take on this, the OG Zords. And here's a fun announcement, guys. Since my daughter did call, she watched her very first Power Rangers episode. You know, she watched it. I was like, you like this? She like,
nope.
I'm like, do you want me to turn it off? She like,
nope.
I'm like, all right, well, we'll let it rock. We'll let it rock. All right, so now let's get into Austin St. John, guys. We've been here. Let's get into it. If you don't know his story, you know, he was on Power Rangers for, I believe, what, the first 79 episodes or something. I had it written down, but yeah, so he was on there for the first 70 episodes, and then he left because he wasn't getting paid, and he tried to pull the Jerry Maguire. Who's coming with me? Who's coming? You coming with me? You coming with me? Who's coming with me? And you know, the rumor is everybody was like, we're coming with you. And then turns out not too many people came with him. So anyway, we're going to talk about Austin St. John. And when he came back, guys, he left. He went to Kuwait. He did his tour. Well, he didn't do his tour. Like, it's some good interviews out there. Like, I know a lot about Austin St. John. Look, you like Henry. How far did you dig into Austin St. John? Pretty goddamn far. Pretty far. You like, how far? I'm like, dude, you know I dig.
You dig, bro. You like to dig.
Yes, I do. I did dig. I did dig. You like, well, how far, Henry? Like, you tell us. All right. I won't tell you guys. I'll show you. I'll show you guys. I'll show you how far I dug into Austin St. John. What is this? What is this? This is the Como County, Texas court record. This is something from 1999. 1999. Now, shout out to Nick Wicked. What does he say before I get into this? Austin St. John's presence as the Red Ranger is unmatched, but unfortunately, we probably won't see him in the suit again if we didn't get it now on the anniversary. No, he doesn't wear the suit anymore. So look, you like, how far did you dig into Austin St. John? Like,
you dig, bro. You like to dig.
So look, this was foul. This is how far I went back. 1999. The state of Texas versus Jason Lawrence Geiger. That's right. His real name is Jason Lawrence Geiger. And this is not doxing him because this is going to come up in his court docs because we are going to talk about that charge he got. But we're going to save that for last because we're going to do it in kind of chronological order, guys. All right. So this is just me showing that I dug. So if you didn't know his real name, Jason Lawrence Geiger. And this is not me doxing him because, like, look, I blacked out his address. I don't know if that's his mama's house, his parents' house. I blacked that out. His birthday's out there. He's 5'9", so I'm a little taller than him. Jason was a little taller than him. When you got these brothers, these rivalries, they always like, I'm taller than you. I'm looking down at you. You know how it be. When short people talk and they talk and you like, wait, y'all hear something? You hear something? And he like, oh, I didn't hear you down there, little bro. Let me stop. Let me stop. Now look, I do have footage, right? I do have footage of Jason talking to whatchamacallit. I do have it, but I don't know if I should show it, man. I don't know if I should show it. It might be inappropriate. But anyway, let's get into this ticket right here. So you're like, what happened? What happened? This was him driving with no driver's license, right? He was riding dirty, just like that one cop, riding dirty, and they caught his ass. And he paid his fine. He paid his fine. Judicial officer. So the judge was Fred Stewart, was like, pay your goddamn money. And he paid $132 on January 4th, 1999, and got out the ticket. Okay. Now look, I didn't dig. Oh, I see we got somebody throwing shots already. What does Nathan E say? And Nathan, your picture will be shown at the end of the stream. ASJ ain't spandex ready like JDF. Ah, man, that's what that mean? What that mean, Nathan? And I did find an interview where him saying like he would never wear the suit again, and it's always going to be a stunt double. But I didn't want to play it, guys. Thank you for the donation, Nathan. Thank you for that. All right, so let's get into his interview. Let me close this portal out. So remember, he left and he was gone for a while. Then he came back, right? He came back, and this interview, now look, we got to go in chronological order, is 8 years ago, okay? 8 years ago, right here in the bottom, you can see it, okay? And this is, I don't want to say, you could say he started the beef, but he was gone for 8 years. People had kind of forgot about him. But what happened was he was out in Kuwait playing EMT. And, that is an honorable job because, he's helping people. He's saving lives in real life. He's saving lives in real life. And this is no slight to him or anything like that. But you out there, you saving lives. And he was contractually obligated by the, United States government. If his father's in the Marines, I believe in the military. I don't want to say Marines if he's not, but his father's in the Marines. So after he quit the show, he was kind of homeless, looking for a place to go, ended up becoming an EMT, did that, started getting in good with the military, and he signed up to go out in Kuwait. And I believe it was like an 8-year contract, okay? 8-year contract. All right. So anyway, let's get into what he had to say. Now remember, this is him 8 years off the boat. Ain't seen nothing, ain't did not one con. And what does he say? Now, look, this is how you gain momentum quickly. You know what they say, right? When you want to gain some momentum, just start a little beef. Just throw a little something out there for the fish to for him to eat up. And that's what he did. So Karen Ashley, she hit him. She threw it's an alley-oop. She threw up the question and he was about to take it.
You're riding the high, obviously. You're on this hit show.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been documented. More than one Ranger has talked about that, obviously it wasn't the highest paying job. It's a nice way of putting it, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there's like,
oh, fair use. So he's on the show. It's not the highest paying job, but he's there.
Like, season 2, and there's a movie, and there's all these flashing lights and all this like huge stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
And there was no increase in pay, and there was no,
Nope.
Obviously it was a tough time. It was a very tough time. I'm sure that was probably the hardest part of it all, was it?
Yeah. That was it was kind of that's where I decided to make my stand.
Yeah.
I've always been the guy that pulls for the underdog.
Right.
And I hate seeing
all right. So basically, he's like, look, we all underpaid. And here's the thing when it comes to being underpaid, guys, let me talk to y'all for a second. When it comes to being underpaid, it's perception. You see someone, Saban, he's like, hey, when you agreed to $600 per week, and that was fine for you at the time. But now that you see I'm making billions, you like, I should get 6,000 a week. And Saban, being the businessman he is, he was like, well, you signed the contract. The contract stipulates 600 a week. You renegotiate at the end of the contract, not in the middle. And we'll get into that. We'll talk about that.
Boss that is going to make just, I mean, $1 billion the first year.
$1 billion, not a million.
With a B.
$1 billion, right?
Yeah. Like, big damn deal, big B. And, you know, I wasn't doing so hot.
Right.
You know, I was making a living, but not much more than that.
Now, here's the thing, 600 a week, that is more money than most people were making back in 1993. So when he says, hey, I wasn't making that much, he's like, yo, that is a lot of money. 600 a week. Now, granted, you like 600 a week really ain't much when he making billions. I'll tell you a story about my employer after this.
And it just, that kind of thing irks me, you know.
Right.
In the Middle East, as a medic, I had my employees, I had my command, and ever since Saban, I've always been the type. He taught me, you know what, you got to take care of your people.
Right.
And his idea of taking care of us was making sure we had a good spread on the catering table.
So Saban, like, look, y'all hungry? I got y'all. Saban was so good, right? This is a rumor. I can't confirm it. But Saban was so good and so crafty and so well liked and so loved that he can actually get Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. That's right. Saban could get Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. I don't know how he did it, but he got it done. But fact check me on that, guys. Fact check me.
And it was a good life lesson, but it sucked hard at the time.
Right. So you obviously took a stand. Or, you know, you decided we need to renegotiate this. Is that how it kind of went? And then what happened? Because I mean,
well, it went more like this. I got to talking with with the other Rangers. Like, look, man, I'm done.
Right.
He's talking to the other Rangers, guys. Talking to the other Rangers. I see Francis in the chat. Y'all better chill. Francis know all the facts about this, so she will check y'all in the heartbeat.
I'm gonna walk off set. You guys want to come with me?
Right.
And everybody, including JDF.
Okay, this has been the freaking sticking point. He said everyone, including JDF. And look, Cheyenne is hilarious. she going in. Cheyenne is a comedian, low key, in the chat. But the sticking point has been forever that JDF said he was going to leave with him.
I don't remember what AJ said or David at this point, but I remember.
What the hell? See, look, when you tell a story and you say, "Hey, everyone said they was coming with me." And they say, well, what did David say? Well, I don't remember what he said. I'm looking at you like, bruh. Now, this is when David, Yost need to come out and be like, look, this is what I said. I was broke. I never told him this. Or he said, look, yeah, Austin told him the truth. I did tell him it. Maybe I changed my mind. But someone needs to come out and clear this up because it's so muddy.
The other guys were like, yeah, man, we're in. You're right. Let's do this. And, when the time actually came, it was just Twee and I that left. And
look, he forgetting about Walter because Walter left too.
I was like, look, man, pay gets changed or I'm gone.
Right.
And Twee and Walt were with me and they're like, yep, we agree. And they're like, well, we're not changing your pay. And I was like, well, peace out.
Right.
And, then there was some time in court and, due to agreements, I can't really say what happened there.
Right, obviously.
And,
well,
that was it. Next.
Someone said Amy Jo was in the interview and said Austin is always telling far-fetched stories. Look, we're going to get to that.
And I know there's other guys coming in and I was free.
Right.
And I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change it at all.
Right. So did that strain the friendships? Because, I mean, obviously you guys started on this. It was this little pilot that you shot it a couple times. You started doing all these episodes. It became this huge hit. So, I mean, I know you guys were close. I mean, people talked about how close
look what he's about to say, guys. Now, look, I'm not calling him a liar at all. I'm saying her question was, did it strain the relationship when you tried to pull the Jerry Maguire and only half the people left?
I mean, obviously that was something you guys helped create. So there was a closeness there. Did it strain the friendship of the three that were, didn't, walk off set? Or, I mean, was there any animosity there?
I mean, not that I know of.
No, he's saying no, it wasn't. Okay. 3 people who stayed like, hey, we getting paid. He left.
Okay. I mean, not that I know of. I mean, the cast and crew we spent a lot of time together.
Yeah.
And we shot long hours constantly with very little breaks.
Yeah.
And we were all pretty tight. And I think everyone understood. Yeah. I mean, everyone was underpaid on the show, not just.
Now, look, everyone agrees that they were underpaid. Everyone agrees.
The cast.
Right.
So everybody got it.
Right.
Everybody got it.
Right.
And I think there were other people that would like to have walked that for their own personal reasons just couldn't.
Hell yeah. JDF, like, look, I'm not making what y'all making, okay? I got a kid on the way. I already just had one kid. I got bills to pay. I'm happy to be here. I got other streams of revenue coming in. This ain't my most money I'm getting right here. So what they paying me for what I'm getting is good by me.
Right. Okay. So, no, I get it. Because, I mean, obviously that's huge. I mean, it was a huge stepping stone for you guys. Yeah. So what happened after? Because you came on my radio show, we talked, and I mean, it wasn't like, yay, we're off the show.
Now look, never quit a job with no job lined up. Sometimes you just got to swallow your pride and just take it until you find something new.
Oh, and here are all these scripts and all these offers. It was tough.
Yeah, I remember thinking, screw it, I'll move into something else, and I didn't really have good representation.
Right.
And I learned a lot about just having to trying to go from children's TV into movies and things like that, and it was definitely harder than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
And then I kind of got to the point to where I was really just kind of disgruntled with the whole thing, and I left. I was like, you know what? To hell with Hollywood. I'm gone.
You left.
It's time to make another life, take other steps. And I had no idea what that would be. I just kind of rolled out.
Right.
And I was cool with that.
And life has been good. I mean, obviously, do you think about ever getting back into acting?
Now, look, this is like, hey, do you think about getting back into acting? He already said, hey, I couldn't find any other job, so I left.
Maybe getting back into children's television. I mean,
children's,
you still got, or any kind of television, you still got that pretty face,
She hyping them.
It might need a razor.
Oh, that's all right. Women like it. I'm telling you. You got like 20,000 more followers on Twitter just by being here at the convention. It's crazy.
Oh Jesus.
You posted a picture and like.
All right, she about to hype them up, but what ends up happening, right, is they all end up surprising them. At this point, I'm like, yo, David, when Austin left, this is what I'm asked. Like, it could be uncomfortable, but we gonna get to the bottom of this. Hey, when Austin left, did you tell him you were going to leave too? That's the question I'm going to ask right then and there. Now, everyone want to be positive and like, look, it's only going to take us. We can get to the positive stuff. But when he said he was leaving, did you agree? And that's where we'll go from there. Now, look, I'll tell you a story, guys, about, look, I am in corporate America, right? And I am on a contract. Just like the Power Rangers. I'm on a contract. So with me being on a contract, guys, there's this one year I did find an extra $200,000 for my company. Man, was it 2,000 or 200 or 250? Doesn't matter. I found it for my company. A company was getting by. And I was like, well, I'm like, look, I gathered the facts because, I was a former investigator. And I took it to my boss. And I'm like, yo, they about to be paying us $250,000 every year based on what I found. Every year, $250,000. This is way beyond my annual salary that I just found out of thin air. And I tell my boss, I'm like, you think I asked for a raise? Nope. I'm on a contract. I know how to work. You think because I found this company an extra $250,000 a year, they're going to be like, oh, shit. Henry, good job. I mean, I did get a nice bonus that year, but that's just the way it worked, baby. Newski, what's good, man? I see you in the House Coach gang. But that's just how it works. I'm on a contract. When my contract's up, then I can hit them up. Now, look, when I got promoted, best believe before I signed my new contract, I was like, hey, we gonna have to come up a bit. And I can tell you all about negotiating salary in corporate America and how to get like the most out of it and how to like leverage it to maximize like, you know, what you gonna get. This all chicken box, like maximize. Like, yeah, I can, like, you never accept the first offer. And if they walk, they're not gonna walk away from you. They're gonna say, hey, this is the best we can do. And at that point, you have to realize, is this what you want to do? You want to take this $600 a week? Because I bet you, right? I bet you $600 a week was more money than he was making fresh out of high school. I promise you it was, doing any job that he could have been doing in LA. All right. Anyway, let's get on to the beef, right? So he comes off the boat. He talks this about Jason basically, you know, going against the grain. And then Jason just was like, man, Jason comes out swinging, swinging. Francis. All right, Brent and Francis, they got like some lovers quarrel, man. They you know she team JDF and you know he team ASJ, and we got the proof to prove it. But here, let's hear about the beef. Now look, this video was shared before that one, but I wanted you to know that, hey, it was Austin who potentially hey, y'all want me to talk about Brent just for a little bit? Anyway, this is the video where, look, it was filmed 9 years ago, guys. 9 years ago. Here goes Brent. You know Brent gonna champion for, you know he's not a Ranger fan, a JDF fan. So here's the video that was made 9 years ago, 1 year before that interview took place, and this kind of details a little bit of the beef.
Have you ever considered actually getting into a professional competition with Jason David Frank?
All right, so this is, look, when you go to these panels, right, you never know what the hell someone gonna ask you. This is like, it's like coming up here on the live stream, and when you come up here, you never know what people gonna hit you up in chat and say, right? So he like, hey, would you ever consider fighting Jason in a professional fight? And he was like, nope. All right, so here we go.
I'll be honest with you. I just don't like people who are full of BS. And Austin's nothing but full of BS.
Well, look, man, he was a straight shooter. And I can't fault him for being a straight shooter. All right, I just can't.
My question was, how did he feel when Tommy became the leader?
Actually, I was really looking hard already at that time to leave the show, and I had made that very obvious. So I think Tommy was brought in anticipation of that. So, and it was a great choice, man.
No.
Yeah.
All right, now that I'm not sure that's accurate because he was brought in way before.
A huge following. He did a really good job, and you know, he carried on a great legacy. So. It wasn't a bump me down or kick me out. I don't think. I mean, ouch. That's not the way we saw it. But he was good people, and I was ready to go.
All right. So that was. Remember, this is 9 years ago, guys. 9 years ago.
Share his mind on the topic.
Oh.
And I got to work 18 hours a day with the guy who tells me he breaks center blocks straight through, and he's killed a guy in a ring before, and he's so dangerous in the ring. And you know, I'm a martial artist, and being a martial artist, you're not supposed to talk like that. So he'd get me riled up. So my blood would boil every time.
All right. So basically, saying Austin St. John said he killed someone in the ring, and he would break cinder blocks straight through. Now, look, if I had Austin John on my show, I'll be like, yo, have you ever killed someone in the ring? And his answer better be yes. Or he say, hey, no, I know JDF said that, but I never said that. And then look, you never go off what one person says. Remember, guys, I showed you about this. When you're doing some investigations or anything, and one person says, hey, yeah, I killed the guy in the ring, or Jason is saying Austin killed someone in the ring, you want to hear it from one other person. You want to say, like, hey, David, you know, you was around Austin. Did he ever tell the story about him killing someone in the ring? Hey, Kimberly, did he, you know, Amy Jo, did he ever say that? You want to ask other Power Rangers to, one, either support Jason's story or disprove Jason's story. So you never want to just believe one person. So take it with what you, if someone has the video where Amy said he tells tall tales, please send it to me. Email it to me. Please, please, please. All right, let's get back to it.
You know, so like, yeah.
And this is
look, he was not shy about talking about this.
Austin St. John, he's a liar, he's a compulsive liar. He lies about everything. And I don't care what he lies about. Just don't lie about my livelihood. I'm a martial artist. I've been in martial arts my whole entire life since I was 4. So when you start lying about martial arts, I take it personal. You know, I take that personal.
And
like, look, he was not.
In fact, why did he even have to make him a Golden Ranger? I was like, you want to work on that series.
And again,
I do a lot of brick breaking. You can go on, my karate schools. I got demos. You can go look at all my stuff. I do a lot of brick breaking. So I was talking to these guys about breaking bricks. I'm like really excited about this. And he's like, yeah, I'd break 2 or 3 center blocks like this. And there's this an impossible way. So I'm like, okay, I just let it go. Ian, who was one of my stunt doubles, Ian was the Green Ranger. If you ever get a hold of Ian, he'll tell you how Austin was. He called him out on it. He said, hey, I got 2 bricks right now. Here, break them like that. And he's like, oh, no. You know, just always, I guess, when you're telling a story, he's always the one to butt in to top your story. And it was just
one upper.
It's like so annoying. Everyone from the set, you know what, maybe never had enough cojones to tell him how I feel. Because everyone complained to me about Austin. Oh, he's this, he's that. But when he was there, oh, no one said nothing.
However, Austin, on the other hand, has been the exact opposite and has said practically nothing on the issue.
All right, but look, if someone said, did you say this? You got to acknowledge it. Don't come up on the stream like, look, I'm not talking about that. Because that's telling to me. If I'm interviewing you and I say, hey, did you kill someone in the ring? He says, look, I'm not talking about that. I'm like, bro, I'm looking at you like, what's going on? I'm looking at you like, like Tony was.
What is going on?
What's going on?
What is going on?
Anyway, let's keep it going.
Some might say it's more grown up not to cry over past grudges, but
no, hell no.
In many ways, not confronting an issue can be just as bad, if not worse, than overreacting to it.
2 sides of the story, you only hear one side. You instantly start thinking, oh, and I know Austin hasn't said nothing about me because he just, whatever.
Even when people at PMC were like asking, like, okay, did you have any beef with Jason? And you, Jason, wow, too many Jasons, but you, Jason. And like, I think one of the questions was if you would get in the ring, like if you like duke it out or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I think we would be too friendly to.
Oh, look, that's a cop out. He's like, we'll be too friendly to fight, like, bro.
Like, do that.
I think we like each other too much to do that.
Look, I'll tell you a story about how someone while I was in college, they forced somebody to fight him. It was bad.
He still does a lot of live competition. We kind of, I don't know if he ever went heavyweight or anything like that, but he still does lots of stuff. He's a very talented martial artist in his own right. And he's very good at what he does. And like I said, I think we like each other too much to do that.
Yo.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, look, hell no, they didn't like each other. And that's the case, man. Like, look, he did not rock with him at all.
I do agree that smug talk wasn't very mature. And he is right in that you should never talk to a fellow martial artist that way.
Okay.
However, there is more than one way to be immature.
No, I don't think any prank I pulled.
All right, they just gonna talk about pranks. I think, look, here is him fighting.
And Austin has been known to do some competitive fighting in Thai kickboxing and other stuff.
Okay, I had him on the show. But that's what happens there. And then you got the slam at the end, right? You got the slam at the end. Let me see if
let go of the past for the sake of all of us who looked up to you.
I'll take all my frustrations out in the ring, and then afterwards we're good.
That poor guy.
Everything's fine. And Karen's gonna challenge Amy Joe.
All right, so look, they cheesing now. All right, so that is that's early beef, guys. Now it gets better. It starts ramping up. Because what's happened is they taking jabs at each other at Comic-Cons, and it's not going anywhere. Now look, we're going in the proper order. Now this is crazy, but you know what? Let's lighten the mood just a little bit. I feel the tension is getting up. Let's find out if Zordon is racist, guys. Look. So you saw the beef warming up. And we gonna break it down. And I need to know if Zordon is racist. Let me know, Power Rangers. I know we got some people probably ninja watching, but is Zordon racist? We about to watch this. Fair use.
Teenagers with attitude, I have summoned you here to battle a great evil. But be not afraid, I see great potential in all.
All right, so here is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Rangers. They kind of color coded already, but what is Zordon about to say?
All of you. Will, within you I see great strength and durability. For that, I endow you with the power of the mighty Mastodon.
I won't let you down, Zordon.
Jen, your cat-like agility can be attributed to your spirit animal, the saber-toothed tiger. You are the Yellow Ranger.
Now, look, if you don't remember, yellow was for obvious reasons anyway.
And I'm sure your knowledge of mathematics will prove invaluable.
Actually, I'm not very good at...
Moving on, Edward, there are many reasons why I believe you embody the spirit of the Red Ranger.
Whoa. I think I see what you're doing. I'm Native American.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So Native American, red.
Maybe the Black Ranger because I'm black?
No.
Now look, we knew that Zach was the Black Ranger because he was black. You know, it's okay.
I beg your pardon.
It's okay, Dr. Umar. We knew.
No, I made you the Black Ranger because of your spirit animal.
What about me? I'm Jewish, so let me guess. I'm green because that's the color of money?
No.
Oh my God. All right, let's time Brent out, man. I see what's happening here, man. Why? Let's time Brent. Take a break, man.
You're green because you have the power to summon the Great Dragon Zord.
I can believe that.
Well, what about Victor? What color are you going to make him?
Wow. Really? Oh, well, Victor's going to be the other Black Ranger.
Okay.
Yo, the new black guy is the new Black Ranger.
Zordon. So there can be 2 Black Rangers and 2 White Rangers?
No. Kyle's the White Ranger because he's the leader, and you're the Pink Ranger because you're a girl. I mean, something pterodactyl.
Am I really the most qualified person to be leader? I mean, Vicky was student council president. Don't you think she could do it? Yeah.
A girl leader? That's rich. Sorry, huh?
Yo, what? He said a girl leader? What?
Honey, I don't think Lord Zed is going to be scared off by your period.
You've got to be kidding me.
Whoa.
Listen, everybody settle down. White is the leader. If Kyle was pink, that would be totally gay.
Excuse me, and what exactly would be wrong with that?
A gay Jew? Jesus Christ. James, I'm beginning to sense great, fear in you, and you might turn to the dark side.
The dark side? Where'd you read that?
All right, look, this is why Power Rangers ain't coming over on my show. You know what I'm saying? Because like we talking about this. They like, yo, Henry, wait, turn this crap off.
So I'm thinking you're out, and so is other black guy.
Oh, where'd they go? What'd you do with them, man?
Now we're too short.
No, we're not, because this was my plan all along, because I see great power emanating from Jorge.
Okay.
Jorge, power sombrero.
Oh, God, I mean, come on. That's not even a ranger suit. Now, this is ridiculous. I'm out of here. Let's go, guys.
Guys, where are you going? Nobody has the power to defy the great will. Better not steal anything on your way out.
All right, guys. I just had to do that just to lighten the mood just a little bit, guys. So what was Zordon racist? Was Zordon racist? I see Francis using her custom emoji. Shout out to Francis. What does Domrock say? Domrock, yeah, man, we've been missing you. Where you been? Been a minute since I caught a live stream. Yo, Dom, thank you for the donation, man. We missed you over here. We just having a good, it's Friday. We joking. We watching some old interviews. I'm gonna drop the link. Maybe Austin St. John will hit it. Maybe Francis will hit it. You know, she got all the inside information. I had to time Brent out because you know he be coming here to argue. Shout out to Brent. You know, Brent. We got love for you over here, Brent. You always welcome over here, but you be argumentative, boy. Chill. Anyway, thank you, Domrock. All right, so now let's get into when Jason revved up it. So what do you guys think, though? Was Zordon racist, guys? I don't know. You know I'm not black. You know I ain't black, so I like since I ain't black, can I even speak on racism?
Nope.
Okay, nope. All right, cool. Let's keep going, guys. Let's keep going. Now this is where he revs it up. Jason revs it up to the point where it's like, yo, Jason, like, is it on site when you see Austin St. John? Is it fight night when you see Austin St. John? Someone said, and also someone dropped a fact here. I saw it earlier, and it was the original Yellow Ranger was actually Latino. Yes, good job, Kristen Reinhardt. Shout out to you. Yes, that is a fact. The original Yellow Ranger was Latino. So anyway, now that we got that, oh, Cheyenne, thank you for becoming a member, Cheyenne. She is the comedian. She's the comedian out here, and if you say anything crazy, she coming to get you. And shout out to Cheyenne. Let me drop some emojis for Cheyenne. Like you got access to all these custom emojis now that you didn't join the squad. We appreciate you over here. We appreciate you contributing to the show. We appreciate you moderating. Yeah, all that good stuff. I appreciate it. And make sure, new members, you do get access to the emojis. And guess what? Now that we got new members, more emojis are coming. More emojis are coming, and we gonna run it up. We gonna run it up. All right, so let's get into JDF revving it up, guys. When I say revving it up, I'm talking like he taking it up. I think he was ready to punch Austin St. John in the face, but we don't condone violence over here. All right, so here we go. Let me add it to the stream, and some of you guys may heard this. It got 64,000 views. It was uploaded 5 years ago. This is legend. This is legend. Now look, we're not gonna play it all. We only gonna play like the first 10 minutes because after that it just goes downhill. But
because that fight could have happened as a warm-up fight for me, but he never called. He says he's a fighter. He tells everybody, all the fans, I'm an underground fighter. I mean, you guys know the story. I've been saying it for years. But if you tell your fans something, you need to live it. If I say I'm a fighter, then I need to be that fighter for my fans.
Right.
I'm not going to just lie to my fans and tell them, I'm a fighter, and lie. That's what Austin's done. He's always lied. That's why that always thing between me and him that I always want to fight him, because he says he's a fighter. He says he kills people in the ring. So,
Wait. He says he kills people in the ring.
Yeah, look, the kill people in the ring story is coming up. Like, I went, what? Maybe I'll fact check it. To see if that happened before.
Austin St. John, yeah, he said that on set before. He said not only that, he's like, I don't fight no more. And the reason why I don't fight no more is because I killed somebody on the ring. And everybody's like, Amy, Kimberly, David Yost, they were all there listening. And we're all just kind of snickering, like, sure, he killed somebody in the ring. And he's like, and then you know what? It was the guy's birthday. I felt horrible about it. I'm like, okay.
So he killed the guy on his birthday in a ring. Do you guys buy this? Is Jason lying, or like what's happening? Because this is the second time I heard this story.
I don't think he was just joking.
No, heck no, he wasn't joking. You don't know Austin St. John, dude. You don't know him. Come on. He goes on Morphicon on the first Morphicon thing and tells people he's fighting again. He's never fought before in the ring. He's not joking.
I think I remember because like I was at the panel and I think I remember like he said that he's doing, like being a paramedic and whatever. And he's thinking about, getting.
Yeah, but he's always been thinking about it. That's the problem. That's why he shouldn't even think about it. Look, I don't think about it. I do it.
Yo, Jason was ready to punch him out. And shout out to my guy, Dust Productions, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Look, man, I'm telling you, the emojis will come. Like maybe look, and now that you're a member, there should be a member-only community post just for you guys, for me to show my appreciation. And as I get more members, I'll probably start doing members-only things like members-only streams and member-only posts. And you guys could really, gain a lot of more access to me than everyone else. Not no shade, but I appreciate you becoming a member. Let's get into it.
It's one of those things I think about. I'm training it, and look, when a guy, has a little shave cut on his face and he comes in on set and the show's not even aired yet. And then they're like, you're late. And he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I was driving and I saw this guy beat this little girl. And man, I pulled over and was like, hey, don't be hitting your little girl. And I spinning sidekicked the guy through the window. Oh, the window broke. And then the cops came. And then I went down to Culver City Police Station. And then when I was down there, all the police were like, hey, dude, are you that guy from the TV show? And then I got mobbed, and then I was signing autographs. That's the reason why I'm late.
Bro, if I heard this story, I might leave set right then and there and go to the police station. I might go find a guy like, yo, I can't. This is too good to be true. You mean to tell me you on your way to set, you see some girl getting jacked, you stop the car, you beat the guy up, you kick him through a window, police come, and then they ask for your autograph? Come on. Like this is an amazing story if it's true. And this is what someone said is flat earth talk. Like, bro, you telling me this happened? If I get Austin St. John on my show, we got to go through this. We cannot just skip it over like it didn't happen. We're gonna be like, hey man, look, JD, may he rest in peace. But we gotta talk about this, man. We gotta talk about it. He was going in on you. I know it's we gonna get to everything you want, but look, what was going on?
And my thing was, okay, Austin, our show hasn't even aired on TV yet. Oh yeah, it's not aired yet, but you know, all the cops know we're, you know, filming down here in Culver City, so you know they all recognize me. No, they didn't. These are stories I've heard for years and years. Anybody knows Austin St. John, he's a liar, he's a compulsive liar. He lies about everything. And I don't care what he lies about. Just don't lie about my livelihood. I'm a martial artist. I've been in martial arts my whole entire life since I was 4. So when you start lying about martial arts, I take it personal. You know, I take that personal. You know, martial art people are not supposed to be cocky and arrogant.
That's right. You're supposed to be real humble. But shout out to Chad Billington becoming a member, man. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I promise y'all more emojis are coming. I promise more emojis are coming, and I can't wait to create more because I want to be so creative. All my emojis are unique. You're not going to find them on any other TV. You got my face laughing. You got the flat earth. You got the you dig, bro.
Dig, bro. You like to dig.
You dig, and you got facts over feelings because over here we're all about facts over feelings. So shout out to Chad Billington for becoming a new member.
And hey, I could beat this person. That's all I've heard for years from that guy. Me and him got in physical fights on set before.
Physical fights?
Yeah.
See,
I mean, it was like,
look, physical fights. No, you don't just gloss over that. You like, yo, what happened? Who won? Because me and my daughter, we watched the first episode of the Green Ranger. We saw everything. We saw it. We saw it. And oh man, my daughter watched it. She like, what they doing? And shout out to Newski. What does he say? He said he's gonna become a member. Receive for supporting the stream. You will be big soon. Thank you, Newski, man. Like, look, Newski Coach Gang, man. Newski is Coach Gang, and Newski about to have a baby, y'all. He about to have a son. Like, yo, can we put some Newskis in the chat for Newski? He about to be a father. A father, guys. A father. Thank you, Newski, man. I appreciate that. But look, if he come on my show like, yo, so you killed the man in the ring, you were fighting on the way to set, and then after you killed the man in the ring, you fighting on the way to set, you was fighting Jason on set too? Like, we got to talk about this, Austin.
You know, messing around and start sparring, and then it turns physical, you know? So, I mean, here's things where, okay, you fight, you know, in Saudi Arabia, is what he told me last. He's got a contract at some overseas thing it's a fight contract, and he can't fight in the USA, so whatever. The point is, I'm done with the whole Austin St. John thing. I think people can really see if he was a fighter, he'd be in shape. He's so out of shape right now, and that's just, you know, I refuse to be like that. I mean, we've been a superhero, you know, for many kids around the world, and that's what I continue to be right now, is I continue to be a hero. Not a superhero, but like I want to meet people. I'm nice to people. You know, people are like, oh, that's cool. And, you know, I work out, and I'm in shape. I keep my body in shape. This is stuff that I love to do. This is like my world. That's why when I took it so personal, and he was like, oh, I'm a fighter. And don't even say you think about fighting. Because if you're thinking about fighting, I mean, one of my trainers offered him like $25,000 to fight me. $25,000 for one fight.
Wait, no, look, he's dropping truth bombs. Like, yo, you were offered 25,000. Look, ASJ, were you offered 25,000? We need to know. And shout out to my guy Sam for joining. Sam be sending me emails. We be talking behind the scenes. Shout out to Sam for joining. I appreciate you. Petty ASF for joining. I appreciate you too, man. We done had some personal chats via Instagram. Like, look, I'm probably the most accessible content creator right now. You know, look, my time, I got time. And look, what does he say? Facts over feelings. Yes. I appreciate all the new members. I appreciate y'all. And while y'all here, just like the stream. Like, look, if y'all getting some good entertainment, y'all getting some good laughs, let's go. let's keep going, man. This is pure. And then now we about to go into the genesis of it all right after we get through this.
He'd even call back. He even had the decency to call back. Or, don't, you know, can't even go on YouTube and say, no, I ain't fighting you. Or, a phone call or a text because you got my number. Hey, man, I don't want to fight or whatever. You know, if I don't want to do something, I'll tell someone. You know, if I'm hurt in a fight and I got hit, like when Mac hit me in the jaw, did it hurt? Yeah, it hurt, man.
Yeah,
You know?
Mac almost knocked Jason's block off in the ring.
Oh, did I continue fighting? Yes, I continued fighting. Was my face swollen up? Yeah, it was swollen up 2 times the size. But, you know, that's the fight game. If I'd be, anyone else would sit here and go, no, that didn't hurt. That didn't do nothing. You know, I'm not like that. I tell my feelings how it is. So sometimes I get myself in trouble because I speak my feelings.
Well,
but I just can't hide my feelings.
She's like, well, I can see, like, yo, look, imagine you like some young creator, and you like, yo, we got the Green Ranger on the line. He wants to do an interview. You like, yeah, patch him through. You patch him through, and he just throwing shot after shot at the Red Ranger. Like, yeah, you know, he said he killed someone in the ring. He said he kicked someone through the mirror, through a window. They got autographs. What else did he say? We were fighting on set. I had to give him the beats, and then I offered him $25,000 to beat him up professionally. He was like, nope. He was ducking the smoke. If I'm on the phone, I'm like, tell me more. I ain't even saying. I'm like, yo, you got the floor, man.
You know?
Yeah.
You know what
happened?
Can't hide them. I mean, then I'm going to be fake. And Hollywood's already full of fake people. So
it is.
You know,
yes.
Hollywood's just full of fake people. You get people like, hey, Lisa, so nice to meet you, and they're like, blah blah blah. It's like when I tell someone, hey, it's nice to meet you, or anything I can do to help.
They are, man. It's so many fake people out here, man. Fake. They be fake straight up to my face. Hey, but I appreciate them for being fake. But you got to watch out for the fake people. Look, man. I like the people who like say, look, like I don't mess with you up front. And I just be like, cool, because now I don't got to worry about you stabbing me in the back later.
Help you. I really mean that. I don't just say that for any other reason, you know. So that's why I'm always on interviews and talking to people. I got a lot of good friends out there that I've met, you know, in the entertainment business and in the MMA world that I'm continue, you know, help promote the radio station. I don't care if they have 200 listeners or 100. I'm there because they were there for me, you know. So I'm there for them. So that's my whole thing.
Oh man, shoot! Look, I see. Shout out to Nathan. Nathan becoming a member. I appreciate you, Nathan. Man, I'm telling you guys. What should my next emoji be? What should it be? Should it be a flying saucer? I mean, we got the flat Earth. I think I like the flat Earth. But shout out to Nathan for being a member. And I also talked to Nathan personally, like through email. And like I said, your picture will be shown at the end of the stream. Everyone who sent me pictures, their pictures will be shown, including yours, Brent.
Yeah, because you know what? Because like, you know, on Real Talk, you know, I remember, I forgot what panel it was. I think when you first mentioned the Austin thing, and a lot of people were taken aback because you were saying, you know, like all the stuff that you're telling me now, like you were saying so much stuff about Austin, and they were like, oh wow, that sounds kind of mean. That sounds kind of
I know people, I know, but you know, man.
Look, when people start telling the truth, they'd be like, "You're mean." I'm like, "No, I'm not." You think you black? You transracial? Well, anyway, we ain't going.
It boils up, you know. I had nothing. Me and Amy talk. You know, we email each other, and you know, Dave, I got nothing to say about him. I got nothing to say about any actor except that I've heard from months and months and months and years and years and years about this whole fight thing, and it just got under my skin. And when like this whole look. TMZ, I got interviewed by TMZ. TMZ said, well, I like to challenge anybody in a fight. And I said, well, not really. You know, my manager was on the other line. I had no one. I'm not going to challenge anybody to a fight. I'm really not like that. But then we had Van Damme was fighting. I said, I heard he's.
Look, he did press Van Damme, yo. He did press Van Damme.
Fighting, and I met him in my movie premiere. He did blow me off in my movie premiere. So would you fight me? Yeah, I'll fight him. I fight Van Damme, no problem. You know, I mean, it'd be a good fight. We both make money, or the fans want to see it, and then it just blew up everywhere. JDF Frank challenges Van Damme, and you know, but it's out there, and it'd be great to hear something from him again. Maybe from his people to say, no, you know, this is entertainment business. The people, my fans, want to see me fight him. They'd be like, oh yeah, that'd be awesome, dude. That'd be the biggest fight. Like, I mean, people at my karate school and just tons of people. He challenged a 36-year-old guy who's an Olympic kickboxer. I'm 36, so people are like, oh, you're mean. He's old. It's like, look, he's 49. He's the one that said he wants to fight. Herschel Walker's 47.
Now, look, this is him saying, look, I got smoke for Van Damme. And I'm like, yo, look, I know someone who was in the elevator with Van Damme, and it was like, yo, he was looking like a straight Mitch because he's short, he's small, and the person that was in the elevator with him, he's a little bigger. And it was at like a karate event. They both did karate. And he was like, he didn't want no parts of anything.
And he's strike force. Is not the issue. You know, if he wants to do it, let him do it. Thinking, cool. If he wants to fight, I'll, you know, be a good warm up fight for me. We both battle each other. And
you said a good warm up fight, yo. That's throwing shade without throwing shade.
Make a little TV show out of it. Kind of blew up everywhere. And people are like, oh, you have you got to take back that 15-year grudge. I don't hold grudges against anyone. I don't, I forgive everyone. I forgive, but can you forget stuff? Not really. And I'm in there because Van Damme was so arrogant.
Really?
And I shouldn't have walked out, but I just didn't want to be around him. So I'm like, I don't want to be here. I just want to leave. Because Hollywood's so fake and full of people. All you need is fake people. And that's why I'm saying Austin's fake. When I first saw
look, he was talking about Van Damme. He was like, yeah, all we need is fake people. That's what I'm saying. Austin's fake. Now, look, we're not about to bash on Austin. We aren't going to get to Austin's side of the story, but look.
When I first started Power Rangers, honestly, okay, his name was, that's his real name. His name's not Austin St. John.
Okay, so now he's about to talk about the name change, guys. We gonna go into the name change and where he got it from.
That's a stage name. So when I came, I was real nice. Hey, nice to meet you. And, and Jason Narvey was on the show who played Skull. Yeah. And his name was, so his name was already on the door. Then it said Jason Narvey on his door. Well, here comes Jason Frank. First time I met him, I went to shake his hand. He went in his room and slammed the door, then changed his sign to Austin St. John. And I was like, huh, nice to meet you too.
Look, now you got to ask, like, yo, when you first met JDF, did you slam the door in his face? Like, did you do that? Like, be honest. Be honest. I want to know.
Right in the very beginning was like, it was horrible. Table reads, everything we would do, we'd read table reads. My line would be like, it's morphin' time. That's my line. You can't say that line. It's like, I got a family to feed. This is my job. You take it really serious, man. Come on. Just say your line. So these are years of things that built up, So I had an organization who was going to pay me a lot of money to fight him. So I thought it'd be a good chance for him to make money, because he needs money. So I thought, hey, 25 grand to fight me would be a good thing. And, never heard back from him. So I guess I'm the type of guy where I'd like to hear, hey, all that stuff I talked for years. Sorry about that. Okay, no problem, man.
Look, all he wanted was an apology. You apologize. I'll stop going in on you, but you keep pushing me. I'm gonna rev it up.
And best friends. But when you don't say anything, you just ignore me and dodge me. It's just, I don't have respect for that person because I just feel like, you ignore me and you don't answer your questions. And I think that's anybody. If you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband and a wife and they keep dodging you and you never hear those words, hey, I'm sorry for what I said or whatever, then, you just kind of hold it in. So I'm not that type of person. I like to hear people, say, hey, or you misunderstood me or I never said that or, whatever. But yeah, when it does look like that though, when you talk about someone and you don't hear the other side of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, man. I think, look, it's like 10 more minutes of that, but look, we got to keep it moving, man. We got to keep it moving because this is the Austin St. John stream, but we had to highlight the beef because look, even though this was over a decade ago, I mean, even though it says 5 years, it really was more like a decade ago, guys. This was like 10 years ago. So, yeah, look, I said, I'll tell you the story about how my friend, he didn't like a guy, right? We in college, I'm in college and he didn't like a guy. And he was like, no, man, we got to fight. And the guy was like, look, man, I'm not going to fight you. He was like, no. I said, we have to fight. I got this animosity against you. Either we fighting or we fighting. So the dude was like, look, man, I don't know what you want. I don't know what I did to you, but I'm not fighting you. So you know what my friend did? He just stole off on him on the basketball court in front of everybody. And he said, now you gotta fight me. I was like, God. He was straight on some demon time in college. And I'm like, bro, what is you doing? He's like, nah. He gotta fight me. And guess what? The dude didn't fight him. He just walked away. And we was like, bro, you in college? What are you doing? Trying to pick a fight in college? They about to kick you out. But he had beef with him, man. And look, I know what it's like when someone is a fraud and you want to fight him. Oh man, someone lied on me in college, and I wanted to fight him. I wanted to break his jaw. Maybe I'll tell you that story at the end. All right, so now let's get into this, right? So look at the dates. We're going to go in chronological order. I got to make sure. Hold on. April 20th, 2020. Okay. So look, we're going to go in chronological order. And we all saw this before. Fair use to Power Rangers playback, where he basically said JDF backstabbed him. Okay. Now look, this is what, a year ago? Almost a year ago. And oh man, this sucks because it's in April. I don't feel like bringing up the timeline, but this is the Power Rangers playback. Fair use to them. And we played this, so I'm not gonna play it twice. And shout out to hold on, we got a Cash App. I don't want to be missing no cash. I mean, not Cash App. Just oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at they screen. I'm like, oh, did I miss a super chat? Anyway, so let me make this bigger for you guys to see. We played this already. I'll play it again. Fair use. This is where they talk about the Latina Yellow Ranger, and then they go into this, and we just gonna play a little bit of it, and then we're gonna keep going down the timeline because he's doing interviews after interviews. I still love him, ASJ. Look, yeah, I still like ASJ too, man. Like, do not take my criticism of all this as me having something against ASJ. I don't have nothing against them at all. Shout out to Dust Productions. He trolling me. He said, "You don't look like a fighter. You look like someone who likes to dig, bro."
You dig, bro. You like to dig.
Yeah, nah, man. Look, man, in college. Now, look, I was not a fighter, but I definitely was no damn punk. And I could tell you a story about a punk who I was staying with. And when they showed up to beat the brakes off of them, they looked at me. I'm like, look, if y'all come over here, we fighting. And, oh my God. All right, I'll tell you this story. I'll tell you the story in defense of Dust. So I'm in college, right? And, I'm at an HBCU. It's all black people. Even though I ain't black, I was there. And I had a roommate. His name was, his name was Dave. All right. Oh, his name was Dave. And, I'm a freshman. I'm new here. I'm just like trying to get by or whatever. But Dave, he liked to run his mouth. He was talking big and greasy, right? And look, when you at a campus or whatever, it ain't like prison, but you need to feel the situations out, right? You need to feel it out. And we in a freshman dorm. And what happened was he's on the basketball court. We had a basketball court. He thought he was good in basketball, but he really wasn't that good. And he started running his mouth. He's talking about, look, I'll beat you up, whatever. And it's like, you'll beat me up. Like, what? So they beat him up on the basketball court. They just like, yo, bro, like, I don't care where you think you from or where you think you at, but you saying you gonna beat us up ain't happening. People was like on site. This is way back then. So they beat him up, right? But the problem is when they beat him up, you had the Sharks looking like, yo, did they just beat him up and he just went off crying to the room? I was like, damn, they did. The Sharks was watching, right? So what happened? Now look, at this school is HBCU. You did have some thugs up in there. You did have some straight thugs. You had people who had just gotten out of jail who was there on an athletic scholarship. So this ain't like no preppy HBCU. This is like, we in the trenches out here. And so he get beat up on the basketball court. And next thing you know, I hear, I come into the room. I see him, lips swole up, his eyes swole up. I'm like, you good? He like, I'm good, man. I'm good. So next thing you know, about a day later, I hear like they banging on the door. And I'm like, yo, what's up? They're like, yo, is Dave here? I'm like, yeah, he right here. You know me. I'm like, yo, he right here. And like, we need to talk to him. And I look at him. I'm like, you good? He like, I'm good. I'm like, I knew they was coming there to beat the brakes off him because people like to bet. And if you bet on the game and you don't pay, you getting your ass whooped. All right. You ain't none of that. What's the term they used to say? You getting beat or whatever. Like, I'm not paying you your money. Now, look, you already got beat up on the court and you owe some people some money. So you think that they come into the room and you about to say you don't got the money? What's going to happen? Or whatever. So they do that. I'm like, look, you know, whatever y'all got going on, don't mess up anything over here or whatever. So I leave. I walk right out. I'm like, look, I don't want to be a witness to whatever they about to do. I tell my piece, like, hey, don't mess up my shit. Whatever y'all do to him is on him. So next thing you know, I leave. I go to the calf. I go to the quad. I see my homies. I tell them, like, yo, Dave, I think he about to get his ass whipped or whatever. And like, I was cool with these thugs too, because they needed books. And I used to have like extra money on my books. So I'd be like, look, you need a college book for $300. All right, you give me $200 and I'll buy the book and I'll give it to you. So that's how I made money. It's a little scam I did where I get more money on my financial aid, and then I get a book voucher and I don't use all the book voucher and I just, sell it for cash. That's how you get by. But yeah, man, they beat the brakes off him. I come back, his side of the room disheveled. My room is nice, prim and proper. And then he's packing up his stuff. He like, yo, I'm about to go for a minute. I'm like, you coming back? He like, oh no. He left, man. This was like 2 weeks on campus. And I'm like, damn, bro. Like, you just we here for higher learning, and you just get one ass whooping and you out the door. He was like, I gotta go. Because once you get beat up on campus, like, yo, bro, you about to keep getting beat up. It's just what it is until you have to kill him. But anyway, let's go back to this video. So we going down chronological order, and that's how you get someone to fight you, and that's how you don't be a punk in college. Like, don't write checks your ass can't cash. Don't do it. All right. So remember this interview. We going in order because even though they came back, the beef was still going on. The beef is still there. No matter what anyone says, this is a year ago, April 2022. Shout out to April who just joined the chat. Beef is still going.
Yeah, she wanted more money, and she wasn't wrong.
So they're talking about the original Yellow Ranger, the Latina. I'll back it up just a little bit, maybe.
And she became the Yellow Ranger for the first season. And
let me back it up. So we
And
talk.
Austin,
All right,
okay,
let's do this.
Super chat, bring them up high.
This one is from Ty Sue.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Hi, Nakia, a cat and Austin. Hi. What is your favorite episode of Power Rangers? I read that whole thing without it stumbling.
Yeah, what's his favorite episode?
No comment.
Look at this. Like, bro, what do you mean no comment? I bet you it's the one, probably the first 17 episodes or whatever.
Probably for me, the unaired pilot. The first version, which had Adi Dubois, was the original Yellow Ranger, truly.
Now look, that's him.
Liverpool Latina. She was a great martial artist, awesome girl. She was a beast. So we filmed that, and we had headshots, and it was definitely more violent. And I sent it to the network. The network came back and said, "This is way too violent. We can't have this. Fix it." And so then we redid it. Audrey was gone by that point because we knew the network was going to pick it up if we fixed the violent issue. And Audrey was gone, and then Twee came in.
All right, so Audrey was the Latina Yellow Ranger, guys.
Who most of the world knows. And she became the Yellow Ranger for the first season. And all we did was we took out the headshot. So if you go back and watch the original unaired pilot, there's a scene where I'm kicking the crap out of Bulk in the bowling alley. And you see my foot come up. And you see his face, and then my foot will cut here, and then it'll pick back up on the other side, and you never see my foot make contact. But they left all the kicks in there. So the only time you actually see.
So fun fact, guys, Power Rangers were banned in several countries. One, because it said morphine, and they thought that was so close to morphine. And then two, because of the perceived violence.
See me touch him is when I kick him in the butt down a bowling alley. And he went all the way down the bowling alley because they put a skateboard in his shirt, and that's how he did it. So it's kind of cool.
Oh, wow. That's cool. So
Yeah.
why did Audrey get recast? Is there a story there, or did she just choose not to?
Money. She wanted more money, and she wasn't wrong.
Yeah,
so she stood for it first.
She wanted money. She wasn't wrong. She left and missed out on the biggest money of her lifetime. And sometimes, guys, you're like, hey, I'm not getting so much money up front. But now, look, JDF turned that money into a millionaire on the back end.
And her and Hein were actually really close. And when he fired her, he thought he was going to make examples and scare the rest of us into submission.
Love of my life.
And it worked on half of us. The other half of us, it didn't work.
Yeah, yeah. She told me we'll have to have her on because she also she went into that whole story with other promises that were made from Heim and other things. Additional
I just want to get to the part where he talks about JDF stabbing him in the back, and then we're gonna go to his genesis
shows and so forth that nothing came to fruition.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem to be a shock to me because I heard that with other Yellow Rangers and other people that left the show, and it's just it's embarrassing to say, you know, when someone that big makes promises that you don't stand on. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah. But okay, next question. Super chat. Raise them up high. All right, Bolton Diggs, one of our channel members. Did you regret leaving the show in 1994? And what was the last episode you filmed? And at what point in season 2 did you, Walter, and Twee decide to leave? That's like 3 questions in one.
That's a multi-layered question.
All right, so they're asking about did he regret leaving, guys? Remember, if you were here for the other stream, you saw this, but if you wasn't, this could be new to you. If you didn't see the Power Ranger playback, this could be new to you. But I'm trying to set the course because we're growing in chronological order of the interviews, guys, and the statements, all the way up to JDF's passing.
Yes. So let me ask the first part. Did you regret leaving the show in 1994?
No, I'm proud of it. We didn't just leave trying to make more money for the cast members. All 6 originally agreed to leave, and I told them that I wanted everyone, the cast, through behind the scenes, from the guy who swept the floor to the grips to best boy to light, all of them, makeup. Everybody should have been making more money, and that was my goal.
So he wanted to unionize, and it's admirable. But look, bro, you get money, like,
and I'm proud of what I stood for, and I wouldn't change that. I know Twee would still be proud of it, and I guarantee Walter is.
Yeah.
So we stood for something.
So basically, when you say we stood for something, you're saying everyone else didn't stand for shit. So that's just a roundabout way of saying it.
Yeah, I did. Absolutely. Yes. The second part is, and what was the last episode you filmed at what point in season 2? Do you remember your last episode?
It's really hard because at that point we were filming 2 to 3 episodes in a week. And I mean, you guys know it was all broken up. You know, there's Command Center Day where 2 or 3 episodes of Command Center are shot in a day or 2 with different wardrobe changes.
He about to get to the JDF stuff, guys.
I really have no idea. It would have been, they knew I was leaving. They knew they had already divided the team because Jason Frank had stabbed us in the back and had converted David Yost and Amy Jo, talked them into staying. So now the team was divided, and they had already promised him the White Ranger role because he wanted the leadership slot.
Okay, now he said, look, what you're about to see, guys, is every time Austin St. John does an interview, JDF does an interview. Austin does an interview, JDF does an interview, because they were still beefing like, nah, I'm not letting that shit. Look, JDF was not letting anything ride. Whatever Austin St. John say something, his name pop up, be like, oh hell no, oh hell no.
We would get it if I left. So it would have been right after he filmed the White Ranger episode, and 30 days prior to us going to Australia for the film. And they thought they could use the film as leverage to keep us. And I told them they could stick it. And we walked off set. So it would have been right in that last, like, this is a $40 million film. You're not going to walk off this. You know, this is all actors want in the world, is a big film like this. You'll be there for 6 months. And of course I wanted to go to Australia. I hadn't been. And, you know, we stuck to our guns.
Now look, they stuck to their guns. It's admirable. He left. Now let's get into the genesis, right? So remember, he does an interview. Now look, we're about to go to this one, right? And this is one of the most telling interviews ever. I don't know if you saw it. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen this interview with JDF, because it's not just an interview, it's a watch along. And typically watch alongs last longer, where it's like, hey guys, I'm gonna do a watch along. We're gonna all come together and we're gonna watch Power Rangers 30th, okay? And on this day, we're gonna watch Power Rangers 30th. We're gonna sync our TVs up, and then we're gonna watch, we're gonna pause it, we're gonna chat, we're gonna do all this good stuff, and it's an hour and a half. He chose Power. Now look, I know Chanzu saw it. Chanzo is a super JDF fan. Chad Billington, okay, y'all saw it. So if y'all saw it, do y'all remember what he said about unions? Do you remember what he said about unions? Just put yes or no, and I'll know. Do you remember what he said about unions and union films and leaving? That, look, only 2 of y'all saw this interview? Wow. Okay, so this is new for about 11,000 of y'all. Okay. Chad Billington, no. Okay, Chad. Wow. Okay, Nick knows. Okay, all right. So look, only about 4 of y'all know about this. Wow. See, this is what I'm talking about. JDF has so many like interviews where he's just dropping knowledge and not too many people are picking up on it. That is the craziest thing ever. And it's so pivotal. But he's first about to talk about the Gold Ranger and how it was dedicated to his brother, but his brother didn't get it for Austin St. John.
I worked with him when I was like 17. We did like carpet, we laid carpet, we did and all while I was in karate. We worked at a company called ProTech, and he was kind of the boss of it. So he said, hey, let me bring my little brother on. And I went on and came in to help him. And it was good money because it was carpet and all that other stuff. So I worked with him for, you know, a couple years, and he was in karate. I trained with him. So there's a lot of things. Being an actor is quite different than laying carpet and, you know, sparring and fighting. So that's why I picked this one, because I think it was more of sharing experience for people that want to become actors, something a little different, someone jumping into Zio right.
So he talking about his brother. I'm gonna fast forward to the 3-minute mark because that's where it starts.
It was going to go. We talked to people. We were saying, hey, let's put your brother out there. God, he looks just like you. He's, you know, and he was a good actor. And they put him out there to see if this is something they would do. And most probably at the same time during that, they were deciding which is going to be better, you know, because they couldn't get an instant audience reaction. So if they got an instant audio reaction, he most probably would have been the Gold Ranger. But then again, you know, Austin was popular and they brought him back as the Gold Ranger. So I think everyone was surprised. I knew what was going on at the time. I was really aiming and cheering for my brother. I think they made, although, you know, Austin is Austin, but I think they made a wrong decision at that time because my brother had that charisma. And like I said, audience couldn't really.
Charisma, guys, is so important. You cannot teach charisma. Either you have it or you don't. And JDF, I would say the biggest thing that separates him outside of popularity is charisma. So he's saying, hey, my brother had the charisma, but Austin St. John had the popularity. He had the familiarity with the fans. So, you know, it was kind of like a no-brainer situation where it's like, we got to give it to Austin because he's been around. He's putting the work, even though he left us on not the best terms, but he's been around.
Really feel it out. But when it played, and then years later, they're probably like, oh, that would have been interesting. Because Austin come back anytime. I mean, came back as Gold Ranger, came back into the movie. So I was really pulling for my brother. But again, there was some acting challenges and some challenges that my brother was going through, like most people, with the financial thing, which he shouldn't have gone there, especially with Saban. So I had to live it with several Rangers and live it out with my brother a little bit too. But it was interesting. It was fun working with my brother. And so that's the reason why I picked this. Also, the reason why I picked Zio is I'm wearing red.
So now we about to go to where he talks about leaving the show and how he felt about it. This is the most telling interview I found. Let me know if it's spot on for you.
I know how tough it is, and I went, oh, okay. Do you want to be an actor? Yeah, okay. The other day, I was looking up Regis and Kathy Lee, and I was looking at this stuff, and I read Wikipedia, and you know, it said that, you know, everybody kind of went on strike sort of thing, and me, Dave, and Amy, we pulled out the last minute and hosed some other people. That's not how it went. From day one, I did not want to risk it. Look, I'm 19 years old, making a lot of money. 20. There was one point where I was making like $50,000-$60,000. I wrote a check for taxes for $212,000. I wrote a check one year for that. So it was like, you know. So for me, I wasn't eating peanuts. I came from.
That's a jab. He's basically saying Austin St. John was eating peanuts and he was getting money.
You know, owning a karate school, laying carpet. I had 18 jobs before I started. So being in the lights and acting and actually getting paid and doing karate and being a superhero, it was a win-win. And that's why I met Bat in the Sun. It was all free. I told Aaron, I'll come for free. I'll come for free. Bloodshot, I'll do it for free.
So he's like, look, I'll do it for free, which if you're in a union, you can't work for free. If you're part of SAG, you can't work for free. So this tells me everything I know about like JDF, like, dude, I'm making money. Why the hell would I leave? Look, You can leave. I'm staying. My contract ain't like your contract. It's different. We different over here.
Very
After
lucky.
Huge Bloodshot. I'm not gonna lie, I like you better than no offense, Vin Diesel, but I do like you better than Vin Diesel as Bloodshot.
Well, thank you, man. And I thought what Aaron did is I thought that it looked like straight out of comic books. It looked like the characters jumped at you, and you got a little bit of everything. And then when me and Ciara got booted off the panel in New York, that's a whole different story. They just wanted to ban me and Ciara. They put a cease and desist for like $1 million. I'm like, guys, I just paid $500 for a Valiant jacket that.
Now, Brent don't got the inside scoop. They they say favorite nations, but it's okay.
I have in the closet. I go all out of the way. So that's why with Aaron, I just always work for free. I honestly, as crazy as it sounds, I love the fans and I see the bigger picture. My karate schools is the business thing. People ask, oh, what did you do here? You get royalties. I made.
Oh, look, he's always plugging his karate school, but he's about to talk about the union stuff, I believe, in the next minute or so, and then we're gonna go into how Austin St. John got the job.
Millions on karate schools because I'm passionate, and anytime my students can quit anytime. So I didn't lock anyone in long-term agreements. I've made millions from that. So this was just fun. Comic-Cons were just fun. I didn't have to make a living on it, which therefore it became fun, but challenging and hard at the same time. 6 days a week, non-union shows, no rules, but I like it that way.
So he liked it that way, that they were working 6 days a week, non-union rules, and he liked it that way. So when Austin St. John says JDF said he was leaving, I'm like, dude, this contradicts everything you're saying.
Me and Bat in the Sun shot non-union, superpower beatdown, and all of a sudden we turned union on Valiant, and I didn't like it because I told Aaron, what are we doing? Taking a break for what? We're gonna give the crew break. I'm like, this ain't Bat in the Sun. Bat in the Sun has worked 15 hours. It's called super body beatdown. You know what I mean? And so it was different, but again, it was non-union. Some seasons were union, very low budget union. For me, I didn't care. I got a chance to work on set with my brother. That we got into a lot of trouble in the snowboarding that episode because he.
All right, now that's it for that. This is it. They end up going into the movies. Now let's talk about Austin St. John, his interview. Right, fair use to Coliseum Forum. Now look, follow the dates, guys. Follow the dates. Follow the dates. This is November 19th, 2020. November 19th, 2020. The earliest one was in April. We're working our way through, guys. You know I like to go in chronological order with things. And it's only 2 or 3 parts we got to listen to in this interview. We're not listening to it all. And then, of course, after Austin St. John's on Coliseum interview, JDF comes with one right back real quick. 1 month later, December 2020. And then like stuff started going downhill pretty quickly. We'll get to it. So he's about to talk about his audition, and I'm sure some of y'all are super big fans. Yes, Chanzo, these Coliseum interviews are so good. They are, but not too many people know them. Even the last interview, people are like, "Yo, can you send me the link to that interview?" I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I could potentially do it." So look, for the people who wanted the interview to the last one, I'll copy the link. This is the last interview I covered, and you only got to watch the first 10 minutes, and that's where he's talking about the brother and everything else. But let's go to the Coliseum interviews because I would love it too, man. I would love it too. I truly like the way you interview people. Yeah, now look, I wouldn't come in hot with Austin St. John, but look, we got to talk about some of this stuff JDF was saying. We got to get some answers. I know has some other things going on personally. I know we couldn't talk about the case, but I'm gonna tell you about the case at the end. Like after this, we got interview. He gets arrested. JDF talks. He talks. And then y'all gonna come up. So hopefully like 20 more minutes. All right, so let's get into it without I don't want to belabor the point too much. Let me make this full screen. And here we go.
And he said, I'll bet you $20 you won't be wasting your time if you go to this audition. So I thought, I'll take the $20. That's gas money for a week. I mean, gas at the time was 89 cents a gallon.
Sure.
You know, that's gas money for a week. And baloney, I could drive to LA 2 hours from Whittier, depending on traffic. Probably not anymore, but then it was. And
so basically someone bet him, I think at his high school, to go do this open audition, $20. And remember what he said, $20 is a lot of money. He about to go into it, but $600 wasn't.
And I'm good to go. Yeah, I'll take you $20. I went to LA, 5 auditions later. I was famous in 40 countries and 90 languages around the world. And I lost $20.
What's that?
And I lost $20.
And I mean, that's a fair trade though. Like that's one of those times where you're like, $20 is $20 at that point.
Yeah. I mean, it was reasonable.
So I mean, this is your first acting audition ever.
So he gets the audition, he gets the job. He didn't even want to act. You about to hear him say it right now.
You get it. I mean, they're like, yeah, you're Jason.
I mean, I had done some practice auditions, but it was my first legitimate audition ever. It's the sort of lucky stardom stupidity that you hear about in the world of Hollywood around the world, but it is so rare in reality.
Yes, hell yeah.
Especially, you know, after all these years in and around the industry, even with my multi-decade break and my return to it, I can tell you it is so extraordinarily rare. I appreciate it even more now than I did then.
Really?
Fair use. That he got the opportunity of a lifetime, guys. You have no idea. And look at Blake saying he never got over that $20. Yeah, man, because he's about money. Like Austin St. John is about money. I wonder what he charged me for an interview. I wonder what's his rate. What do you guys think his rate is for an interview? Put it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, put in the chat how much you would pay for an Austin St. John interview, like 1 hour, Austin St. John. How much do you think is worth?
Anybody else. And I know a lot of folks that have some fame, notoriety, whatever you want to call it. None of them have my background. And that's just in the audition process, much less the other things I've done. So it's
Cheyenne.
It's pretty rare. I don't know anybody that's been a one and done and hired on the #1 show in the world for
oh my god, y'all be
almost a decade and then a resurgence for 30 years. They've been asking me to come back every year for 18 years and I couldn't because I was doing other things overseas. And
all right, so he said he couldn't because someone said enough to, he was overseas. Well, what happens when you go overseas, when you contract with the government? You can't break that contract. You can't break it. Look at y'all. Y'all would pay him $600 for an hour of his time. Goddamn. All right, let's keep it going.
I had a lot of other work going on,
but let's get into
when I finally did return.
Throws the shade.
That was 1.5 years ago, and that was my first return in 18 years.
All right, so he returned after 18 years, and you know, so this is where he throws some major shade, I believe.
Tried out as the Blue Ranger.
Here we go.
Just a colossal idiot, but I would love to meet one of the colossal idiots. I mean,
hold on.
Into leaving the show because they paid us so horribly.
All right, sorry, guys.
I was young, but I was tired. And
he's talking about why he left the show.
You know, it just kind of went from there. So understanding in that first year how big the show had gotten was really anticlimactic because I can remember the director, or not the producer, the producer, Jonathan Zakora, came down the stairs and Walter Jones and I were sitting, we both were in our suits. It was late at night. I think we were the last 2 guys on set as far as the lead.
He's talking like, oh.
What they didn't want to do is they wanted to be very careful. They didn't want any of the actors to understand how much we brought to the show.
So he introduced the theory that management didn't want them to know how important they were to the show. Like,
absolutely.
They don't want to give us that power. So that became very important later when I talked the entire cast into leaving the show because they paid us so horribly.
Yeah, I've read about that, and I didn't know if you'd be really comfortable talking about that stuff. I mean, we can jump into it if you'd like.
Hell no. Look, Austin, you come on this damn show, we're talking about that. We're going to spend a lot of time on it because it's so murky. And guess what, guys? I will pin his ass down on this. Hey, did Walter say yes? I need a yes or no. Did Kimberly say yes? Did Amy Jo say yes? I need a yes or no. Did David say yes or no? Like, how did you approach them with this Jerry Maguire type idea? Who's coming with me? Did you have meetings in secret? Who are coming with you? Because obviously, like he talks about being homeless. I need to know everyone who came with you. Did you get it in writing? Did Saban know you was trying to form a union?
I'll talk about anything. I have no qualms.
Yeah. Again, you know, you get older and those things you loved as a kid, you're like, hey, I wonder what's going on with that. And I don't know. Have you ever heard any crazy rumors about what allegedly you did after you left?
Oh, all right. We gonna break it right here. Because he did allegedly do corn. Okay, and by corn, I mean corn with a P. Corn with a P. All right, I'll open it up for you guys, and I'll share it. Here we go, right here. So
the red power.
It was a rumor that he did corn. All right. And this will liven it up a little bit. And then we're going to go into JDF's rebuttal. And then we're going to get to the, so there was a rumor back in the day that he did corn. It was, reading rainbow porn. Corn.
Power Ranger did not do porn. Much like the whisperings of Marilyn Manson having his ribs removed so he could, this was merely a rumor. Here's what really happened.
All right, so they like breaking it down like, hey, he did not do corn. This is what really happened. And it was same-sex corn.
22 years ago, a blog called Delisted published a piece titled From Power Ranger to Porn Star. And obviously we believed it because it was the year 2000. In reality, the porn star...
All right, so here is his doppelganger, guys. And actually, he said this was deep faked or whatever. He was the first guy who was deep faked. When you do red, you can't go back. Oh my god. It's corn. It has the juice.
It was not Red Ranger actor Austin St. John, but someone who looked a lot like him, an adult film star known as Brock. To make matters,
there's Brock, guys. That's not Austin St. John. That's Brock. Okay, but it looks like Austin St. John.
There's worse. The adult film star leaned into the rumors because let's be honest, who would you rather watch? Some dude named Brock or the guy who used to play the Red Power Ranger? So no, Austin St. John did not do it.
Look, Cheyenne want to see the research. If someone finds this video, share it for research, please. Oh my god.
He still attends Comic-Cons and signings. He was also recently arrested for trying to defraud COVID relief programs in 2020. The more you know.
All right.
No, the Red Power Ranger did not do porn. Much like the whisperings of Marilyn Manson having his ribs removed so he could, this was merely a rumor. Here's what really happened. 22 years ago.
Fair use. This was 22 years ago, guys.
A blog called Delisted published a piece titled From Power Ranger to Porn Star. And obviously we believed it because it was the year 2000. In reality, the porn star was not Red Ranger actor Austin St. John, but someone who looked a lot like him, an adult film star known as Brock. To make matters worse, the adult film star leaned into the rumors because let's be honest, who would you rather watch? Some dude named Brock or the guy who used to play the Red Power Ranger? So no, Austin St. John did not do porn. He still attends Comic-Cons and signings. He was also recently arrested for trying to defraud.
All right, so we got that part. Let's go back to what he says about it, guys. Sometimes I gotta liven it up just a little bit, guys, because it be getting a little heavy. It be getting a little heavy, and I'd be like, "Look, man, we ain't trying to be too heavy over here. We crack jokes, we have fun, we laugh, we do all that. I don't want people over here like,
what is going on?
Like, imagine if you just joined the stream at that moment, and they like, I'm like, Austin St. John, he didn't do corn with a P. And they like, what type of, who is this HenryResilient guy? Corn with a P? Like, what? Same-sex corn? Like, what? Get me out of here. So I just be trying to like liven it up just a little bit. But if you came in when I said that, you probably like, I thought this was about Austin St. John. I didn't know we were talking about corn. Anyway, y'all want to see the research? Y'all, wow. Y'all are Oh, anyway, let's get back to it. Is that demorphing? Oh my goodness. Hey, I love y'all, man. For
I've
real.
seen a lot of stuff that's been put out about me in the 20 years I was gone from the scene, including social media. But you know, I always consider the source, and that explains it.
So, you know, I think I was in college, and somebody was like, "You ever know what happened to the Red Power Ranger?" I'm like, "No, what happened to him?" And then he's like, "Oh, he's an adult film star now." And it's like, what?
For gay porn.
Yeah, I just heard you were in just porn. I just heard you were a porn guy, and so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go look.
That too.
I gotta go find this.
So look, even the guy is like, wait a minute. Is ASJ doing? Is he? How much is he blowing some? Is he? I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna take it to a very dark place, guys, about him and another Ranger, but I digress.
And, no, it turns out, surprise, you're a paramedic in like DC or something at this point.
Yeah.
And then
from the terrible cut and paste job where they put my head from a fight scene on TV series on the body of this gay porn star named Brock. And,
so we just saw Brock, guys.
I mean, I couldn't even take it serious. I laughed, and I was like, anybody that buys this is just a colossal idiot. But I would love to meet one of the colossal idiots. I mean, any of them.
Sure. So let's talk about this a little bit, because I mean, you guys did get a really raw deal.
All right, now he's about to throw some major shade to JDF. He about to call him Frank Dushe or something.
I mean, you are the #1 show. I mean, any guy that's my age knows who every one of you guys are. It's just, you can't dispute that. Like, you are our heroes growing up. I mean, you know, some guys will talk about, like, if they grew up in the 70s, like the Hulk TV show, right? Like Bruce Bigsby. That was their guy. But you get to, if you're born in the mid to late 80s, like, you're our Bruce Bigsby. You are our guy. Like, you're our hero, right?
Yeah, I'm happy y'all laughing. I'm happy y'all laughing.
And correct me if I'm wrong on any of these details, because like I love this show so much. I've done a lot of research on you guys, but essentially, if I understand correctly, you guys didn't have any union or guild protections. You guys worked outside of the Actors
Guild.
Guild.
It was owned by Haim Saban. We filmed in LA. He bought it from the Japanese show owners in the late 70s or 80s, tried to make it big in the 80s. The show failed miserably, tried again in the 90s. It succeeded massively with the first 5. And
the first 5.
You know that.
Like, yo, notice how he'll always go back to the first 5, guys. He'll always go back to the first 5.
David Yost tried out to be the Red Ranger, and that didn't work out. He went back, tried out as the Blue Ranger, smashing success. I know Jason Frank tried out to be the Red Ranger, failed miserably.
Now look, Jason Frank tried out to be the Red Ranger. He said failed miserably. This is how you know it's like a grudge match. Like, dude, this is about 28 years later, and you're still throwing shots. Still throwing shots, like, bruh. This is how you know it's beef. Corn.
And they hired him later to be the Green Ranger. And then later, when I made it clear that us being non-union, the cast and the crew, in front of and behind the camera, everybody, that was unacceptable. My paycheck, all of our paycheck, we were what was called favored nations, was $611.22 per week.
That's what I reported.
At least based on what I claimed in taxes, that's what mine was. Right. And I told everybody, I said, this is wrong. The show made $1 billion with a B the first year.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to.
Entitlement, guys. Don't ever fall for it. Don't ever fall for entitlement. You make an agreement, you just honor it, and then on the next one you re-up.
Play this game. To hell with you guys. I said, let's all band together. Let's walk off the show and convince him. I didn't need to be a millionaire, but I wanted to be able to help my mom get dental care. I believed in standing up for what I believed was right. I couldn't help my mom get groceries. I was living with Walter Jones, my co-star, and 2 stunt guys in a house in Glendale trying to save extra money.
Right.
Could I have lived alone? Sure.
All right. So those are the people who left with him.
But I wanted to live with the others so I could save money.
Right.
And they wouldn't do it.
Man.
And then at the end, they cut Jason, Frank, Amy, and Dave cut a side deal, probably through Frank, where after they all promised to walk with us and band together, it was only Walter Twee and I that had the balls to stand up for what was right. And now the Franken douche
you heard that
says to the world, You got to have thick skin if you're in Hollywood.
Franken douche, guys. Franken douche. Like I'll replay it.
In Glendale, trying to save extra money.
Right.
Could I have lived alone? Sure. But I wanted to live with the others so I could save money.
Right.
And they wouldn't do it. And then at the end, they cut Jason, Frank, Amy, and Dave cut a side deal, probably through Frank, where after they all promised to walk with us and band together, it was only Walter Twee and I that had the balls to stand up for what was right.
It's bitterness,
And now
guys.
the Franken douche says to the world, you got to have thick skin if you're in Hollywood. Okay. Or you can have no standards.
Sure.
You see?
Absolutely.
So you see this? You can stand for something or have no standards. He's just doubling down. Now look, Jason was like, he ain't letting that shit slide. He was like, hey, he hit him up immediately, expeditiously, and was like, yo, I need to be on your channel to do an interview. And if you Coliseum, you like, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. You can come on, whatever you want to talk about. And like, hey, well, what do you want to talk about? Oh, we got to talk about Austin St. John. I saw him on your interview, straight lying through his teeth. Well, he don't say it. Now JDF is more tame, guys. He's tame right here. And we going to get to it. I got to make sure I got my timestamps right. Because I don't want you guys to miss anything. All right, so we started right here. Where we at?
And basic lines. I read Zordon. I read all. I had no clue. I knew it was a Ranger, a Green Ranger.
So he's talking about the interview. He's talking about the interview. I mean, the audition, his audition, guys.
And I thought it was a Forest Ranger. I had no clue what was going on.
Right.
I literally, no lie, I'm doing karate. I'm winning national champions, and I think, okay, now I'm gonna go and I'm gonna fight with Smokey the Bear. That's it. I'm the Ranger. Texas Ranger didn't exist back then.
Right.
So I go there and I had to get a fax. It was the fax. They faxed more paperwork, and I was at my karate school because I owned a school. I owned a school before just about when I was 18.
Okay.
And I sold my whole comic book collection that I loved for my franchise fee. So comic books are gone now. I believe in myself. I have a karate school. He gives me the audition. I have to go run next door to get a fax. So I run next door, get a fax, slip, kind of cracked my foot a bit. And I was in San Dimas, and I never forget kids that don't know what a fax.
Wait. You mean to tell me JDF went across the street and he didn't see some woman getting robbed, beat up the mugger, sign some autographs, and then come back to the audition? What? Because we know Austin St. John did that. He was on his way. He saw some girl getting mugged in the alley, just like you see in the movie where like Daredevil and Batman just look in the alley like, oh no, she's getting robbed. Let me go intervene. So you mean to tell me Jason just went across the street all, with no interruptions, sprained his ankle and just came back? Like, come on, Jason, you ain't see that girl getting robbed. You ain't kicked that man through the glass. The police ain't want your autograph. What the hell's going on, man? He like, yo, the show ain't even get filmed yet. What are you talking about, Henry? I'm like, yo, Austin St. John said he did that. What are you talking about, Jason? You must be lying, man. What the hell's going on?
This machine is. It makes very strange noises. And then a little paper comes out. And you get it. So anyway, that's not even part of the story. But I was injured, and the doctor said, man, you got to fix your foot. And I said, I have no time for that. So I went right into an audition. And I was sitting up there. And I saw very limited. I'm not talking a lot of people. I saw hardly any guys there. But who I did see was people dressed in gis and their belts were tied wrong. So again, a true martial artist is one that never brags and one that never talks. So I went in there. I used to compete. I looked around and I said, oh, in my head, his belt's tied wrong. Looking at these guys do karate. Oh, he stinks. I'm thinking in my head, I got this. This is something that I'm going to go in there and I'm going to read these lines.
So basically, look, game recognized game. And JDF went there and it was like, y'all not looking familiar at all. Y'all belts is wrong. Y'all not even saying y'all kiosks right. Like, what the hell is going on? I got this in the bag.
Yeah, I had cotton mouth. I was, worried, scared a little bit. Acting was, something I always wanted to do my whole life. And this is my shot. You get one shot. And I had a few auditions before, but I nailed this audition. So I didn't have to go through thousands of auditions.
Right.
So I go in there and I say my lines. And they said, good. Can you come back tomorrow? And I asked a little bit more about the show, and they had a pilot. They already shot a pilot, and I didn't know exactly what a pilot was, so I asked, and they
Yo, he like, what the hell is a pilot? You mean like the guy who flies the plane? They like, no, man, the pilot. Like, you mean the thing that's on the stove that you keep lit, so when you turn on the the burner, it just it lights up, like the pilot? No, you mean the thing in the furnace that's always lit, so when you turn on the heat, he's like, no, a pilot. Like, look, he's just so green. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitch.
They said, well, it's a pilot, you film, and that's when, Austin, all those guys rent it, and another Yellow Ranger that I did not know. And the pilot will come up in a little bit to actually watch it. So I had no clue what was going on. I went back the next day with a ton of girls. There was like 20 girls. Now, I'm the only guy that got called back, so it's me. Like, I killed the audition. I went in there, and I said my lines, and then,
yo, Jason. Yo, you look, Jason. What's going on, man? Jason. Yo, you see the move? Look, we gotta run that back. Because we gotta see how he was in the interview. Like, yo, I'd be like, yo, so how was you in the interview? And what does Chanzo say? Look, his memory is spot on. I think this is in the interview where he said he helped Twee get her audition. They were close. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right, Chanzo. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, man.
And that's when Austin, all those guys rent it, and another Yellow Ranger that I did not know. And the pilot will come up in a little bit to actually watch it. So I had no clue what was going on. I went back the next day with a ton of girls. It was like 20 girls. Now, I'm the only guy that got called back, so it's me.
Okay, guys, we need to follow along, and we need to mimic JDF's moves. Okay, make sure you back from the computer or wherever you at. Don't be smacking people, but you need to be at least, arm's reach away when you practice these moves, guys.
Like, I killed the audition. I went in there, and I said my lines, and then no one's heard of those key eyes before, because a key eye is not key eye. If you're, a true martial artist, a key eye is from the inside. That helps tighten up your stomach.
Yeah. Yeah, like
here. So if you see some wall, pretty scared a little bit, acting was facts. So I run next door, get a fax.
Hold on, I got to
slip,
get back to the key.
and that's when Austin, all those guys rent it, and key eye. If you're a true martial artist, a key eye is from the inside. That helps tighten up your stomach.
Yeah.
So when I would see people in the audition go key eye, I said they're not a real martial artist. So anyway, I went in there, and there was like 20 girls.
Can I actually interrupt you really quickly? Because that's
why does it keep doing this?
Like, I killed the audition. I went in there.
Oh,
I said my lines, and then no one's heard of those key eyes before, because a key eye is not key eye. If you're a true martial artist, a key eye is from the inside. That helps tighten up your stomach.
Yeah.
So when I would see people in the audition go key eye, I said they're not a real martial artist. So anyway, I went in there, and there was like 20 girls.
Can I actually interrupt you really quickly? Because that's something I wanted to ask you about. When everybody on the show, when they're fighting, and a lot of it, I know you guys did an ADR where you
So he's about to ask about it, but we're about to get to the part where he helps Twee get her role.
Did voiceover, but your fight, I don't know what you would call them, your fighting sounds are very distinct. And listen, I've been imitating them since I was 9 years old, but it's like, yeah, right? That's you.
Yep,
Where does that come from?
Yep. Well, so the key eyes came from my instructor. And as an instructor, there's a lot of schools that teach you move, hiya.
So we're gonna get to the part where he talks about Twee. It's at the 16-minute mark.
Jump on a table and own it. And she literally went in there, jumped on the table, owned it, and did this routine with 20 girls in there.
Right.
Saban and everyone said, hey, we think you're great. And I was like, well, do I have the role? Or, they said, we need you to go out there and pick a girl, and we need you to teach her a routine, because when you come in, you got to do a routine. So most actors don't know what to do. They're 1, 2. I mean, I have katas left and right. I'm at that time, young black belt. I was a young master at 4th degree black belt at that time. I could do any moves anytime, and I could entertain you from 30 seconds to 5 minutes of nonstop action. The problem is these girls were coming in, and they were doing one move, in one move. And Saban was like, we can't really see their karate skills. And I said, well, a lot of them don't have skills.
Oh my
They don't
God.
train. He goes, go pick someone. So I picked Tweet. I said, hey, let me teach you a routine. And her style that I wanted to teach her because it was easier is just to flow, and really, really flow the motion. So I picked her. And someone that represented her agent said, go in there, jump on the table and own it. And she literally went in there, jumped on the table, owned it, and did this routine that I helped her and showed her, and we both got hired. Now, I'll go into the pilot. We both got hired. I have no clue what's going on. I heard they said Green Ranger, and I said, oh, don't know what that is. And
all right, so he helps Tweet get the job, guys. He helps Tweet get the job.
And it was already casted. I don't know what the other cast, they went through. I guess Dave, I did talk to Dave. He did do like 3 auditions. I guess he did audition for the Red Ranger. I never did.
No, you say Dave, you mean
casted.
David Yost, the
David
original
Yost,
Blue Ranger.
Yeah, I guess he auditioned 3 times. Me, I auditioned once, and it was like, how can I audition for the Red Ranger when the series was already going? They already filmed the pilot.
That is an accurate thing to say on JDF's end. If they already filmed the pilot, how did he audition for the Red Ranger? Because that's what Austin St. John said. He's like, no, he auditioned for the Red Ranger and did horribly. And I'm like, horribly? Horribly, man. It was bad. I'm like, did you see the tape? He like, nope.
So that's like a rumor on the internet. And I know other people talk about it, but that's incorrect. And so anyway, I talked to Dave because he's like my best.
Anyway, he said that's a rumor on the internet, and other people said, because look, when you beefing with somebody, you're not gonna say like, yeah, Austin said that. Look, 10 years ago, he'd be like, yo, Austin said I interviewed for the Red Ranger. That was straight cap. And when I see him, it's on site. He been ducking me for a decade, and I'm gonna have to give him the beats. But no, this is refined JDF. This is not like amped up JDF with like, yo, when I see him, I'm gonna smack him. I bet not see him at a con with me. This is refined JDF. Now we're gonna go to the part where he talked about the union stuff, and that is at the 23:35 mark, and then we're gonna get into Austin St. John getting arrested, and then it's pretty much downhill. But we're not even gonna go to the union stuff. Like you guys know that it was what it was. Now look, here is the original statement, guys. But what do y'all think about that? Like, you like the beef? The beef was still going on, man. The beef never died. It never died. And that interview is so good on Coliseum. But this right here, this is the state's website. Okay. This is the state's website. And it says 18 people arrested, charged in East Texas with the paycheck, the PPP fraud. And everyone knows about the PPP fraud. This where, you had girls they starting up their business, getting their LLC, going to get that BBL. And then they saying, well, Francis worked for me. Francis out here. She was like, should I get the BBL or no? She was like, nope. she opted not to get the BBL, guys. But everyone was doing it. You saw people getting like these $1 million checks. So what does this say? This is a fancy way of saying 19 individuals. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger for you guys so you guys can see it. Basically, this is the official statement from the state on May 18th, 2022. Okay. So yeah, Francis don't got a BBL, guys. She does not have a BBL. Do you think, should she get the BBL? I don't know. She been thirst trapping. Her likes might her likes might go up. Anyway. So these people were indicted, and look at this. Look. When they put it out, Plano, Texas, 19 individuals have been named in a federal indictment charging them with these violations of Texas Eastern District Court by U.S. Attorney Brent Featherson today. And look, when you get these Fed charges, they have a 97% conviction rate. Okay, I never believed the PP is free. Hell no, it ain't free. But some people, if you did right by the PPP, it was free. It was free. All you had to do was have employees. And the more employees you had, the more money you got. So what people was like, they was like, well, look, I got HenryResilient Productions. We got Francis working for me. I got Cheyenne working for me. I got Sam working for me. I got Blake. I got Jimmy Woo. All these people are my employees. And Jimmy like, yo, Henry, I damn sure don't work for you, man. Like, what you talking? Like, look, Jimmy, just relax, man. I'm gonna break you off, but for now, you guys work for me, okay? And so, what happened was people were lying, saying all them people work for them, collecting all the money, not putting it back into the business, not paying out their employees, buying Gucci belts, buying Ferraris, buying houses, buying Power Ranger, original morphers, buying dates with women, all that good stuff, looking at Brock through his. Like, is that Austin St. John or is that Brock? You like, I don't know. But, Cheyenne was watching like, it looks like Brock to me. But anyway, here's his name right here, guys. Here's his name. And look, they do him dirty. Jason Lawrence Geiger, a.k.a. Austin St. John, a.k.a. the Red Ranger, 47 of McKinney. All right, now look. They list all these people, and you like, Henry, what the hell is going to happen? Because we close to the end, guys. We close to the end of the beef. Is still eternal, but I'll also have a Tammy. I spoke with Tammy today. She did speak on the beef, and I'll give you that at the end. So of course, TMZ, he gets arrested. He puts out this statement, guys. He puts out this statement right here. We're not gonna read it from this page, but let's see, because if I make it bigger, it just doesn't work out. Okay, it doesn't work out. You can see it on the right. Let's see. I think TMZ had it better, though. TMZ had it better. They like, look, man, they kicked in the door, pumped in the 4-4. All he said was, FBI, don't hit me no more. Yeah, guns drawn. There goes our guy. There's our hero. He posted the statement. He's a father, husband, role model, friend to many. The indictment detailed today is populated by a multitude of individuals, the majority of which Austin St. John has no knowledge of and has never met or interacted with. It is our understanding that Austin put his faith in reputation and finances in the hands of third parties whose goals were self-centered and ultimately manipulated and betrayed his trust. So what is he saying? It's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's. He's blaming Jermaine. He's blaming Jermaine. We expect Austin's legal team to successfully defend these charges and lead to his ultimate exoneration. We ask that you respect his privacy of his family in light of the serious situation, and thank you for his support. Now, look, I ain't did nothing into his family. I didn't do anything. Like, me and Austin St. John, we do got some stuff in common. We're both fathers. We are both girl dads. And here's the thing. If he did it, it's messed up. It is messed up. And of course, who came out firing? Who came out like, yo, who came out the woodwork? Like, if this is true, what did JDF do? Now look, I got a post and delete from JDF. That's right, guys. I have a post and delete of JDF speaking on what the hell happened. And here we go, right here. So he puts out this statement. JDF takes no time. No time. That's his statement. And what does JDF say? He posted on his TikTok and then deleted it. And then we're going to get to his well thought out response, because this is emotional, guys. This is emotional on JDF's part. He said, hard to believe he was stealing from the PPP and I was giving from my Power Ranger protection program, left over $600,000 in merchandise signed for the shops. The stain business in sale. I can rest my head on the end of the pillow. I don't want to believe the news, but some people just don't change. Proven innocent until proof and guilty. Let's give them that. So look, granted, he put this out and then he deleted it. And then of course, right? Of course.
And St. John was one of the ones that helped.
Fair use to this guy. His content is actually pretty good. I got to get to it where he talked, because not only did he put out that statement, he also went live and addressed it live. So fair use.
And watch how he literally just hates.
Ideologies is starting to.
So
it's like rivalry.
They do have a rivalry. Shout out to Fair Use.
So I was curious. I feel like the world of Power Ranger fans were curious. And shout out to my boy Steve. He actually sent me a video of a live stream that Jason David Frank was doing.
Dig,
See,
bro.
the allergies are starting to kick.
Yeah.
Starting to kick in. He sent me a video that Jason David Frank was doing a live stream. He actually
Now look, is this a toxic one? People are like, yo, I think this was a toxic one. No. Austin St. John had so much smoke for him leading up to his arrest. So much smoke. And JDF was like, yo.
he made some content, which I found very, very interesting. So let's give that a watch real quick.
I want you to watch that for one reason. Watch his old interview and watch how he literally just hates me. Watch my interview on Comics Coliseum. And when you watch it, tell me now's the opportunity where I could jab, and I'm not going to. Here's what I'm going to tell you. When this comes out and he talks, forgive him. Straight up. People make mistakes. Certain people know how he is and all. Yeah, I'm too nice. It's just the way it is. Forgive him. Make your own judgments. Do not let it destroy your childhood dreams of Power Rangers. Okay?
Facts.
We all make mistakes. Thank you for telling me it's time's up. Now, with that.
Now look, yeah, I know he came in all like, hey, we go nice, we give him his grace, but thank you for telling me his time's up. And Cheyenne, like, I ain't here for none of that. And shout out to my guy Does Productions. He said, hey, off topic, do you think you would talk about the possible TikTok ban? Yeah, I mean, because you sent the super chat at the end, I'll definitely talk about the TikTok ban. And I've done this before. Like, if you want me to talk about something off topic after I get through the content at the end of the stream, you send a super chat, I'll talk about it. Definitely, we'll talk about the TikTok ban at the end. All right, so there's the shot.
Now, I found that super, super interesting.
Now, it is really interesting, as he's about to say, because he pulls the receipts on his ass. He pulls up the receipts when he calls them Franken douche. And we're not going to watch the receipts. But look, what does Austin St. John do? Remember, JDF talk, Austin St. John got it. He hitting you.
Hey guys, what's up?
This is his apology, where he does a live stream. And we're going to go to the 3-minute mark because he's going to address the fans. And then we're going to go to the 11-minute mark where he addresses Austin St. John, JDF. So this is after he got arrested. Boom.
I am home. I am safe. I am with the people that matter most.
Fair use. Fair use, guys. Fair use to Austin St. John.
Have a very positive.
He said, "No, I showed the receipts, bro." Yo, Nick is so smart, guys. When I tell you he's a comment king, he is the king. He's one of the kings of the comment section. I've seen it in our live action. He was going full tilt on the
Simp podcast.
He was going full tilt on the Simp podcast. But anyway,
look, I'm on my ability to defend myself, and that is exactly what I will. I will fight this thing to the bitter end, and I will not go down. I will not go down without a fight. And those of you who know me personally, you know better.
Okay, we know better.
Those of you who are the poison pills out there.
Poison pills.
Well, you do you, man. I wish you the best too.
And you know what? Shout out to Austin St. John for sending the poison pills. Poison pills are the people who just gonna run with the story and say he's guilty until proven innocent. And you know, we got the flat earth section. It happens with the flat earthers. But I don't wish no hate or harm on anybody. I don't care. People hate me. People be making videos about me. Meanwhile, they got Simp tattooed on their arm. Could you believe it?
This weekend I will be at
all right, so he's always promoting, but now let's go to the part where he talks about JDF. It's right here. And there we go. So at 11 minutes, he about to talk about JDF.
Many of us are
Let's just go back just a little.
It astounds me that they don't see the stupidity of some of the things that are.
Oh, sorry. Let me go back to the 10 minutes.
This is an army. You know, it is an army. We are an army.
Yeah. Hey,
and
to everyone who joined the Resilient Army and became members today. I see y'all dropping the emojis in the chat. I appreciate y'all.
It's not an army against this case. It's not an army against the indictment. This is an army of the educated trying to find the facts and being patient enough and courageous enough to stand behind things that they believe in.
Now, look, I'm not laughing at Austin St. John. I'm laughing at Bougie Cat's comment because he caught what I said. Every stream, guys, there's little messages in there for the simps who be watching me, for the trolls, for the flat earthers. I share personal things without sharing personal things. And Bougie, since he's smart, he catches on to a lot of things.
Anybody can go with the first news reports and roll over, and that's okay. And like I said, there are people out there who posted and said things that it's kind of comical. And it astounds me that they don't see the stupidity of some of the things that they do, because they'll sit there and bash on me only long enough to turn around and gloat on themselves and how great they are. And they think that the majority of us are mindless enough to not see the glaring hypocrisy, but that's okay. You know, there's a lot of poison pills in the world. You got to let them be what they are. They just give me a laugh, and I let them go. In time, I will get this straightened out. I am on the road. I will be going to my conventions. All of that is being worked out by my legal team. You will see me at Dallas-Fort Worth this weekend. Again, I will not be answering questions on the.
All right, so he's not. And shout out to Nerd Affiliated, guys. He said, thanks for showing off his channel. Thank you for fair use in that content. Let me go to your channel, and guys, go over to Nerd Affiliated. I'm gonna share his channel. Let's help him get some subs. I don't know if he's still doing. Are you still creating content? It looks like he got Nerd Affiliate. I gotta figure out how to share this screen. Give me a second, guys. So basically, this is him throwing shots at here. I'll just go right here. Copy. Shout out to Nerd Affiliated for the donation. I appreciate you. And we're gonna put his channel in the chat. So go on over there and subscribe to his channel, guys. That's his content. I'll be fair use, and I fair use a lot of people's stuff. And that was his response to JDF. Now, here's the thing, guys. You guys remember Wesley Snipes? Do you remember Wesley Snipes? What happened with Wesley Snipes? Does anyone know what happened to Wesley Snipes? Because everyone wants to. What's going to happen with Austin St. John? Okay, yes, he can travel only through the United States. And as a result of him only being able to travel in the United States, he couldn't make it for the 30th, which required him to go to New Zealand. So there's that. And my internet be jumping. I have no idea why it just randomly switches from whatchamacallit. So remember what happened to Wesley Snipes? This is from Forbes. This is an article. 10 notorious tax cheats. Wesley Snipes hired tax professional, but still was jailed. You like, yo, what the yo, Wesley, what happened? Okay, we gonna go through this because people are like, what's going to happen to Austin St. John? He's innocent until proven guilty, but the feds don't miss, guys. They do not miss. And once you get caught up in that Fed trap, it is gonna be hard. I love when y'all spam them custom emojis. I do. I appreciate all the members and all y'all got the green HR after y'all name. And next month it's gonna change. It's gonna change. We all good over here. And then I'm gonna close some of these windows and then we're gonna talk about some things. Okay. So what happened in Wesley Snipes' case? All right, if you remember from 1999 to 2001, Wesley Snipes avoided paying $7 million in taxes. Okay, this is all that Blade money. He was doing Blade, getting paid, and I think he made like 40 mil, got 40 mil. God damn, 40 mil. Shit. I mean, I wish I could make 40 mil. So, what happened to him? He surely did have paid. He would have paid it willingly. So after they caught him, He would have paid it willingly had he known that the government would go after him full court press. Not only did they go after him full court press, they wanted to make an example out of his ass. They're like, yo, you ain't gonna just be cheating us. He's like, well, I'll pay you now. They like, nope. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Okay, so you like, what happened to Wesley Snipes? So Wesley Snipes, he went down a very bad path. Look, he raked in about 40 million right here. Here you go, right here. It says 40 million. Let me see if I can make it bigger to get this god doggone advertisement. They smart, man. They smart with these ads. Nah, you ain't gonna get these advertisements up out of here by making it bigger. So he made 40 million from 1999. Not paying taxes was hard to fathom. In fact, Mr. Snipes claimed that he relied on Eddie Ray Kane and Douglas P. Roselle for his tax advice, okay? They were convicted of tax fraud. Like, they gone. So his advisors were convicted of tax fraud. They were convicted of tax fraud and conspiracy, and both got longer prison terms than Wesley Snipes. In 2008, he was convicted of 3 misdemeanor counts of failing to file tax returns. So basically, he basically was like, yo, they told me I didn't have to pay taxes. And they like, you stupid. What you mean they told you ain't have to pay taxes? He like, they said since I made it somewhere else, I didn't have to pay taxes. That was his story. And basically they put it on him. So you're like, what is this going to do with Austin St. John? So he was at a medium facility. They released him in 2013. And they did go into the whole story about him saying, I whatchamacallit, I was relying on them because they told me I didn't have to pay taxes. He didn't pay taxes. So you like, how is this going to impact Austin St. John? And I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, and I'll tell you exactly what the federal government is going to look at. They're going to look at three things. One, did he sign for the loans? Because right now he has plausible deniability if he didn't sign. If he didn't sign, he's good. He can say, hey, these guys put this on me. I didn't sign, but it's another component to it. He has to have not signed for any loan. And 2, he has to have not received any money. Okay. So you like, well, if he didn't sign and he got the money, he could be in the clear. Great. Okay. Let's just say he did sign. Oh, I was just laissez-faire sign and I have no idea what was going on. Now you're liable, bro. You are liable. You cannot just get away with signing something and then blaming the other person. It don't work like that. Like even with his deal that he signed when he was 17, talking about, well, my mama wasn't here. It was like, just post date it to when you're 18 and then we'll take care of it then. And then, you got stuck. So hopefully he didn't sign for anything. Now let's just say he signed. Let's play devil's advocate. He signed. Now he got the money. He got money. Did he get the money? The money go into his account. They're saying he got 16 million. They're saying he got what was the article? What was the article said? What did they put him down? Here we go right here. They said this right here. They like he got this much money. God damn, man. I hate when my computer messing up. He got 16 loans totaling $3.5 million. And he like, yo, I didn't get that. Now, if he got some of that money, if the money went into his account. Now, let's just say 500,000 went into his account. And he did right by the 500,000 he received. And he paid off the people. And he reported the 5,000 to the government. And his loan was supposed to be forgiven. But he don't know about the other millions that other people got. He could probably have some plausible deniability. But if he signed for 16 loans or 2 loans or 1 loan or 3 loans, and he didn't spend the money properly, and he don't got the receipts, then it's gonna be, and it's gonna be sad because he's a father, and you hate to see this happen to fathers. And then even in JDF Passing, he did say this, and we're gonna talk about his message to JDF on. Now, look, we know we had all this beef, and this is where I gained a tremendous amount of respect for Austin St. John right here. And we're going to watch it. Fair use to fandom.
Hey, everybody. Man, where to start?
I mean, like, I'm not going to even say he's he's fake broken up. He's really broken up because you have to remember, they've been at this grudge for like 30 years, man. 30 years. beefing, and next thing you know, I'm sure he didn't want JDF to go out this way, and I'm sure JDF wouldn't want anything bad like this to happen to Austin St. John.
Where to start? Look, it is. It's no secret. There's no secret that Jason Frank and I were not beer drinking buddies, for sure. But
that look, you come out the gate like, look, we were not the best of friends. That's when you keep it 100. You look, we're gonna talk about this, and we're gonna go into detail about how powerful this is. Even though people were like, this ain't the best, send out. I'm like, no, this is the perfect send out for Austin St. John.
Yesterday, for those of you who may not know, Jason Frank is he's gone.
Yes.
Yesterday he died, and yesterday, more important than that, a man died, a father died, a husband died, and there's no easy way to field those emotions. I lost my father in January, so I have some semblance of understanding for what his family must be going through right now. And I don't have a whole lot. I'm not going to go on and on. I just
yeah, you have to acknowledge, like, the person you could have been at odds with. Y'all didn't see eye to eye. You may not have liked each other, but hey, you didn't want this to happen to him. At the end of the day, he was a father. They're both fathers. They're both married. They're both Power Rangers. They didn't see eye to eye. They were beefing, whatever. You talk crap about me, but you still don't want your enemy to, not even your enemy, just your rival, to go out like this.
I hope he rests in peace, and my prayers and my thoughts go out to his family. And once a Ranger, always a Ranger, brother.
Damn. Like,
once a Ranger, always a Ranger. Much love.
Perfect. This people like, yo, that's all he had to say. I'm like, yo, it wasn't much to say, guys. It wasn't much to say. They didn't see eye to eye, but at the end of the day, they were a human. They're actually the same type of person. If you could say, well, Jason has more charisma or whatever. On paper, they are pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same. And I respect Austin St. John for not keeping it phony and being like, oh, his death has impacted me a lot, and I don't know what I'm gonna do without him, and I don't know how I'm gonna go on. And even though it's like, yo, I haven't seen him in so long, none of that crap. He just like kept it real, like, hey, we wasn't the best of friends, we wasn't having beers, but he still was a human being, he still was a husband, he still was a father, he still was a Power Ranger for life. Once a Ranger, always a Ranger. And you cannot ask for nothing better than that from Austin St. John. If you expected something else, then he would be phony, and then people would lose respect. But this right here, this post, all the respect in the world. All the respect in the world, because some other people who he was not close with were, posting stuff that, how close they were, and people behind the scenes were just like, yo, I know they posting this, but it's not that. It's not that. So guys, what do you think of the beef? And before we get into the other stuff, let me acknowledge Chanzo's donation. I appreciate you. He said, I think JDF's death was a gut check to Austin St. John, because it meant all the drama is a reality check that people are going through things, and BS isn't worth it the way he left. Probably shocked Austin St. John. Yeah, man. He probably thought this beef, this rivalry was going to go on for forever. And thank you, Chanzo, because you just became the show sponsor, and we about to show all the pictures, and then we're going to talk about TikTok, the TikTok ban, because Dust was like, hey, we got to talk about the TikTok ban, and we're going to talk about it for a minute. But what do you guys think, guys? Like, what do you guys think about the beef? Put your honest thoughts in the comment section, because look, it was frivolous, and guess what? They could have made so much more money if they were not beefing. And JDF did have a plan for him to make more money. I appreciate you, Chanzo. And let's get into the pictures. That's the end of that. I do have pictures from everybody who sent me their picture and said, hey, you can share this. I was like, really? Like, yeah, man. All right, I will. So at first, coming in first, guys. Thank you, Chanzo, for the donation. I appreciate you. Let me get that comment off. And let's present. Stop screen. And then I'll drop the link and see if Austin St. John want to come up and say his piece and speak on this. Share screen. Give me 1 second. Window. And we're right here with it. So we got our first guy up, guys. This guy needs no introduction. It's Brent, guys. We showed this picture last week. This is Brent and Austin St. John. It's only right that the first picture I show is Brent. And I definitely got other pictures. We saw this before. That's Brent. That's his hero standing right there. And I'm sure if I drop the link, Brent will be the first one to come up. Shout out to Brent. And this is Brent with Karen Ashley. Remember, guys, I said, hey, if you got pictures, send them in. So shout out to Brent. Shout out to Karen Ashley. I messaged her. She ain't messaged me back. Like, why you ain't message me back? It's okay. She big time. I'm a small YouTube creator, man. They don't be messaging me back. And I said I was gonna give you a Tammy update because I did speak to Tammy. Like, who is this? Is this Chanzo? Yo, look at this. He was like, yo, I'm gonna stay my 6 feet back, but we about to morph. We about to morph up in this joint. Shout out to Chanzo right here. Now look, Chanzo, guys, he ain't just no regular fan. You know what I'm saying? He out here, bro. Look, this is a young Chanzo right here. This is young. What year is this? This circa what? 2000, 2010? Chanzo, what circa is this? Let us know in the chat. This picture right here, because this young, look, it ain't even high def. He like, look, man, this was the best camera. This is on the iPhone too. Was this a what? But look, I appreciate y'all. When I do these Ranger streams, I always say, send me your stuff. Now look at this. There you go. Chanzo, what you doing with this Mastodon? Come on, bro. What you doing with the Mastodon? Chanzo's like, look, man, a Ranger is a Ranger. All right, and we got some other people. We also got Leon here. This ain't the best picture of Leon. This is the group that Leon went with. But there go Leon. There's our guy right there. He like, look, we out here. You see that? Look, he's serious too. Like, he's serious with it. Like, yo, Leon, you in here? Leon, drop a star if you in the chat. Drop something so we know you here. Let's give you acknowledgement. Who else? And there we go. We got him again, man. Look, man, I love when y'all share this stuff with me. I enjoy sharing it. I really do, guys. I enjoy interacting with y'all. Like, this is my Comic-Con when I stream. I appreciate that. And we got Nathan, I believe. Give me a second, because Nathan actually made something for Tammy. Oh, he said, yeah, that's me right here. There we go. There's our guy right there. Let me bring this up. He made a pendant for Tammy. And I said I was going to show it, and then we're going to talk about TikTok, and then I'll drop the link. So here's the pendant. Give me a second. Got to share the screen. He made this nice pendant, man. It's a nice one. And he said he made it for Tammy. And there it go, right there, guys. Look at that. Is that some Beats by Dre in the background? But yeah, he made that for Tammy, and just to give her strength. And of course, I said it, and she was very thankful. And speaking of Tammy, I did speak to her today, guys. I spoke to Tammy today, and here, let me pull her up so we can have a reference. They are both at Lexington. Let me just pull up the freaking Instagram. Tammy Frank. So if you want to go show her some love, give her some follows, whatever you want to do, I'll share this tab. So I spoke to Tammy today, and we were talking. She know I'm doing this thing on Austin St. John. I was like, yo, make sure you go get a picture with Austin St. John. I mean, there go Tammy, right there. And she was like, oh, yeah, I spoke to Austin St. John. Me and him, I have no beef with him. There's the Tammy angle or whatever. I believe this is Jason's hat right here. She rocking Jason's hat. So I spoke to Tammy today, and she said, "Oh yeah, you know, I know they had their thing in back in the day, but I spoke to Austin St. John. We're cool. I have no grudge against him. He has no grudge against me. He's not bad mouthing Jason or anything. All that's done. So if you cool with Tammy, you cool by me. Oh, okay. Nerd Affiliate said, hey, he's like, I asked ADF, I sent you a DM link. Okay. All right. Now look, because this Instagram live, I typically don't be pulling up the DM links right away. But I remember like the stream, guys, TikTok ban. All right. So what happens if TikTok gets banned in the US? Because that is what's going on right now, guys. Share this tab. And there was a video that circulated where basically, let me see if I can find it real quick. The person who makes TikTok, the owner, the CEO is like, look, I don't let my kids do TikTok. That's for y'all Americans to put y'all kids on TikTok. Nerd Affiliate, thank you for sending me the link. Let me see if it's safe before I go crazy. I don't see it. I got a request. Oh man, you want me to watch a video? Like, is this a long video, Nerd Affiliate? So if you saw the video, basically, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me a second, guys. TikTok owner, CEO, he doesn't let his kids watch TikTok. And people are like, yo, what do you mean? I got my 12-year-old on TikTok every day. They like, yo, like what? It's crazy. You got to go on TikTok to watch TikTok. All right, so let me show this tab. I don't even know if this guy is talking about it. I have no idea.
You have 2 kids. I do. Do they use TikTok? No, they're too young for that. So what ages are they? 8 and 6. Okay. TikTok is here in the US. If you're
So he like, hey, I got my kids 8 and 6 who I do not let watch TikTok. So imagine this. And if you see the documentary on Netflix called Social Dilemma, they break it down. Everyone who runs Facebook, Instagram, their kids are not allowed on the apps because they know how dangerous it is. So let's keep it going.
If you're below the ages of, if you're below 13, you get a very restricted version of TikTok. And in many other countries around the world, we don't allow users who are below 13. But if you're a parent here and your teenage child is on TikTok, go to settings. There's family parent. Click on it. It's going to give you a lot of tools to manage your teenager's experience.
Come on. You know these kids are so advanced. They gonna turn that stuff right off.
You have 2 kids.
So TikTok is on the ban list. And basically what they're trying to do is force TikTok to either sell to a United States citizen because it's owned by China and they're tracking so much data. They have so much control. They're getting so much data off your phone. And 2, in China, TikTok is only motivational. It's only motivational in TikTok. In America, it's not so good. Like they're basically saying China is like I'm in flat earth territory, guys. And some people may say it's true. It's warfare. It's a form of war. And what TikTok is doing is dumbing down the American people using TikTok as everyone wants to go viral. And what do you go viral? You can't go viral saying, things that are smart or anything like that. They want you to go viral for doing stupid stuff. So that's why they want to ban it. And shout out to our guy, Ranzo, for becoming a member of the Resilient Army. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the new members, but I'll let the video rock again. This is the CEO of TikTok saying, hey, I don't want my kids to look at TikTok. And I know they were recently in Congress today or yesterday talking about, hey, you got to sell it or we banning your ass.
Do they use TikTok? No, they're too young for that.
Hell
so
no.
What ages are they?
Look, he don't even want to talk about it.
TikTok
He
is
don't even want to talk about it.
here in the US. If you're below the ages of, if you're below 13, you get a very restricted version of TikTok. And in many other countries around the world, we don't allow users who are below 13. Now, if you're a parent here and your teenage child is on TikTok, go to settings. There's family pairing. Click on it. It's going to give you a lot of tools to manage your teenager's experience.
All right. So what do you guys think? All right. I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll right here. I'll end this poll and then I'll let you guys decide. Thank you, Dust. That was an excellent question, man. Excellent question. I would love to do, I would love to talk about things, you know, a little bit more off topic, because then I could stream more often. I appreciate y'all. If y'all in here, just like to stream. I'll do the poll right now. Start a poll, even though we're talking about this JDF stuff, and I'll talk about the JDF. I dropped the link if you want to. Should USA and TikTok? What do you guys think? It's a decent amount of y'all in here. I use TikTok too, but I use it for research purposes, and I just post my shorts. Yes, no. I'll just do yes or no. If you can't say yes, say no. If you can't say no, say yes. All right. So I dropped the link. Brent, if you want to come up, come up. But what do you guys think of this Austin St. John thing? Here's the thing with the Austin St. John guys. Let me get this out of here. No one wins when the family feuds. Jay-Z said it. No one wins. If they squashed this beef a long time ago, could you imagine the cons if everyone got along? And you can go to every major con and see the original 6 Rangers, not 5, 6. You can see the 6 Rangers. The problem is the leader. In JDF, he was a diva. And since he was the biggest person at con, he could throw his weight around. He could block people from being at the same con as him. He could force people like, hey, look, if you want to be at this con with me, you have to do things that I want you to do. Oh, you don't want to do things I want you to do? Then I don't think this con for you. Or maybe this con is for you, but you better not be in my eyesight. Okay? JDF is our guy, but he was a businessman. And I dropped the link. Maybe Francis will come up and speak on it. But JDF had this master idea. I just heard someone pop in. You know it was Brent. How'd y'all know it was Brent? How'd you guys know? How'd you know it was Brent? Did y'all know it was Brent? Did you know it was Brent, guys? Anyone else want to come up? Because you know Brent about to go in on my ass, y'all. He's about to drop receipts. You know he's not a JDF fan. And it doesn't look like he's at work, guys. So he could have some time today, guys. He may have some time today to get at us. And this could be very dangerous, guys. Thank you, guys. If y'all like the stream, we just chilling now. We chilling. Y'all were rocking with me for 3 hours. Sorry it took me so long to get through it, but I wanted to cover the beef from beginning to end. And it's unfortunate that these 2 divas just couldn't put their pride aside to make a lot of money, man. Because I'm talking like, and here's the thing. JDF lived in $1 million house. And Austin St. John did not live in $1 million house. But I think if they would have worked together and came together, they could have been through the roof. Here's the thing. If Austin St. John would have never left and the Black Ranger would have never left and Twee would have never left, could you imagine the stardom that they would have if they were all in the new movie? And guess what? There's a chance that Austin St. John would have surpassed JDF as the Red Ranger, or he could have became the Green Ranger, or he could have became the White Ranger. Sometimes you got to just play ball. You got to eat some more crap and then do it. But anyway, I did drop the link. It's pinned up at the top. Let me see what y'all got, because Brent he's back there. He's about to go in on me, guys. He's smiling. He's smiling. He got the evil laugh. He's back there like this. He's back there. All right, let's bring him up. Let's play his theme music. All right, Brent.
Hi.
How's it going, Brent? What would you like to contribute to the night stream? What did you think about the whole JDF beef? Now, look, I know you sent me some emails. We ain't talking about the emails. We just talking about the beef.
I think JDF started it because Austin didn't really say anything at first, and then JDF just continued the beef. And I asked Karen, because Karen was in that when JDF mentioned something about fighting Austin St. John, Karen was actually sitting right next to him. So I asked her about the beef, and she's like, yeah, JDF, like she's trying to change the subject. So I couldn't get an answer. She's a positive person, so she doesn't want to answer. I asked her some question about JDF. She doesn't want to answer. Like she gives me the side eye when I talk about JDF. Like if she really wanted to say something about JDF, she would, but she controls herself. Let's put it that way.
So what, you read their mind now, Brent? Come on, man.
No, I'm not reading their mind, but it's like they don't want to talk about JDF, and it's kind of like.
See, that's the problem, right? You work with this guy for years. Y'all did the first movie together, and now you're like, well, I don't want to talk about him. Look, just all you got to do, right?
Tell the whole truth all the time.
That's it. Hey, just tell the truth. That's it. If he did something that, people may seem, not the most positive, just tell the truth. If he came at you and was like, hey, today I want everyone to not charge, then that's what he did. If you said, no, I'm a charge, and you say, hey, he didn't like me after that, then that's what it is. That's not like, when you tell the truth, you're not like destroying someone's legacy or anything like that. I think his legacy is solidified. He is the greatest Ranger of all time. Would you say he's the greatest Ranger of all time, Brent?
Yes, because he stayed the longest, and he was the most loyal, and that's the facts. And it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter whether I like someone more or not. Like, if someone contributes that long, even though you might disagree with how their practices, the facts don't lie in terms of the viewership. Like, despite Austin and the 3 leaving, he was able to keep the show going to a certain degree. Then it started dipping slowly because if people took issue with Austin leaving. I feel that Walter and Twee were replaceable. I mean, that's a harsh thing to say. They were replaceable. I'm sorry. Like, people could get mad at me all they want. Twee was Asian. I liked her a lot. She was probably my favorite Ranger, but she was replaceable. Walter, the same thing.
Brent,
Austin was not.
People are accusing you of putting facts over feelings.
Really?
Yes, you're putting your facts over the feelings today. We're impressed.
Because you look at, despite those 3 leaving and Austin leaving, JDF is what was needed. If he left, Heim would have said, I'll pay you guys fairly. He was the key component if JDF had to leave, because maybe if Amy left, all the females that looked up to her, they would have said, I'm out of here. But JDF is the one that kept the ship afloat. And but slowly, as the show progressed, the popularity declined because JDF by himself cannot keep. You have to keep bringing people that attract people to your show. So he himself cannot keep the show afloat. So by the time Turbo came around, the movie flopped, and he bailed early. He left his contract early after Turbo, and he saw the writing on the wall, because even he cannot keep something. He can't act by himself. He needs a supporting cast that people are attracted to. That's why a show like Friends, where the leader said, I'm leaving if you don't pay everybody correctly, that's why that show was able to sustain their level of success for a decade. Is because the whole cast was able to stay together, and they were able to improve the season by season. Their popularity went up. So JDF was a key component. AustinStJohn knew this. And he did. He knew this because JDF had to be on board. Maybe not David Yost, maybe not AIM, but JDF had to be on board. If he was on board, then
you cooking right now. You cooking. I didn't even want to interrupt you, but you are spitting straight facts, man. Everyone is spamming facts over feelings in the chat.
No, because I'm not here to defend. Like, I'm one of the people that stopped watching after the 3 left. But I was not enough. The millions of people like me who stopped watching after I saw the movie, and I said, where's Walter? Why is this guy the Tyrannosaurus? Why is he not the leader? After I saw the movie, I bailed on Power Rangers. I didn't ask for toys, anything. The toy sales dipped. And that's why they brought AustinStJohn back for Zeo. Over Jason David Frank's brother, not because of just charisma, it's because the toy sales. That's what that's all he cares about.
Look, Brent, guys, is 100% right, guys. Because if you don't know, there was a small interview I watched where it's like, yo, the toy sales are what drive the business. They lose so much money on filming the episodes, but the money is from the toys. Hey, Archer, I see you in the background. You coming up next. And then Diane King, I see you in the background. But yes, you're cooking. Brent. I don't know if I don't think we could do the flat earth thing for you anymore.
What?
I don't think
that's just the way that, like, JDF was the one that kept everything together, but even he knows that Austin John leaving was a huge problem. Walter and Twee were replaceable. I mean, I met Walter. He's a great guy, but he was replaceable. That's really sad to say, but Austin was the one that needed to stay in order for Power Rangers to continue that continued success. And without him, even Haim Saban, he acknowledged this. He made him the Gold Ranger. He put him in the Turbo movie, tried to fool people into thinking, oh, ASJ's here. People buy the toys. And that didn't work. He thinks that me being under 10 years old, I'm stupid. No, I would have bought. I was a huge fan. I would have bought the Turbo Zeo if AustinStJohn was in it. But no, I'm not playing that game. He thinks we're stupid. And JDF, he left his contract early for Turbo. If you guys don't remember, he left early. So for people to say he's loyal to a certain. But even he saw the sinking ship, he left. And one more thing I want to say,
you got
about Francis saying about the free autographs. You know what?
Hey, Brent, we said we're not doing that, Brent.
Oh, you're not okay. You don't want to get into. I have the facts, but if you, don't
I know you have the facts. Thank you, Brent.
All right, thank you.
Hey, hey, shout out to Brent, man. Shout out to Brent. How do I kick you off, Brent? What's going on? I think you at the top. All right, let me get you out of here. All right, there we go. Shout out to Brent, man. He was about to scorch earth right there. I kid you not. He sent me the facts. I know he was about to scorch earth, and he was cooking with gasoline. He was dropping facts on everybody. I need to get that let him cook now sound effect, but I didn't have it. I couldn't pull it up. All right, let's hear Hey Archer. Can you hear me? Hey Archer, can you hear me? All right. Hey, this is the guy whose content I was using, and he that video you put together was so good. I wish you would have been longer because it was so much meat you left on the table. I was like, let me just get at it just a little bit. But hey, tell us about yourself. Tell us about your channel. Tell us about how you put that video together, guys. He put up the video. Let's see if I have it. Let's see if I still have it up where I could put it up, where basically you mapped out the beef. Here we go, right here. Let me share this tab. We both could see it. And thank you for the donations. And let's see it, guys. Like, this is his video, guys. Give me a second. What's going on? This is his video. Hey Archer, right here. Now look, he was dropping knowledge. He had the facts. He had the Steve Cardenas. When they that was awesome. I love that one. And JDF was like, "Yo, you should sue them."
Yeah. Well, he was like, "I'll call my people. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. He called his people. So what do you think about this beef? Because you are definitely a bigger fan than me. You've been following it longer, probably deeper into it. So let's hear what Hey Archer has to say. And thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate this was not playing, guys.
No, literally, first of all, thank you for sharing it. Thank you for having me on. I'm sitting there watching TV. My DMs are going off, and it's my boy TheLegacyofNerd, who is next level on the Power Ranger stuff. He's interviewed like 30 Rangers in the last 2 months. So definitely check out his stuff. So I looked and I was like, oh yeah, there's my video. So that video was like on a whim. I was doing my normal podcast, and all of a sudden the news broke that Austin St. John had been arrested and all that stuff. And he's my favorite Red Ranger. Like, he's, to me, my GOAT Ranger. Like, that's a Red Ranger poster there that my boy Aaron Waller got for me. Like, he's my favorite, even though I have mostly now JDF stuff behind me because of what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, so I was just like, as a kid, I think we all knew there was a beef, but we didn't know, because there's no internet, what the history was.
This is true.
So when that happened, I was like, oh, all right, let me look into it. And the following episode, I was like, all right, I compiled all these clips. I'm pretty sure this is the story. Let's put it out there. And the following month or two, JDF was in my town. I was like, yeah, I'll go see him. And I gave him props for him saying that, hey, respect the guy, there's no curse, etc. And then a couple months after that, he unfortunately passes, and then that video takes off. So that video just sat there, like nobody was watching that video. And then it wasn't until he passed that people were looking, hey, why did they hate each other? And then the video
don't say
took
hate,
off.
man. We don't know if they hated each other, but they definitely had. I mean, I don't know how long you've been watching the stream, but JDF was going off on him for about 20 minutes in some video. And then another. And if you're a Ranger fan, you had to see the video because it's so epic how he was just so like, no, F him. I wanted to fight him. He said he beat someone up on the way to set. He said he killed someone in the ring. They took autographs. I'm like, bro, this is. And even at the end of his Coliseum interview, if you watched it, he tells another grandiose story about some kid coming up to him with a Red Ranger and putting it in his father's casket. And I was like, bro, this story was, I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
They both like be capping at times. Like, I mean, because let's not forget, JDF also, cage fighting champion. But then when you really go look for the footage,
I saw the fights. I mean, I do know he was selective about who he fought.
Yes, and still struggled.
And I know people who were like, "You want me to tell you the truth behind them fights?" And I was like, "Nope,
leave it alone."
Because I was like, "I can give you the proof and everything." I was like, "Nope,
Yeah.
I'm good, man. Let's just leave it where it's at." But all right, so you follow this. You knew about the beef. Did you follow any of my live streams about the coverage of JDF? Because you're a content creator.
No, I didn't see any of your stuff actually until just now when Legacy sent me the link, and I was like, oh, let me check this out. And then as you're doing your stream, I'm like kind of scrolling through your videos. I'm like, oh shit, like how have we not crossed paths before? So
I have no idea, man. I'm a small. I mean, I'm mostly known for covering XQC's divorce. Power Rangers. See, my Power Rangers is just like a small knit. It's a passion project, if you will.
I love that.
I just can't get rid of. Like I can cover XQC and just have like thousands of views on thousands of views.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm just so passionate about the fans, the fandom. Yeah. My daughter just watched her first Power Rangers episode.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she liked it, and then she didn't like Rita. She liked the dragons. I mean the Megazords and all that good stuff, but she didn't like Rita. So I'm just like, I enjoy the fan base. The fan base.
I mean, you got 105 people watching this thing, so I mean, obviously, people enjoy you covering this.
I try to make it entertaining, man. I do.
That's all I can do is try
some jokes. But thank you for your content. What message would you like to send to all the Power Ranger fans? And then I got to bring up Chanzo. You up next, Chanzo.
Yeah. I would just say, it's what not to, plug my own shit, but I'm sorry. Can I curse on here? I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's probably demonetized anyway. I didn't play so much copyrighted stuff. Somebody,
you're good. You're good. By the way, I kept checking my studio to make sure like nothing was getting flagged. So I was going to release it. So don't worry about that.
All right, cool.
If it did. But no, the message is essentially what JDF said in the other video I released, the one I DM'd you, where I was recording him for my vlog, and then I stopped recording on the camera, but my mic was still on. And I had no intention of ever putting that stuff out. Like it was hot mic, yeah. But I was like, the footage, whatever, like that audio part. And then after he passed, I was like, oh, let me go back and listen and see if I missed anything. And he said, again, don't let the man ruin your childhood. Yeah. And that would be my message to everybody. Like your memories of Power Rangers, how you felt sitting, running home, catching it on TV, when you open that box of whatever figure, let that be what you remember and what you share with your kids, like what you did, versus what they do now 30 years later.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you for the message. Thank you for the content. I'll definitely check that video out. Yeah. Is that a private video, or is that unlisted, or is that a public video?
It's public. It's just not as popular as the other one, so it's not as high up the.
I know, man. Don't you hate that when you got some fire content,
and
then you put it out and they just like,
yeah. I stay every day just yelling, "Acknowledge me" to the algorithm.
Go over to Hey Archer's nerd affiliated channel. I posted in the link like twice already.
Appreciate
and
it.
go check out his content because he definitely has more Ranger coverage than me, guys. I was covering his toxicology report, crying. My daughter was calling me. It was bad, man.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming through, man.
Thank you.
Good luck on your channel. Appreciate you, man.
You too.
All right, shout out to Hey Archer. All right, Chanzo, we got the show sponsor coming up, guys. Let's make some noise for this guy right here. He sponsored this show. Oh, hey, look, he just switched out the morpher now. He was like, look, I had to get rid of that Megazord. He needed to upgrade it.
No, man, I appreciate y'all. Like, Brent, thank you, because I was about to go ham on Brent. I was like, if Brent does it again, like, so I was really like grateful that Brent he was able to he sees the truth, and but he still speaks his truth, and that's what I like about him. I respect that about him. You know,
he stands on it, man. He's not getting off the square.
Yeah. So my thing, I was like, he's not. There's absolutely nothing wrong. Everything he said, I was gonna say. I was like, you know, and truth is, Zach is my favorite Power Ranger. You know, when you was black, as a black kid, I saw Zach and I was like, but with what the stuff that Brent was saying, the show could not have sustained. I mean, the show obviously went on after he left. If JDF had left, the show would have failed. You know, he literally saved the show when he came as the White Ranger because people almost didn't even notice that 3 other people had left. They didn't even pay attention to it.
Yeah, like,
I was like, wait a second, there's this new White Ranger? Oh, bye. Yeah. That's how Austin talks about it in some of his interviews. That's literally how they made it so cohesive. They bring JDF back as the White Ranger. They literally switched ASJ, Twee, and Walter out. You didn't even notice, really. It was like, oh, man, it's terrible that those 3 left, but we got a White Ranger here. Literally, I think it's like episode 77 is White Light, and then episode 80 was the end of ASJ's contract. So literally 3 episodes before they left. So they did it so smoothly, you know. And then there was 8 episodes where you didn't even know there were stand-ins there. It was just like 3 guys pretending to be. I was like, I looked back at it, and the only reason I knew is as a black man. He had Walter Jones with braids.
Exactly.
He had braids. And then he went back to a flat top. And as a black man, I was like, you can't do that. Like, that's not how that works. Something's not right here, you know. But I'm 10, you know, I'm 10. But I was like, something's not adding up, you know. It just didn't make it. I was like, my hair doesn't even do that. Like, you can't just go from braids to a flat top like that. You know,
Chanzo with Dr. Umar on Power Ranger.
Yeah, I was like, it don't even work like that. So, you know, but yeah, I mean, like you said, the ASJ stuff that you covered today, I am excited. I saw the message. I hope Austin comes. I want Austin to come. I want him to talk. I think this is a wonderful platform for people to get on here, talk, especially, and no offense, because it's still a small platform where everybody hasn't, you know, jumped on it and now it's trying to, because once you get big, everybody's gonna have their piece. They're gonna try and buy you, and it's like, you know, now
I cannot be bought, man. I cannot be bought.
Exactly.
I remember the first time Tammy wanted to come up, she wanted to pay me to come up. I was like, no.
Yeah.
They sent the Cash App and everything, and I just sent it back.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I love that you are still growing, you're still evolving, you know, and in your maturation with all the stuff that you are covering. You know, people, this is an opportunity. I think JDF did one of the coolest things where he would just interview anybody, and now all of these stories are out there. So all of the facts are out there even before he passed. And I was like, even the stuff that you're covering, I'm like, I've seen this, I've heard this, it backs up with this, you know, so you can go ahead and the stuff is out there, guys. It's literally.
Yeah, Chanzo's right, guys. Legacy of Nerd. I see you in the background. You coming up next. Chanzo's exactly right. Some of these interviews I found they had like 3,000 views, and I'm like, hey, did y'all see this? Y'all like, no. I'm like, yo, this interview, he was doing with people who had like less than 1,000 subs.
Yeah,
for an hour. An hour.
For an hour. And that's the beauty of it is that so much information is out there that he left us with that maybe had we listened a little bit more and paid a little bit more attention, we would have noticed some signs on her own, but that's also a thing that, you know, I don't want to say you can save everybody, but you can also, you pay attention to things because people are talking. People, the more they talk, the more they're telling you. So you got to pay attention, you know?
Right.
And so, and I'll just say this. Yeah, he realized when Brent mentioned JDF leaving in Turbo. Look, I was about to walk away when JDF, when they took all them four, because there's a video out there where JDF tells you he went to Haim Saban and he said, look, you ain't been on set. The new people have never met you. Why don't you come back to set like you used to in the early days? Haim Saban was like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't need to do that anymore. JDF was like, all they need is a pat on the back. He's like, I'm not giving them a pat on the back. And that's why JDF left in Turbo. And that's why they fired everybody else, because JDF left. So they were like, look, you know, when he came back to all the other Rangers and they said, well, hey, you talked to Haim Saban. What did he say? He was like, actually, I'm leaving. And little did they know that they were all going to get fired too. So that's what happened. And I was about to walk away until a black leader came up. I said, I can't walk away now. I was like, we got a real black ranger.
You did have a real black ranger
Yeah,
coming
I was like, it's not my time.
But
You
yeah.
know?
Hey, I appreciate you, Chenzo. When you gonna start a channel, man? You got the perfect lighting, you got the perfect sound. When your YouTube channel?
I think I am. I do have a little channel going, so I think I am gonna start a channel and get it going. And you know, it's gonna be Power Rangers and Marvel.
You got everything.
Go man, I got Power Rangers, Marvel, everything.
You got the whole room.
Yeah,
the whole room.
So I'll be starting a channel because I want to share the nerddom with you guys. And man, I hope you go to a Comic-Con. Henry,
they trying to get me to go to the one out in Fayetteville.
Yeah, April.
Yeah, tell me like, come down, Henry. I'm like, nope.
Just come. I think you go out to Fayetteville in April.
Look, man, you know I got they out for me. They out for me. If I announce on this channel I'm gonna be at Fayetteville, yo, they're gonna be like, yo, where is he at? Where is he at?
You got too many Power Rangers to protect you, bro. You got too many Power Rangers.
Someone said do a booth. Don't nobody look. I got 100 people in this stream. You said do a booth. Hell no. They cost like. All right, look, Chenzo, I gotta let you go, man. I gotta. All right, appreciate you, Chenzo. All right, Legacy of Nerd, man. Can you hear me? All right, cool. Legacy of Nerd, what's going on, man? What do you got for me, man?
I've actually interviewed Austin St. John and Karen Ashley. I actually interviewed Karen Ashley on Tuesday. So,
what did you guys talk about? Where you got the link to the interview?
Yeah, I have to pull up my own stuff, but I'm under the Legacy of Nerd. I actually interviewed Austin St. John when I was at about 900 subs.
Okay. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, your sound cut out. So you interview Austin St. John at 9. How did you get the interview?
I asked him very nicely.
At a con?
He was at a signing here, at a local signing. And of course, you can tell, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a fan. So I stopped by. Actually, that's his figure right there. He signed for me.
Okay.
And I went up there and I was like, hey, I got a little bit of thing going on with my channel. I was wondering if you would be interested in interviewing me or let me interview him. I had just interviewed the entire In Space cast minus TJ Selwyn Ward. And so I had a couple of interviews under my belt. And he was like, yeah. So he just asked that I waited around until he was done signing with his, meeting with people and stuff like that, which I waited a long time because he gave everybody like quite a bit of time when he was meeting each single person.
Oh,
so I waited.
JDF set the bar real high. Everyone got to do it.
Yep. I mean, JDF did it. ASJ did it, or is doing it. Most of the Rangers that I've met have done it. But yeah, he was real cool. We talked about, because I felt like I kind of studied his interviews and stuff like that, kind of like how you've been doing. And I didn't, my goal was to not bore him. So
did you ask him about the guy he killed in the ring?
No. What I did ask him about was just how he felt about the 30th coming up, because the 30th obviously is such a big deal going on right now.
Yeah.
And then I asked him what he was doing now, because I figured that would be something that he would want to talk about. And he talked, and it was supposed to be a 6-minute interview and ended up being a 20-minute interview. And we talked about his comic, and we talked about his some of his views on how things had changed in the Power Rangers, like why he came back to Beast Morphers, and he kind of got the sense like how he felt about Saban and stuff like that. I came away from it, I kind of went into it kind of like didn't know if he was going to be like, too cool for his shoes sort of thing. And I came out of it like a big fan. Like, honestly, like talking to him and our interview together, like I was like, dude, like this guy's cool. I know he's got all the stuff going on legally and stuff like that. We can't talk about any of that stuff. But he was really cool. He was really, really nice. After the interview was done, some of his team members messaged me and they asked me if they could put parts of my interview on his Facebook page and his Instagram. So I was actually featured on his social media for a little bit, which is pretty cool.
Oh, great, man.
Yeah. And then I actually, not last weekend, but the weekend before, I interviewed Jenna Frank over here at a local con. I had emailed them, Team JDF Texas, who they do our con appearances here. And I talked to Jenna a little bit, but that was mostly promo for Legend of the White Dragon. But she talked a little bit about her dad.
I want the nitty gritty. If I get Austin St. John, we got to talk about JDF. Did you ask any questions about JDF?
Honestly, when I approach people for an interview, I don't necessarily want to ask them about other people, because usually the interview is supposed to be like, I'm focusing on you. You know what I mean? So, and to be honest, like there's been so much coverage on the ASJ JDF.
Oh, it has been.
Like, I don't know what we could add at this point.
You could ask about hey, did you kill someone? JDF is running around saying you killed someone in the ring. What year was that? I bet you no one has asked him that question before.
Probably not. I mean, but at the same time, it's just, I feel like as far as like, we know how JDF and ASJ felt towards each other when Jason was alive. So, they obviously weren't fans. And honestly, I'm a Power Rangers fan. Like, I've been a Power Ranger most of my life. I didn't know about the beef until 2017 when the movie came out, when they're talking about, oh, they're going to stand next to each other, or they're going to the same premiere. And they haven't been in the same room with one another in 20 years at that point.
And they didn't stand next to each other. It was Walter was in the middle as a buffer.
Well, yeah, but there was a picture of them shaking hands, actually.
Fake.
Fake. It's all Getty images and it's fake. Like,
no, not saying the images are fake, but I'm saying like, how it is. We can't fight on the red carpet. But
yeah, but I don't think they would have even done that. 5 years before that, or even a year ago. Like, because when I found out the beef was up again, I was like, seriously, like we're up with the beef again. Like, this is going on. And then I heard what JDF had said when ASJ got arrested. And I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. Like, I just thought that was over, but then JDF I remember he did a live stream on Facebook or on Instagram. I was one of the two. And he was just kind of like, you know what? Like, I hope he didn't do anything, because that would suck. And that would suck for the brand. But, hopefully this he's cool. And there's nothing that we have to worry about. But, I feel like, they both say things and they just kind of like, well, I don't know. You know what I mean? So they kind of just like back off of
What about Karen Ashley? Did you ask her how it felt to get sent back to Africa?
So I kind of brought that up. Yeah.
There we go.
So I was like, Karen, like, are you technically even a Ranger at all? Because you back in time, you got sent off to Africa, and then they went fast forward and you weren't a Ranger anymore. And she was like, and it's in, if you guys, not a self plug, but the interview is on my channel.
Go ahead.
And she's like, honestly, like, I don't even know if we address it that well.
Brent said she was pissed and accused them of being racist.
Dude, okay, so she said, first of all, when I don't know what to expect any of these Rangers when I meet them, like off camera, like, they're all different, right? So, but Karen, like, we're backstage because we did the interview live, like on live YouTube. So she came backstage and she was just so cool and so welcoming. Like, she kind of like amped us up for the interview, you know what I mean? So we get into the interview, and because she's bubbly and she's kind of infectious, right? Like, she has a laugh, she has the energy and stuff like that. Yeah. And I kind of asked, like, how does it feel like to come back after 30 years? Is like your first time coming back, since the original? And she was like, they've asked me so many times and they just never get back to me. She's like, they never follow up with me. So when they asked her this last time, she was like, they followed up with me. And I was like, okay, so this is real. And they basically, what she had kind of explained was that they offered her like this one little part, and it wasn't worth it. And I guess as what she kind of tried to say, and what she said was like she kind of like, no, I mean, this, it doesn't feel like it's worth doing it, you know. And she basically said nah, and then they came back and they said, we're sorry if we offended you, like we really want you involved, we give you what you want. And she was like, fuck yeah, man, like it's about time I stood up for myself. And she was like, she was adamant, like, you know, I was going to make sure that I felt, you know, more in control this time, because they all have their, God, man, the In Space cast, you know, the Mighty Morphin cast, some other Rangers that I've talked to as well, like their time with Saban was not good, you know what I mean? So I think they all feel kind of slightly, I want to say like abused, but definitely like kind of not like neglected, but like exposed, or you know what I mean, like, you know, being used. They felt used, I think, you know. So but yeah, she was really happy about coming back. She said she's gonna try to come back, because we had to do her interview because she was on her way to a meeting. So she was like, because she does her own setup, she does the bop on her own channel. So she was talking about coming back and after the special airs and kind of dishing some dirt, which would be cool for sure.
All right. Well, thank you, Legacy of Nerd. Go check out his channel. Go check out his interviews. Maybe I'll use them in the future, because I want to kind of do one of these for everybody. You know,
for everybody. Yeah.
Well, not everybody, but at least the top 5. Like,
yeah,
the next one probably gonna be on Amy Joe.
That'd be interesting.
If there's enough content out there to create a stream. But all right, I'm gonna let you go. All right.
Thank you.
All right, Jive Monkey, you got me. All right, keep it brief, because we towards the end.
Oh, I don't have just much to add. Just you got a bunch of super fans. Just saying. Yeah, I know. Most of the guys on there. I mean, you saw the one guy set up, right? Like he had almost every figurine they ever put out.
Oh yeah, man. The Ranger community is very passionate. You know, they way more passionate than me.
Well, the show went on for 10 years.
Yes.
That's part and parcel, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, if you don't got nothing to add, I heard Sammy went live on TikTok.
I think on the JDF saga, like the only thing I'd add is, like, I'm glad you removed a little bit of his daughter from it, and I know you made a conscious decision to do that. So thank you.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, look,
but
we'll talk about that in the email or something, because we email each other.
No, I know, but no, like on a respect level, like it's realizing where you make mistakes. I really appreciate that on a streaming level, because most of them don't even care, don't pay attention. Like you don't.
I mean, it's you don't want to. What's you beat a dead horse or anything like that? You know what's the saying? You know,
beleaguer the point.
Yes, like we know what's going on, and you can actually see what's happening in real time if you following that person.
I know, and but don't rub it in her face, right? Like everyone's got their own struggles, and one of mine was actually really funny. Is what's the difference between belabor? So,
Vinny, I see you back there. You up next?
Belaboring versus beleaguering a point is a really fun one I got to run into. But yeah, thanks for your time, Henry, and thanks for the content as always.
Thank you, man. Have a good one. All right, that was the Jive Monkey. That's my guy who watches on Twitch. All right, Vinny, can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, he talking. So, all right, what's up, Vinny? What you like to add, man?
Hey, good show. I was actually really glad when you covered this topic, because I've honestly been following it since 2009. Because that's when JDF first dropped the videos talking about Austin St. John. I was like, what? I've never heard this before, because I actually had always assumed they were good friends. And actually, even back in like 2004-ish, I remember I was looking up the old Rangers, and it was saying that Austin St. John has a very close friendship with Walter Jones. And I was like, why did they say JDF?
Oh, yeah. Because here's the thing, Vinny. What I didn't play is when they left. Can you stop moving? You like making
yeah.
As he walks around his mansion, I'm like, Jesus, you going from room to room now? You in the garage? What happens when he left? Him and Walter lived together for a while.
Yeah.
With everyone else who left, they were throwing parties. People were coming over, so they are still best friends to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And I just was like, I don't want to go into that. We kind of really want to focus on this beef that they had and how it just kind of like killed the brand in a bit, because if they would have stayed together, sky's the limit. That whole replace Rangers every year, that shit would have never flew.
You know what I was going to add to it too. I mean, you already said it, but I do think I saw their reasons for leaving, but I think in hindsight it was a mistake for Austin, Walter, and Twee to leave. I didn't feel that way for a long time, but when I started thinking about it, I was like, well, JDF, actually, I mean, just for full disclosure, JDF and Austin St. John were my two favorite Rangers of all time. So when they actually started going at each other, I was like, dang, I don't even know what to think of this.
It's like Batman and Superman beefing. And you're like, yo, we love both of y'all. What are y'all doing? And you know, it's just like, I just needed them to get along, because JDF saw the bigger picture. Because remember, he was the first one to start doing cons. First range. And I had an interview that said that, but it was just so crazy to have, like the stream is already long as it is. So I'm like, do y'all really want a 4-hour stream of us looking at all these facts? But he was the first one to do cons because he saw the bigger picture. He was like, shit, these cons are lucrative, is good engagement. The next thing you know, that's when Austin St. John was like, I'm going to start doing cons too, because by then, after JDF started doing them, all the other original Rangers started doing them. Austin St. John was apprehensive, but then he just leaned into it, and now he making money selling, toys for like $200.
But I think because if you go back to like 1993, 94, Tommy probably was the most popular Ranger, but I don't think Jason, the character Jason, was that far behind, because as kids, everybody either wanted to be Jason or Tommy. It was always those two, and even going into the second season, I want you to fact check this when you get a chance.
Work for me, man. Like, look into it.
Yeah, but like I think the show dipped in ratings when Austin, Walter, and Twee left, and it never got to where it was before. Because Austin was good on his own, Jason was good on his own, but they were much better together. Like like in the show, the relationship between Jason and Tommy was like one of the best relationships of the whole series. So like they both needed each other. Neither of them would have wanted to admit that, but
sorry to interrupt you. There's a great episode when Tommy becomes the evil Red Ranger, and he beat the brakes off of Austin St. John as the Gold Ranger. I was watching it the other day. It's on YouTube Kids, so you can't hear it or anything. But it's so epic, because there's an Austin St. John. He was like, I was the only one to beat Tommy. I'm like, bro, I saw what Tommy did to you when he was the evil Red Ranger and the evil Green Ranger. And oh man, it was another article where he was like, I want to come back, but I want to be evil. That's why he got the Gold Ranger.
Actually, Austin talks about that in an interview, and he talks about how it felt good to almost throw JDF into the volcano.
Yes. And I'm like the beef is so apparent in every interview that people just don't be like seeing. I'm like, no, they had beef. He was the evil Green Ranger. He was like, I want to be the evil Ranger. I need an evil role. And then Tommy was like, well, I need another evil role.
Yeah, and exactly, because and also Walter was my third favorite. Like those three were my three favorite Rangers of all time. So when Walter and Austin left, I was like, well, dang, this like really hurts the show. And so I mean, I still watched it all the way up until Zeo, and then I got really hyped when Austin came back. And so I heard that interview many years later where JDF was saying he wanted his brother to play the Gold Ranger, and I was like, nah, Austin was the right choice. I mean, all due respect to his brother, but
yeah, it was the right choice. But Vinny, I gotta let you go, man. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
I'm about to close out this stream, and we'll thank you for watching.
Oh yeah.
All right, shout out to Vinny, guys, and shout out to Damrock. What does he say? Hey, you make profit by cutting labor, investing in actors, and they would have made a better brand and product. Well, here's the thing, Damrock. The product was not the show. The product was the toys. The toys made the best impact. And I got a real live putty in the back, guys. I got a real live putty in the back. All right, but to answer your question, Damrock, I agree with you on that sense, but their main focus was not the brand. It was the toys. But You know, other people like Marvel, they built a brand that's going to be here for 80 years, and they can care less about the toy sales because they're making their money in the movie business. But I appreciate the donation and thank you. All right, guys, we got a real putty up here, and this is the putty at his day job or night job or side job or whatever job. But Mr. Monster, what would you like to add, Mr. Monster, as he's working?
I would like to say that my favorite, so like JDF was always like awesome for coming back as many times as he did. And when I was young, I just didn't know the reasons why people left. But like in the beginning, like Jason, Austin St. John, the Red Ranger, that was my favorite Ranger. I mean, I think my favorite color was red too when I was really young.
Yeah.
And everyone wanted to be the Red Ranger. I mean, the Green Ranger and the White Ranger were awesome, especially for the movie, because like 95, my whole birthday party was all Power Ranger themed and stuff. So, I mean, I was into that, but like going, like when I watched, when Zeo came back around and Austin came back, like Gold Ranger is my favorite Ranger. Like I love Jason David Frank, and I love like the iterations he did, even going up to the Black Ranger and Dino Thunder, which is also really cool. I always loved the Gold Ranger, hands down.
Yeah.
And when I met Austin St. John and I got autographed, I made sure it was like the Gold and Red Ranger.
Okay.
So actually tonight there's a lot of stuff you provided that I didn't know. Some of it I did already know, but most of it, like there's a big chunk of it, like I was like, wow, actually. But even after all that, even after the stuff he could be in trouble for, whether he's like totally innocent or not,
man, going up against the feds.
He's still my favorite, and I'm still one of his biggest fans. And if I met him today, I'd be happy, you know, to talk to him again.
Thank you, Mr. Monster. I'm gonna let you get back to work. Yo, Mr. Monster, wild as hell for that. Shawn Riha, you coming up next, man. Here's the thing. Even if Austin St. John gets convicted or does jail time or found guilty or whatever, his place will still be solidified in my life. Yeah, sure, he makes mistakes or whatever, but he ain't going nowhere in my rankings. Now, for some people, they like, well, you know, he did the crime, he stole, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't care. Because for me, he's the Red Ranger. I don't know him personally. I don't know him on a personal level. Now, Jason David Frank, I know intimately. Intimately. I know him. I know his family. I know his assistant. I talked to his wife or his ex-wife or his widow. I talked to his best friend. I'm like, look, I'll be at the cookout. But let's bring up my man, Shawn Riha, and then we're going to close it down. So, Shawn, what's going on, man? How are you tonight?
Man, I didn't get a chance to catch the stream, so I'm going to go back after you close it out and watch the whole stream. I've already liked the stream, but even though the Green Ranger was my favorite, I still, you know, the Red Ranger still was my favorite. I mean, before Tommy was the Red Ranger.
Before Tommy, everyone's favorite Ranger was the Red Ranger, except for Chanzo, who was the only guy who was like, oh, my favorite Ranger is the Black Ranger because I'm black. But no, but yeah, for the most part, if you go by popularity, if you did a poll, Red Ranger was number one until the Green Ranger came on the scene.
And to be honest, Tommy was not just the Dino Thunder Ranger. He was the Zeo, the Turbo. He had enough Rangers to start his own Power Ranger team if he wanted to. You know,
for facts. So what do you think? Go ahead.
Then on top of that, he was the Ninja White Ranger, Ninja Ranger as well too. So
yeah, what do you think about the beef that they had going on?
Man, it's just civil and a rivalry because those two, you know, brothers always fight.
Yes.
And you know, that's why when later on that people tried to ask him about the beef, try to ask Jason David Frank about the beef, and he's like, man, I squashed it. He was like, look, that's just the past. And, you know, down in his heart, even though they were beer drinking buddies, they still, you know, not hung out together, but still, you know, still had love for each other. That's why when Jason said, came on and he said, what was it? We may not have been beer drinking buddies, he said, but once a Ranger, always a Ranger. This man just wasn't a Power Ranger. He was a husband. He was a father, you know. And just like I was talking to my mom earlier, that's why I didn't catch your stream, because I was at my mom's house spending time with her. You know, my mom's 62 years old, and I'm trying to spend as much time as possible with my mom before I get a call and they say my mom is gone. And I don't want to miss no time. And so I love my mom. I spend as much time as possible. But like I was telling my mom, I said, look, people don't understand just because a person's in the limelight, just because a person has everything at the palm of their hand, doesn't mean that a person doesn't have problems. Doesn't mean that they're not happy. Just because they show the world that they're happy and they smile in people's faces and sign autographs and do the whole nine, we don't know what's wrong with them. They could have something wrong with them, and we wouldn't even know.
This is very true. I mean, like I think people may have suspected JDF was depressed, but they didn't know to what extent. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know that he's done with life per se. But
and like you were saying when you did, man, you did awesome with all the whole investigation thing. Like
I like that.
Like the whole nooks and cranny, man. It's like
I went above and beyond. I didn't messed up everything. Like I went too far. I went
bro. You like to
do I think that that like Austin St. John could honestly beat Jason David Franken fight? No, I don't. But why fight when you're doing the same thing for the same cause? You're both Rangers. You're both men at the end of the day. You both have problems. You both have lives.
Right.
Like the beef, it's nothing, squash the beef. At the end of the day, we only got one man to answer to, and the man upstairs,
Yeah. All right. Well, Shawn, thank you. I'm about to end this. I'm about to give a final message to everybody. I appreciate you coming up, man. And let me know what you think of the stream in the comment section. All right.
I will.
All right. Appreciate you.
Have a blessed night. Bye.
You too, man. Shout out to Shawn, Riha. Shout out to everybody who came up. Shout out to my sponsor, Chanzo, who needs to start his own YouTube channel and stop playing. He got the lighting. He got everything you need to start a YouTube channel. It was well lit. You could hear him. He has the toys. Are they toys or they're action figures? You know what I'm saying? He has everything, and he sent me plenty of pictures. I think he sent me some more. I didn't check them during his live stream. Let me make sure I got no more cash apps. Make sure I announce all my early contributors. And I'll say this, guys. I'll say this. When it comes to beef, right? When it comes to work, and I've been in corporate America for 11 years, 15 years? 15 years. Goddamn. I'm old as shit. Anyway, sometimes you have to take the job that you don't like. Sometimes you're not going to get paid as much as you want to get paid. And it's okay. You do it. You have to have a plan, though. You don't just go cold turkey and say, well, I went to my boss. My boss said he's not giving me a raise or she's not giving me a raise. And now you like, oh, I'm just going to quit. Like, so the part that I kind of left out is they quit with no job lined up. And then Austin St. John ended up becoming homeless. He had to go talk to his dad, and his dad was in the Marines. Like, you need to do this and then get you a government contract so you can go over to Kuwait and be an EMT. Now, had he was just like, you know what? I'm going to wait to the end of my contract, and then I'll renegotiate, and I'm going to be in the movie, and I'm going to get my money in the movie, because this is how it works, guys, right? You sign up for the show. The show takes off. They say, hey, we want you to be in a movie. And your movie contract is going to be different at a different rate than your show contract. And sometimes what they could do is put the, what you're supposed to make for the show into the movie contract, because they're like, yo, this is going to be amazing. Now, eventually later down the road, ASJ would take a movie contract, but he should have took the first contract, because I think even though the Japan show where they replace the actors every year in Japan, because Saban got that formula from Japan, which I did find the video on. If they would have stayed together, I don't think they would have replaced them every year. But by Austin St. John trying to unionize, pulling the Jerry Maguire, that opened the door for Saban to start replacing people every year, because he saw like, oh, everyone's replaceable. Okay, if I just keep Tommy, the show will still go on. I could swap out 3 Rangers and we're good to go. No one notices. The movie did well. But if they stay together, they renegotiate, sky's the limit for the entire brand. And it changed the whole trajectory of Austin St. John's life. So that beef you could say, oh, it's a rivalry, but Tommy inadvertently changed Austin St. John's life for forever by him saying, no, I'm staying. Now, what happens if Tommy leaves? Tommy would have never became Tommy because he needed that role, that movie role, in those additional episodes to become the superstar that he was today, or was, before he passed. So, you have to think twice about these small decisions that you may think are inconsequential, but they're going to have a long-lasting impact on your life. Now, imagine he stays, they never leave. They stay for at least the first 4 seasons of Power Rangers. They get 2 movies out with the original cast. Boom, sky's the limit. And you could say, well, hey, no one knew they would have taken off like this. Sure. But after 1 year, you got the #1 kid show in the world. Come on. The writing was on the wall. You stay the course. JDF was like, look, I'm happy to be here. I'm working. I got my karate schools. This ain't my main source of income. I'm a superhero at age 19, flying across the world, signing autographs. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. And sometimes the opportunity of a lifetime only comes once. And if you miss it for the rest of your life. I mean, look at it. The proof is right there. No shade to any of the Power Rangers, but they have yet to get a role that puts them in the next level of stardom. But if they would have stayed together, I think it would be bigger than what it is. I think they would probably be, some of the biggest celebrities. Not saying they're not celebrities now, but if they stay together, sky's the limit, guys. Sky's the limit. But they're young. What do you expect? You expect a 19-year-old to have it figured out by 19 that, hey, they're about to walk away from the biggest movie role in their life?
Nope.
Like, would you take advice from your 19-year-old self? Like, think about this. I know we're all over the age, but go back to when you were 19 and be like, yo, Henry, when you were 19, what the hell were you doing? Man, I was in college doing some dumb stuff. Would I take advice from my 19 self?
Nope.
Hell no. Hell no. In fact, if I can go back and talk to my 19-year-old self, I might do this to my 19-year-old self and live my life right over. Like on some Looper. If you saw Looper, where people were like, closing their loop and killing their older selves or whatever. But yeah, look, people like ditto. Hell yeah, man. If you had a do-over, man, if I had a do-over, there's so many things I would do. It's really one. I would never get married for one. And that's probably about the only thing that I would do over. But we all have regrets. And, if I ever got an Austin St. John interview, I would wonder, like, he'll say he doesn't regret it, but there's so many questions I want to ask him that I didn't get to. Like, I mean, of course, we're going to ask every question about JDF, but there's some other ones, you know what I'm saying? Like some other questions I would ask him, like, what was it like being in Kuwait? What did you see? Now, granted, he gonna give me some grandiose story. Like he get like on that Coliseum interview, he was talking about how he was saving some dude whose arm blown off, and he looked at him and was like, "Are you the Red Ranger?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm the guy." I was like, "Really? You mean to tell me his arm is flapping like this?" And he look up and he like, "Austin St. John, is that you?" He on morphine too. He was like, I gave him 2 shots of morphine, and then he looked at me and he was like, Red, are you the guy? He was like, I'm the guy. Yo, the stories that Austin St. John have told in interviews are hilarious. I'm telling you. And people, if you watch some of these old interviews, you know. He said he was in Iraq, not Kuwait. Oh man, I don't know. I might have to fact check him on that. Oh, and let's not forget the Forever Red episode. He would never let us forget the Forever Red episode, man. He would not. Like, here's the thing, right? These guys were so embeefed. Anything Jason had, he wanted to. Jason had an Evil Ranger scene. I want to be an Evil Ranger. Jason had an Evil Ranger series or a mini series. I want my own mini series. Like, these guys were just 2 divas, duking it out for the brand For what, man? It's so sad. Like they could have become great. It's just like LeBron and Kyrie. LeBron and Kyrie, two great athletes, right? I don't know if y'all watch sports. I'm ranting now. Stream is off the rails. It's like LeBron and Kyrie together, championship. Separated, they can't even do anything in the playoffs. Lakers can't even make the playoffs. LeBron can't stay injured. Kyrie want to lead a team, and he's leading them to nowhere. Like, what is you doing, Kyrie? What is you doing? Now he's in Dallas. Hopefully they could do something. But anyway, and I appreciate you guys emailing me. Like, look, guys, I've connected with all 100 of you. Probably not all 100. I know I got some ninja watchers out here. Some they in Lexington. Maybe it's over, and they like, yo, let me check out this Henry stream. Let's see what the hell he talking about. But who would y'all love me to, like, besides Austin St. John and Amy Joe? Who would y'all want me to interview? Like maybe some of the lower end rangers I could probably get. And shout out to everyone who said they would pay for an Austin St. John interview. What do you guys think, man? What do you guys think? I'm here, we chilling. I don't got my daughter, but I need to get some sleep because I'm going to see John Wick tomorrow, man. Like I'm gonna be up in there, and I am a concealed weapon holder, and I will be going in there strapped. I'm telling you, I wonder how many people go to see John Wick strapped. Like I will be strapped up. A lot of respect for not taking the money for the interview. Yeah, man, I can't be bought. I mean, it wasn't a lot of money that they sent either, but they was like, here's some money, call me. And I was like, nope. So I end up like every person who interviewed been for free. I didn't pay nobody. Not Tammy. I didn't take money from them either. Hide the popcorn, everybody. Johnny Young, crazy. Like, who would y'all want me to see? Someone said Walter. You think Walter would come on here? Look, if Walter come up on here, we got to have Chanzo up here. We'll have to collab that with Chanzo for his channel. Because he's the interview Margaret Loesch. Oh, look, Hayam Saban. Oh my God, I would love a Hayam Saban interview. He'll be like, I'm not talking to you. Maybe I'll do a special on Hayam Saban. Like, here's the thing, right? I was looking into him. Very interesting life, but he rarely talks, man. He has the biggest deal in deal history. He made $1.5 billion in a day. No one else has done that, and that was from selling Fox Kids for $3 billion, and he was 51% owner. So when they sold it, he was like, "Here's your check." What's your thought on Lover Host with XQC? He should have chose Zostella. Yo, Cocaine Bear. Oh my God, man. Such a funny movie. Oh my God. So hilarious. I'm telling you, if you want a good laugh, go watch Cocaine Bear. Oh man, Cheyenne says my husband is actual Iraq fighting. He's a combat medical war vet. Well, let's make sure. Let's make sure he come back. But I thought they brought the troops back already. Pulling out, man. I'm not pulling. I do carry though, and it is it's chambered in 9mm. I carry like. I'm not gonna say what I carry, but I carry. just know I got that fire on me, bro. I got the blicky. Stuff gets sticky. I might have to start dumping out there. No, I'm joking. I'm not dumping. I don't. People are like, yo, interview Jeff Pruitt, Henry. He's got stories about JDF in Austin on set of NPR. Like, here's the thing, right? When it comes to getting these interviews, do people really want to talk to me, a guy who was 7,000 subs and average about like 100 during the live stream? They're gonna be like, nope. Hell no. We want to interview with the people who got like 1 million or 500,000 subs, and that's going to get us the most coverage. And I appreciate that. And I could talk about firearms all day. HK Beretta coat would be my choice. Beretta is so old. Please talk with content time balance. How do you do it? All right. Shout out to Influence Films. Please talk work content time balance. How do I do it? I don't, man. It sucks. like when I put together these, like I can't live stream at 10 o'clock no more. It's very hard on my body because I have to be up at 5 for like work and taking my daughter to daycare. So anytime I'm streaming at 10, it's because I have my daughter. I much rather do live streaming than VODs. I could do VODs. I can edit. I have like 2 editors. I got two or 3 editors that I contract out to do some editing as needed, as I pay. It's a pay as you go type thing. But it's hard. If you want to be a content creator, influence films, I would say do it in your spare time. So I work 40 hours a week and I work on content about 20 hours. So 20 hours a week on content, 40 hours a week at work. And then when I have my daughter, I probably can work only 1 hour on content. And that's when she goes to sleep. And then I need to be going to sleep at, a regular time and not staying up doing content for 2 to 3 hours and then going to sleep at 1 and then waking up at 5. And then, so I'm done doing that. So, you'll probably see more VODs out of me. And I have to work on Twitch. My goal is Twitch this weekend to get the layout so people know that I'm there, because Twitch is it's like no discoverability. I don't think I'll ever do memberships on Twitch. If you want a membership, it'll always be on YouTube. But yeah, any other questions you guys have about content creation? Are you going to start a channel in Influence Films? Do you have a channel? Does Influence Films have a channel? But it's hard, man. You just have to, yeah, I mean, the stream is like over. I mean, we just chilling. We just talking. Talking to the real ones out here, talking to my members who just joined today, which I appreciate. Hey, thank you. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Who would have thought when I first started streaming, people want to hear what I got to say? It was like, look, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put my all into it and see what happened. Let me subscribe to Nerd Affiliated. But what do y'all think about all this? I've got a channel, but it's hard to maintain. Last video made was 2020. God damn. Hey, but still make a video. Set small goals, guys. Like, okay, so you like, hey, I'm thinking about streaming or making videos. Hey, set out a goal like, hey, I'm gonna make 1 video a week. That's 5 minutes. That's it. And then after you start making 1 video a week and you get proficient at editing, up it to 2 videos a week, 3 videos a week, so on and so forth. Jive Monkey, he believes in me, man. He believes in me. You've done great. I think the trajectory is going great for you. Just concentrate on the juicy stuff, not just XQC. All right, here's the thing, right? When it comes to content creation, if I was just to cover Twitch, it'd just be me covering drama. XQC said this today. Hassan Abi said this today. Cutie Cinderella said this today. It's just like an echo chamber of people saying what Sneeko said this. Moist Critical comes back with this. They're talking about a freaking clip versus a magazine, and I'm over here shooting a water gun. Like, I could cover that all day, and the views would go crazy. And don't let a lawsuit come up, and I think, whatchamacallit, isn't Drake being called to court? Nope, that got thrown out. His judge was like, we're not doing that. And the people from XXXTentacion already got sentenced. Everyone tries to milk content of XQC because of his viewer base. Yeah, man, if I do any video on XQC, it's 1,000 views in an hour. In an hour, I'll have 1,000 views. So I'm trying to I'll give you guys my strategy since y'all are here. My goal is to sell people on me, not necessarily the content. So that's why I show you guys my personality. That's why I'm like, I am charismatic as hell. But I also am knowledgeable, so I do want to cover the content. So it looks like 107 people bought into me, which is great. But I need to get people to buy into me more. That way I could kind of talk about whatever I want, Shout out to Cheyenne and shout out to her husband, who's a war vet. My grandfather was a vet, so I will always have respect for the war vets. And yeah, my perspective is unique because I'm older than everyone on Twitch. I'm old as shit. Here's the thing, right? I'll be chilling. Most of the people on YouTube don't have the experience I have. None of them have been married. None of them have been divorced. None of them have kids. None of them have paid child support. None of them have probably climbed up to the highest heights in corporate America. I'm like, I'm second in command, and I could easily be first in command if I just jump to another company. But in theory, I just don't want to do that. I'm very comfortable where I'm at. I'm old. I'm a homeowner. Do I plan on making Odyssey or Rumble? I have a Rumble account. All my videos are up on Rumble. If you can find them, good luck, because Rumble has no discoverability. Same with Twitch. And Twitch is taking people's money and then they're layering people off. So see, Blake, freshly divorced myself. Congratulations, man. You free. You are free. Don't go back to the plantation. There are two kinds of divorces, the ones that go smoothly and the ones that don't. I'm divorced, but it was amicable. My divorce is the most contentious thing on earth. Or it just feels like it. So that's my perspective. And I can find shit. Like, most people on YouTube can't find nothing. I don't even know why Brent keeps watching me. Henry is neutral to a point. I had receipts to dispute certain lies, but Henry was like, not today. He knows his crowd. Hell yeah, Brent. Yeah, I'm in my late 30s also, Nathan. And yeah, Brent did have receipts, but he was trying to rock the boat today, guys. Y'all would have the receipts he had, and I know the receipts. Y'all would have been wanting to put Brent on a cross somewhere. Hey man, look, man, Brent gonna always have a special spot in my heart. All right, Chad is 36. Like, this is what I like, guys. I want to create an intimate thing where I know you guys, where I know, like, oh, Cheyenne's 38. Her husband's a war vet. She has a kid. I think she got 3 kids, if I'm mistaken. I like knowing that. Henry, you look so young. So I know Bushido Blade. He streams old games. Go check him out. Nick is lethal in the comment section. Look, when he was going in on the
podcast,
he was going in and he was hitting them so hard they didn't have nothing to say back to him but feelings. It was innate feelings. So like, this is what I want. I want people to feel like, hey, not only am I talking about this, but you guys know a piece of me. You know, I have a daughter. You know, I'm going through divorce. You know, my ex-wife about to get 150 racks out me, maybe even more. You know, I'm going to see John Wick tomorrow. Chanzo 38. All right, look at this. Everybody dropping their age. Simply Melissa is 32 later this year. And then I got a bunch of people who be ninja watching me. And then they'll be like, hey, man, I saw the stream last night. And then they'll send me a DM or they'll send me an email. And I just respond to everybody because it's like, y'all want to hear some honest shit? Since y'all here and this, y'all after 4, I lost this divorce. I've lost so much. I've lost friends on false allegations. Friends who I've been friends with like decades. And I'm like, I got the proof it's a false allegation. They just like, nope. I've lost my best friend. My best friend for a decade. It ain't the same. And you're like, well, Henry, why ain't it the same? Because I met him and his wife, and I introduced my wife to his wife. So when things went left, his wife was like, well, I'm team her. Even though she's like, I'm neutral, but I'm still her friend. I'm like, yo, you don't like, you know what she's doing to me and you team her. I can't be friends with you. And even my dog, this was my dog. Oh my God, this is my dog. He like, yeah, man, it's different. I know it's different. He can't even talk to me when he's in the house. Now, I still go to his kids' things, but it ain't the same. I used to chill with this dude like at least once a month. We watch a game, we go out, we do this, we do that. But I'm getting divorced and his wife took sides and now it's done. I'm like, y'all were my friends. Y'all were my friends. She didn't even like you. She didn't even like your wife. But now, you know, the wife don't know that she didn't like her. And then maybe she's seeing this stream. And, you know, this probably be used against me in court. Like, look at him talking about this. And I'm just like, oh my God. So only people I like, I mean, I still got friends. Don't get me wrong. I still got friends, but I got my family. My family rocking with me. But yeah, so hopefully this will be over in May 22nd is my court date. And maybe she'll settle, maybe she won't. She wants a lot of things. And when it's over, I'll let you know. I'll let you know, guys. But what's y'all life story? Forget mine. Any questions? I know I'm getting a little loopy. Best of luck selling, man. Look, she gonna probably like, I'll settle for $200K right now. Like,
nope.
Oh my god! At least you have Brent. Yeah, I got Brent, man. Brent gonna keep me company. I dropped the link. Brent to come right back up and be like, "Let's talk about them receipts." Goddamn it! I'd be like, Brent. You trying to set the chat on fire? Brent was trying to set the chat on fire, guys. He was like, he was about to choose violence. And Cheyenne would have been like, "Yo, just pay for the rest of my life." Yeah, pretty much. That's what she wants. And Brent know he was about to choose violence. He's like, "Yo, what about those?" I was like, hey now, Brent, we ain't here to talk about that today. Maybe another stream. I really want to do the Pink Ranger, but I gotta see. Like, send me y'all Pink Ranger stuff. I would be your friend, keeping it 100. Yeah, man. I would look, man. I'm not like some horrible person. I'm really like, look. Here's the thing, right? I was very popular in college. You could say I was one of the most popular people. You could say I had a decent amount of friends. You could say I was very lucky with women. You could say all those things and they would all be true. And then I graduate, I'm in the real world. I become popular in the real world. And I move up in the ranks. And then I'm getting a divorce. And then my life is starting over. Literally starting over in my mid-30s. Anywho, and look at Francis. Francis like, I saw your proof because Henry sent it to me. The Amy Joe stream. Look, you know what, Cheyenne? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go at Amy Joe the correct way. I'm gonna go through her business, and I'll send Austin St. John an email through his business and see what they say. The worst they could say is no. You know what I'm saying? Like, Amy Joe, oh my goodness, man. She was so sweet. That when she broke down crying, I was like it wasn't a dry eye in the house. I ain't tell y'all about that. I'm over here spilling too much, man. But anyway, any questions y'all got before I get up out of here? I know we just chilling. I wish this was like a Zoom and I could have all 100 of y'all up in here. Hopefully y'all like the stream. Maybe I should do a podcast. I don't know, man. The time is just... So do we need to donate? No. You don't have to. I mean, if you want to donate, but I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I appreciate you just being a member. Like, that's the thing. I appreciate you being a member. I appreciate the people who super chat. I appreciate the people who like the stream. I appreciate the people who ninja watch. I appreciate my haters who be watching and they be looking at me like this, right? I got a picture of my hater. And you probably seen my hater. I'll put them up on the screen. They be looking at me like this. They be like, Henry, fuck you, man. What you? How you got all these people watching you, man? The people joining your membership. They be hating on me. They be hating on me. They be looking at me like this. Some straight haters with all that negative energy, just ready to hate on me. I'll be like, man, they trying to treat me like Jody. Anywho, like I said, guys, hey, I appreciate. We got it. Uh-oh. Look at this. We after late. They talking about we got to get Francis in her bra. But yeah, that's how my haters be looking at me. Don't be mad at me because you got simp tattooed on your arm. Like, I didn't tell you to do that. You did it all on your own.
We're a simp podcast.
I just be laughing at people, man, because I'm like, look, I ain't young like these young kids, man. I'm old, man. This is why I tell you, I'm old. Where's my overlay? There you go. I mean, but look, hit me up on any social media. Everything's up in the upper right. It's all at HenryResilient. Oh, come on, Jive Monkey. You can't be wearing that. You can't be doing that. Oh, look at Francis. She talking about I would do it live. She gonna wear the bra live? Like, Francis, you dropping the OnlyFans link? Francis. What we doing, Francis? What we doing, Francis? You know she be thirst trapping, guys. She be showing me the DMs like, y'all. Oh, you want her to eat her bra? You want to eat her the bra? Okay, I thought you wanted to see her in her bra. I'm like, Nick, man. Oh my goodness, man. Yo, Francis, like, we should do a deep dive into Francis DMs one day for content. And y'all be like, yo, hell no. Francis is my new crush. We got a love connection. Like, could y'all imagine if two people met on my stream and it was like, oh, we gonna get married? And I'm like, wait, you mean to tell me you met someone on my stream who I am very against marriage, and you gonna marry this person after I told you my life story? Oh, look at her using their emojis. Oh man. Bring your views up. Hell, look, if Francis go out there in a bra, she'll have 1,000 subs in an hour. And yes, she is the love of someone's life.
Love of my life.
I'm just chilling, man. Anyone going to see John Wick this weekend? Put a Jive Monkey talking trap. Look at Jive Monkey. Happen to look in GTRP, no pic. So many of those love stories have turned into actual relationships. Yeah, XQC said that. Like I said, sex equals sex. Oh, look at this. People at work. If you at work sniggling, like, oh my God, Henry's going crazy. All I'm saying, if you get married out here and you watching my stream and I'm like, look, I've been married, guys. She's pulling some, like, how could I say it? I'm getting jumped in, guys. Look, this is me. Look, I'll show you. Let me see if I can find a live picture of me in my marriage. You like, Henry, where's the picture of you in your marriage? I'm like, all right, guys, y'all want to see me in my marriage? Y'all want to see what it's like? This is me joining the marriage game. This is what happens when you get married. I got to find it. I got to see if I saved it. Here we go, right here. All right, I'm about to share it to the screen, guys. We chilling after dark, y'all. Look, if you leave, I don't feel bad for you, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. All right, y'all ready? This is what happens when you get married, guys. This is what happens. This is real live footage.
I'm ready to join the gang. What? You want to join the bumblebees? On my mom, I'm ready to be a bumblebee.
No, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. I told you.
Babe, go home. No. It's already too late. Man, you need to chill out. He finna get stung in. Who is Buzz? Buzz right here.
This is Clifford. He's a real gang member.
Yeah, real gang member. Y'all better calm down with that buzz, because that's not where y'all don't even know real buzz. And my sister say you coming home. You coming home, bro.
Clifford, no! Babe, what did you do? We're a family.
This is what I'll be watching the past time, y'all. Just killing time, just killing life right here.
My family now, and I'm next.
Yeah. All right, I got to stop it for the copyright. But he just got jumped in, guys. This is what happens when you get married. That's what it looks like right there. Look, this is my like stuff, man. This is the stuff I'll be liking on Instagram that I'll be wanting to think about covering, but I'll be like, man, y'all ain't ready for this stuff. You are not ready for this. Y'all are not ready to see this side of me. You are not ready, because like when I'll be covering some stuff, I'll be covering some great. Look, this is what happens when you get married, guys. This is what happens. You like, oh, how's the marriage? Like Family Feud contestants once joked with Steve Harvey about regretting his marriage and is now accused of deleting his wife.
Think you made it your wedding. Honey, I love you, but said I do. Not my mistake. Not my mistake. I love my wife. What?
A few moments later, hey, I love my wife. I love her. Like, look at this guy. Yo, I thought he loved this. Look, he loved her. He loved her back here.
I'm gonna get in trouble for that, aren't I? It's gonna be a lot of hell to pay at your house. Now, the only shot that this has
3 years.
Maybe okay when at the
3 years, guys.
Is this if it's on the board.
Yeah, it is.
And it's gonna need to be like
right,
number
so-
2 or 3. It's gonna really be the
So he goes on Family Feud, says, hey, what's the biggest mistake you made in your life? He's like, oh, saying I do. And they're like, you don't say. You don't say. And he's like, like, what the hell, bro? And I just like, this is crazy. Oh, we got a super look. This guy, he knows JDF. Look, I'll drop the link for him. Let's see if I can get him up. He's done security for both Austin St. John and JDF. Mike Bradley, Paige and Mike Bradley. If you can come up and share with these 84,000 people your stories, it will be greatly appreciated. John Wick is incredible. Yeah, I'm going to see it tomorrow. And look, man, you know what I appreciate? Where is he at? Jive Monkey. He said I would do great with React content. I mean, I probably would. I probably would. It's just, oh, here you go. For all my people who want to get married.
This is the first time in my entire life that I've been completely free. This is the first time in my life that I'm experiencing true, meaning 92 bricks. I'm free from a relationship. I don't need to make money. I don't have to work if I don't want to. I can work when I want to. All of my kids are grown, so I'm not a slave to my kids. I'm not a slave to anything. I'm not a slave to a job or any of that. So, you know, just celebrated my 57th birthday. And like I said, for the first time in my entire life, I'm completely fucking free. It's an amazing feeling. I don't have to worry about like, well, where you been, where you going, and who you with. You know what I mean? It's like none of that. It's all you. I feel sorry for you married motherfuckers right now. To be honest with you.
He laughing. He married. He got to check in with his wife. Dre like, yo, I don't got to check in with nobody. And I'm a billionaire. Maybe on low in order for reacts. Like, could I do reacts? I don't know, man. Sometimes people got to rev it up. All right, Jive Monkey, what you got for me, man? What's up?
Oh, not much, man. Just
so
no, you're actually doing React content right now. Like you're doing pretty good with it.
I gotta go. I got a superstar in the background.
Yeah, no, go for him.
All right, Mike Bradley, you ready? I see you back there. Mike. I just need you to cam up. Like, guys, who would ever think you would get the personal security guard of Austin St. John and JDF on stream? Just cam up, man. Just turn the camera on for me, Mike. We got to see your face, man. I got to make sure you ain't trolling me. And look, I've been trying to link up with Mike for a while, guys, Let me get Dr. Dre off. And he been emailing me back and forth. Mike, it looked like he having issues. So Mike Bradley, let's see if I can go to his YouTube channel. Where is he at? Where is he at in the chat? I have to find his YouTube channel. There we go. Right here. Go to channel. I'm gonna go to his channel. It looks like he's trying to get the camera to work, but it ain't working. So look, I'm gonna go to his channel because he actually has footage up here of it. So while he works on his camera, guys. Oh, he's gone. What happened, Mike? Here, I'll drop the link again. I ain't trying to show his kids or anything. Here's the link, Mike. And it's pinned at the top also. Shorts. All right, here's Mike. Let me get it up on the screen. So here's Mike working at Comic-Cons, probably restarting his camera. I don't know. Mike, what's going on? All right, so here is Mike at Comic-Con. Do I got the screen up? There we go. All right, let's make it big so y'all don't need to see me. But here's Mike right here. What's he saying?
My big brother Hassan, this is for you. Thank you for being one of the strongest influences in my life, personally and professionally.
And it was great chatting with you, my friend. Great chatting with you.
Oh my God, that's gonna be great.
All right, he's trying. He's going some. I don't want to put his kids up there, man. Let me.
Special shout out to my big brother Hassan. This is.
Let me remove it. Mike, what's going on, man? Can you look at him? Who is this? Hold on, Mike. Mike, who is this? Mike, we gotta check in. Let me put her. Mike, where's your camera at? Francis like she can't cam up because she probably naked. You know, her freaky self. Mike, your cam is not up. All right, so Mike, who is this?
And beautiful. I be doing kidding. Plug your stuff. This is all about you right now.
Is that Velma? You're a little close, Mike. Mike, check in, Mike. I don't know what's going on. I can't add him because I don't even know if he can talk. I don't see him.
You can check out my work.
It's the year-round Santa Crescent City Saint Mike.
There you go, right there. When I told you he was personal security, I've been talking to Mike for a while via email. And this is what I'm talking about. All right, he's sending me a message. What is he saying? Trying to get this cam working. If you type your phone number in private chat, I can call you. And it will be from a private number. Don't worry, I won't get your number out. And only you can see private chat. Only me and you can see private chat. But here he goes right here with Austin, JDF.
Mike Bradley, here with the legend himself, Mr. Chase Franken. That's right, man. Just good seeing you again. Watching what's happening. It's the year-round Santa Crescent City Saint Mike Bradley, here with the legend himself, Mr. Chase Franken.
And Mike, remember that?
Ladies and gentlemen,
remember when I told you that story of
this fucking crackhead ass.
Whoa, Mike, what are you doing? Mike trying to get me taken down. All right, let's hear what you got to say.
Bitch.
Whoa, Mike. All right. It's a family channel. Mike, all right, no kids. Look, I gotta censor this. Let's get these kids off here, man. You know I don't like putting kids up on.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let me stop. Look, Mike's content is rated mature. His content, look, I don't know what's going on, but I've been trying to get Mike on here for a while. I'll email you my number. Okay, so he's about to email me his number, and we gonna call him. Let me log into my Gmail. We're gonna call him up. I wish we could see him. Let me sync my phone to my freaking Rodecaster. Now, look, this is not planned at all. Not planned at all. And we about to get the security guard who saw him and Austin St. John. Where we at? All right, waiting on that email. Guys, this is content right here. This is content on the go. Who would have thought me streaming for 4.5 hours? I don't know who's been rocking with me for the whole 4.5. All right, let me call him right now. I'm about to call you right now. It's gonna be from a private number. All right, it's ringing. Let me turn the volume is all the way up.
Hello,
Mike. How's it going?
I'm good. What Henry?
Hold on. Let me get something safe up here. Not when you're talking about some crackhead in the street. What the hell was that about? All right, all right, can y'all hear? Let me add him. I just want to add. I'm about to add a picture of you up here so y'all can see him. Give me a second. Add the stream. All right, so I'm on the phone with Mike. Let's see if we can play. All right, there we go. That's Mike. So Mike, you've been watching the content. Barely increase the volume. Can you turn up the volume on your end, Mike?
Is that good?
A little bit more, as max as you can, because mine is up all the way.
Yeah, I'm on my phone now. It's at max.
Okay, so all right, this is Mike, guys. And Mike, what role did you play for JDF and Austin St. John?
I specifically asked to work their lines because I'm a fan myself and I'm familiar with the fandom.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason's lines were mad crazy. Like that dude would have a line like, oh my God. If anyone knows Jason, like we knew him and you've seen all his social media stuff, crazy lines, long lines, like, you know, half a mile almost, you know, if they let him.
Facts, man. His lines were the longest. Now you've met Austin St. John too and JDF.
Yes. And let me add, I do love both of those brothers.
We all
Rest
do.
In peace, Jason. Rest in peace, Jason, and much respect to Austin.
Okay. Did they ever talk about the rivalry or beef or whatever the spat that they had with you?
No, that was something that I would ask about. I've only asked Jason one time. We were, matter of fact, it was 2018 Wizard World, and I had on a shirt, and it had the Black Ranger was the from the Olympics with the brother who won the gold medal. He had his fist in the air, so it was kind of like a parody of that. It was the
Kurt
Black
Angle?
Ranger was in first. I'm sorry, what?
Kurt Angle?
No. It was oh my goodness, I should know this.
It's
off the top of my
inconsequential.
head.
It's inconsequential. We only here for JDF and Austin St. John.
But on the shirt it had the Black Ranger was in first place, Jason was in second place, and Austin was in third place. And I'm joking with Jason. I'm like, hey bro, I don't have heat with this shirt, do I? He's like, nah, brother, you good. And I said, yo, why you picking on my favorites, bro? First you picking with Austin, now you picking with Van Dam. Come on, bro. We're both laughing, and I'm gonna keep it clean. He didn't say anything dirty, but I'm gonna keep it clean because I know I can.
Well, clearly you talking about crackheads, so we know how you get down, how you give it up.
I'm trying to drive shoes in the way, but no, brother. I said, Jason, why you keep making one of my favorites, bro? First Austin, not Van Dam. What's up with that, bro? He's like, hey man, they may start the battle, but I'll always win the war. and I said, you cocky. And it was all love. I laughed, dapped him off, and he took a picture with my family, and he's always taking care of me. And it was always love with Jason. The only thing he always told me was never cut off his line. Never cut his line off.
Oh, wow. All right. Now we got some questions from the people who've been rocking with me for a while. Any crazy groupie stories? Did they did they say like, hey, sign my titties or anything like that?
No. It was mostly like a lot of fans like myself and parents who had grew up watching it. You know, they're bringing their kids out, their kids and stuff like that. Never any rock star type of stuff like that.
Okay. Someone said, how well did JDF actually treat staff? You could tell a lot. Professional?
A consummate professional. I said, if I ever blow up, I want to be like Jason. And I told him that.
Okay. I think y'all got any other questions? Any crazy fan story? Did you ever have to like get physical with any fans getting too close, or like didn't want to like separate from JDF or Austin St. John?
No, never that. I would always. I have a JDF CM Punk story.
Ooh, juicy. Let's hear it.
It's funny. It's nothing major. What I did was, Punk was being represented by the Pro Wrestling Tees company in Chicago. So I go to their owner, Ryan, who's a friend of Punk's, and I said, hey, listen, I know Punk has heat with JDF. I'm gonna let you know right now, I'm working this table. Y'all both get 5 swings. Whoever goes down first, I gotta break it up. And I told the same thing to Jason, and Jason cracking up laughing. Jason said, bro, you won't believe this. I went in the green room. I see Punk talking with Walter and Walter Jones and David Yost. He's talking with them, and Jason, being Jason, walks right up to him. He's like, hey, Punk, what's up, man? And goes to take a picture with him. And Punk's got that, that Vince Vaughn face where he needs to get some sleep, and kind of does this little smirk and walks off. And I'm just like, man, I'm cracking up laughing because, they had that heated rivalry and everything. But Jason was always a good dude. He never spoke any ill will of anybody around me. And only time he did mention Austin was when he threw that little jab. He's like, yeah, they may start the battle, but I'll win the war.
Yeah, and I think you sent that to me in the email. I just was like, I ain't gonna say that. But any craziest thing you've ever seen with JDF? Like, what's the most outlandish thing you've seen? Like, what about the time the guy was trying to kill him at Comic-Con? Were you a part of that?
Brother, I wasn't there. I was trying to I actually had got offered a job from him, but I don't know what happened. I was willing to travel. So I don't know if it was a miscommunication. I'm not implying anything, saying anything was wrong. I know I had reached out to Francis, and I know Francis did hit me back. She said, well, they're gonna have security. This was prior to the crazy guy who wanted to harm Jason, or
Yeah.
And my thing was like, I'm like Ice Cube from 21 Jump Street. I use my stereotype, bro. So I'm a big black man. I'm like, I'm screening everybody. I'm talking with everyone. So, I'm, making everyone feel pleasant. I don't want them to feel like, oh, I can't go up to this guy. And people would often come up to me and say, hey, can I go speak to Jason? I'm like, yeah, sure. Just go right up. And Jason would accommodate everybody.
Wow. All right. Here, let's take a little turn. Did you ever get a sense of his depression when you were around him?
No.
Okay. So he didn't
show it.
Okay. So he hid the depression. Did he ever pull a prank on you? And then we're going to go into Austin St. John for like 2 minutes. And then, if you want to chill, we can chill. Did he ever pull a prank on you?
I found out he was a prankster the very first time I met him at 2008 Anime Central. I'm walking with him to the restroom, making sure nobody hounds him or anything. The man he has to relieve himself.
Uh-huh.
I wait outside, and I noticed he's a lot bigger at that time. This was when he was into Muay Thai, and he was trying to, do his start his career in MMA. He comes out the restroom, and I said, yo, damn, Jason, you a hell of a lot bigger than what I remember seeing you on TV. Leans over to me, and he's like, hey, man, you weren't checking me out in the bathroom. I said, bro, I don't get down like that. What's up with you? He's like, haha, come on, man, let's go. Hits me with the Tommy laugh.
Oh, man. All right. Now, how about Austin St. John? How was his lines compared to Jason's?
I'm gonna be honest, they weren't as big. Much love to Austin, but they weren't, as big. And I know that, and I know Jason's secret to why those lines got big. I'm not gonna say it, but
yeah, don't say it.
Austin, his Austin's lines, they weren't as big, but he was popular. OG Red Ranger. People came up, showed him love. When he would have a break, I kind of asked him what happened with the rift between those two. And a lot of what you're hearing in the interviews now, prior to JDF's passing, a lot of what you may hear, he told me the same thing. Like, he said that, hey, I spoke to all the Rangers, spoke to, staff and everything like that. And, we want to get extra money, and, we want to, make more money. He's made Saban $1 billion, cut him a little something off at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So when that had happened, he told me, JDF had said yes, and apparently we see what happened.
Oh wow, this is great.
The other three Rangers remained, and they ended up getting Brad Hawkins to do Jason's voice one time. I think this is when the Rangers all had they had their candles. This was like the gold trophy. I told you I'm a big Ranger mark, so I recall this. This was like during right before Tommy came back as the White Ranger, right before Jason came back onto the show. But Brad Hawkins did Jason's voice, Austin's voice as the Red Ranger. Totally trash. It was the episode when they were in if any Ranger fans know, it was the Dark Dimension episode where there was the pink, blue, black, and pink, yellow, black, and blue candles.
Mm-hmm.
Rita was trying to destroy their powers, just like she did the Green Ranger powers. And as Jason's leaving, you hear this funny looking voice, and I'm like, who the hell is that? And he was like, no, that was Brad Hawkins. He was doing my voice, and I was like, oh, okay. And then of course, you can tell from archive footage, like this isn't really them, because you'll see Tommy and Kimberly and Billy with new haircuts, new hairstyles, and then you'll see this archive footage of Zach, Trini, and Jason just to the right, and it's like, wait, that's kind of funny. And then what's so crazy, bro, if you go back to the episode where they introduced Karen Ashley's character, Johnny Young Bosch, and Steve Cardenas, if you look closely, like you'll see these stand-ins, they're walking away as this danger's about to happen. They wrote a crazy episode introducing the new Rangers. It had something to do with the baby in the stroller, and the baby was going downhill, and then you see Aisha, Rocky, and Adam, they're on rollerblades, and Kim, she's, they're all running after the baby, trying to stop the baby. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Yo, where they could cut on production, they were like, we gonna cut here, we gonna cut here, we don't have to spend that much money on this, guys. The fans will never know.
We didn't know any better until I'm like, wait, hold up. I'm 18 and I'm looking at it like, wait, that don't look right.
Oh my goodness. Now, did you ever ask like Amy Jo? Did you ever do security for Amy Jo or Walter or David Yost while working cons?
Walter, yes. Walter was a consummate professional, totally good brother. David, my antennas was like, I don't know if I should approach this guy, because I asked him something about his clothing line, Affirmative, and there's a guy who does Rangers, he does a Ranger like merchandise. His name is Limos. I think he's a Brazilian brother. I think Steve Cardenas knows him. And I was asking him something about that, and it was just like how he answered it was kind of, I was like, I don't know. I'm like, all right, great meeting you, Dave. Pleasure to meet you. Now, mind you, I'm working the con, so I'm thinking like, I'm about to get my hookup, I'm about to get my autograph, my picture, and which Dave and Jason, Austin, and Walter, they've accommodated anybody I've ever worked for, side by side. They've accommodated. When I went to David, I was like, yo, can I get a picture, bro? He's like, well, it's kind of a slippery slope. Either I can give you the autograph or give you the picture. And I'm like,
oh, he a la carted you, like either or.
I'm like, dude, I work here. I'm not about to pay.
He's like, I'm willing to protect people from beating your ass right now. You can't give me a picture.
Exactly. And they're like paying me, and I'm like doing like the con's paying me, of course. But I'm like, dude, what's up? And then I was like, you know what? It's all good, brother. Let me just get that autograph. Pleasure meeting you. Great business. Keep up the good work.
He said it's a slippery slope. If I give you a picture.
I S-word you not. It's kind of a slippery slope. And I'm thinking like, what? Okay, bro. Gotcha.
Oh, wow, man. All right, now, before I let you go, what do you think of John Wick 4? Because I'm going to see it tomorrow. I'm going to see it in like soon.
Incredible. Very good. 2.5 hours of nonstop action.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I don't want to give anything away, but there's some certain cinematography. It's shot like a video game. It's like an overhead shot of just violence.
Oh man, I'm getting chills. I'm getting chills.
I'm gonna leave it at that. You're gonna get your money's worth, Henry. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh man, thank you, man. And what did you think of the content? Because you've been following the content. And look, guys, he was like, he was like, F you, Henry, early on. Then he was like, after a couple live streams, he was like, Henry, you all right, man. I hated you early on, but I appreciate what you're doing.
I was in my feelings, and I was like, you gotta stop picking, bro. What you digging for? I
dig, bro. You like to dig.
Exactly, brother. But it was just something like, you know what? I'm getting something from this guy. I'm like, and then I was like, you know what, Mike? Take your feelings out of it and watch and listen. And then Francis was cool with it, and I see Tammy was cool with it, and I just kept watching. I would show it to my boys. I'm like, yo. You're like, check this out. I got a great friend of mine, Brendan. When Jason was doing his PPP tour, we saw him in Slidell, and my good brother Brandon, he was like, he basically got the color, his vehicle, his car. He got that color because of JDF, and JDF is there'll never be another like him. And I know you gotta wrap it up. I'm gonna just
you got the floor. I'm good. You keep going.
I'm gonna just tell you how much of a great Samaritan, a good man he was. This brother, he came out. He took a break, came outside. We chopped it up. I'm getting ready to go back into the city, and I got both my daughters with me. He's like, "Hey man, I'll help put them in the car." I was like, "What? Like, bro, you don't have to do that." He helped me put my kids in the car, and my youngest is like, I don't know who this White Ranger, Green Ranger guy is. My daughter, she's ecstatic. You know, she's got her Legend of White Ranger tattoo sticker and stuff, and we're chopping it up. And he had this. My God, I wish they would make this shirt, but I don't think they'll ever make it again. It's a shirt. It's the best in the world. It was a mimicry or a parody of a CM Punk shirt, the best in the world, with the fist and the lightning bolt. But this one had like the Ranger lightning bolt, and it had all of JDF's Ranger powers.
Wow.
And it was done just like it. But I miss that brother. I miss him dearly. I cried. I reached out to I think it was a little too early. I had reached out to Frances. She had forgot that I had her number. Because all I ever remember Frances telling me was, "Whatever you do, don't give my number." I was like, "You got that, you know." I kept it professional, and
wait, she hit you with the new phone. Who this?
basically she was like, "Hello." I was like, "Oh, hey, just checking on you. Sorry to hear what happened." And it was fresh, bro. It was fresh when I found out the news, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm so sorry." I just wanted to reach out to her. I reached out to Rockstar Trey. And I just hit them up on emails because I had the pleasure of working alongside them when Jason was in Chicago or New Orleans, and I just wanted to extend that, hey, my condolences, much love, you need to talk, whatever. Hit me up,
Okay. Well, Mike, man, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you changing the way you thought about me and felt about me, and giving me a chance to provide, I guess, something, whatever content or closure for you and some other fans, because it was rough when I first started covering JDF, because you ain't the only one who hated me. Francis hated me. Everybody was hating me. I'm like, I'm just giving y'all the truth, God damn it. And they like, fuck the truth, you digging? You like, what do you say?
You shouldn't be investigating too much.
I'm like, God damn. Like, y'all want the truth or no? And it was like, nope. I'm like, Jesus.
Bro, because everybody was on that conspiracy train. With no disrespect, if Tammy's watching, all due respect, Tammy, everyone's like, it was Tammy's fault. She did it. And it was like, exactly.
Everybody's on the flat earth.
Conspiracy galore. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, bro. I'm like, this don't sound like, hold up, my man is digging. He's literally digging. I gotta keep watching. It was like, I was like, oh, I don't want to hate him, but he's so good at what he's doing. Let me keep watching.
Exactly. You over here hate watching me. I'm like, Jesus, man, there's the truth right here for you. And he was like, oh, I hate it, but he's making sense. Oh, he got the facts. Oh. Then Francis come up, then Tony come up, like, he came in hot.
You shouldn't be investigating too much.
I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, yo, I must be really getting close. That's exactly what I said. When he said that, I was like, yo, I must be on to something. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, man. But nah, brother, with all due respect, keep doing your thing, keep being great, and keep, putting out that banger content. And much love, dude.
Hey, thank you, man. All right, I'm gonna let you go, Mike. I'm gonna hang up now. Have a good night, man. Thank you for stopping by at almost 1 o'clock in the morning with some great stories. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. And sorry I couldn't get my cam to work. Sorry
It's
about
all
that.
right, man. Sorry. Hey, where there's a will, there's a way. We was gonna get. I was like, I'm not passing up this opportunity to get you on here. I was not. All right, man. Get some rest, man. Appreciate it. Peace.
Peace.
All right, that was Mike Bradley, guys. That was Jason's personal security whenever he was in Chicago or New Orleans, and he hated me at first, and then he came around, because everybody was on the everybody was on the flat earth stuff, and then he came around, and I appreciate what I like about Mike is he didn't look, when I tell you he hit me with an email, he was like, yo, I couldn't stand you at first. I thought you was some clout chasing MFer, you know, how he was talking about that crackhead. And he was like, but then I came around. And I was like, oh, cool, man. I appreciate that. Because most people, when they come around, they don't say nothing. The people who be hating me, at first, they you know, look, I showed y'all a picture of my hater. The people who was looking at me, he was looking at me like this. Mike was like this. He was looking at me watching my content like this, y'all. Just, I hate this, Henry. And then he came back around and then he was like, oh, man, he all right. But anyway. All right, guys, we did 4 hours and 48 minutes. This is the longest stream of my life, literally my life. And like I said, I can go live at any point in time. But the goal is I want to have something for you. look, even Francis is like, I hated you. Look, Francis was right here. Francis was looking at me like this, y'all. She's like, I hate you. She's like, F your fort, F your content, F your content. Now she all cool. But look, that's how it be sometimes. You know, you got to get to know me. Once you get to know, don't judge a book by its cover, y'all. If Mike and Francis ain't taught y'all anything, don't judge me by my cover. Judge me by my content. Judge me by my character. Judge me by my consistency. And when you get to know me, I am the person you see on the content is the person I am in real life. So, but anyway, guys, 4 hours and 49 minutes. What, should I just go to 5 hours? Look, Cheyenne been here. She been rocking with me. She been here since I've been here. Sam been here since I've been here. Y'all are amazing. Bougie Cat been here. April popping in and out. Influence Films. He was trying to get at Francis, talking about she was the
love of my life.
And look, man, we got a long way to go, guys. We got 9 more years of content. I said I'm gonna do it for 10 years and see where I'm at. And you know, maybe like I would love to do 9-hour streams, but it's like it's a fine line between, all right, I'll go to 5 hours, I'll go for 10 minutes and then I'm done. I'll go for 10 minutes and I'm done. Look at you, Johnny Woo, right? Now look, Johnny Woo. Here's the thing about Johnny Woo. Johnny Woo, he be on the
podcast.
He be on that or whatever. But Johnny Woo, he will talk to me every now and then. Even though he like, I'm 50-50 on you now. Like, yeah, I know Johnny Woo. But look at life. Look at life. Life is hitting somebody really hard right now, and it ain't me, even though I'm losing. Life is hitting, it ain't hitting me hard. Sometimes you got to give people some time for life to teach them a lesson, for life to humble them, because everybody can't stay resilient. You know, everybody can't stay resilient. And shout out, look at Cheyenne. Look at Cheyenne. Shout out to Cheyenne. Thank you for the super sticker. Yo, put some C's in the chat for Cheyenne. I love that name. I do. I love it so much, Cheyenne. Hey, look, you want to hear a funny story about Cheyenne? Not this Cheyenne, but a Cheyenne in my life, or not in my life no more. But in college, I knew a Cheyenne. Oh, man, I knew a Cheyenne. Oh, man, she was great. She was gorgeous. She was from Jamaica, man. She had the vibes, the dancing, the booty beats, all that good stuff. Very wholesome girl. And you know how I know she was wholesome? Because she resisted the temptation. Yeah, put them seeds in the chat. Cheyenne resisted the temptation. And for her to do that, when I was in college, I was Mr. Popular, Mr. Everyone Wanted, all that good stuff. She was like, nope. She's like, I don't care how popular you are. I don't care who you are. Ain't gonna be none of that. She's like, mm-mm. She's like, no. I was like, damn, Cheyenne, why you being like that? And but no, she cool, man. I was never like pressuring girls or anything. She came back to my room on her own volition. And we never did the deed. No, Cheyenne was the love of my life.
Love of my life.
Oh, snap. I'm sorry. You know the funny thing about Cheyenne? I can't tell you that. It's too much. But she was very wholesome, very nice. I wish her the best of luck in life. But she never let me play the saxophone music, man. She never let me. Like, here's the thing. I'm not trying to brag, but I was pretty popular with the women. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 turned me down. But how many do you think accepted? But anyway, that was just a different me. But I will always remember the name Cheyenne because she was the one who said no. And I'm like, oh, what? Like, what are you doing? She's like, no, Henry. I'm like, all right, baby. All right, what time you leaving? We was kissing, we was doing everything but that. And I'm like, yo, Cheyenne. She's like, no, I'm saving it for some guy in Jamaica. And I'm like, oh. Anyway, guys, y'all really wanted me to go 5 hours. I can't believe I went 5 hours. I mean, the stream was flowing. We had a nice pace. We had some good times. We laughed. Oh, I was very active in college. I got so many college stories. I had some girl who hated me in college because she was like, I want to do. But she didn't follow the rules. We had rules. I had established set rules and guidelines. If we do this, there are rules you must follow. And she broke the rules. And after she broke the rules, she had to suffer the consequences. Now, the consequences, you're like, Henry, what's the consequence for breaking the rules? The consequences for breaking the rules after is we act like it never happened. That was it. And I was cool with her. And this here we go, right? This is what happened, right? She cuts class and she's like, yo, I want to. And I'm like, okay, you want to do that? All right, cool. I'm free that period. Come on by. So she comes by, she does the deed, and I say, look, after we do this, you can't tell nobody that this happened. Nobody, not one soul. Okay, this is the rule. Are there other women? You know there are other women, but you can't tell anybody. It's like a secret. People say something, that's cool, but the rule is the rule. You don't tell anyone. So she was like, oh, okay, no problem. No problem. So we do that. I mean, like, here's the tape, guys. Here's the tape. Here we go. And she leaves. She happy. I'm happy. We cool. Next thing you know, I go to the bathroom, probably like an hour later. I'm in there. I think I'm shaving or something. And one of my residents, because I'm an RA, he like, yo, I heard you smashed such and such. And me, look, I follow the rule to the T. I'm like, what? He like, yeah, she told me she's, y'all did the deed. And I'm like, nah, man, she lying. I ain't do nothing with her. Knowing damn well I did. And I'm like, so I go to her, I'm like, yo, I told you not to tell anyone. She like, well, I just told my best friend. And I'm like, look, we established the rules was not to tell anyone. And you know what she did? She started putting signs up around campus of me on my face. And she said, don't mess with Henry. He's a dog. And in every dorm. And I'm like, and you know how I know that she did that? Because some other girl I was messing with was like, yo, I've been following the rules and I like what we got, but I don't want to go to the bathroom and see this goddamn sign of you saying that you're a dog with your face and room number. And I'm like, oh man, I don't know who would do that shit. I'm like, who would do that? Even though I knew damn well who she was. So I'm like, yo, can you go grab all those other signs? And she only put them up in the female bathroom. And I'm like, can you grab those signs for me? And she's like, yeah, I'll grab them, but I shouldn't be seeing this. And I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. And now here's the thing. The older women I would mess with, they knew the rules. They abided by the rules. They enjoyed the rules. But the younger women, they like, yo, no, you HenryResilient. I got to tell everyone I slept with you. I'm like, that's not part of the plan. That's not part of my plan. You don't have those privileges. That's reserved for girlfriend. You're not my girlfriend. Don't be telling anyone we did it. And those were the rules. And I wouldn't tell any guys. So that was the thing. I wouldn't tell any guys. It wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I smashed such and such. But the guys knew though. The guys knew. Because we knew what they would do. They'll stand outside in the hallway and be like, yo, they'll see someone coming out my room and they know my batting average. And then next thing you know, they like, you did that, didn't you? And I'm like, no, I just showed her some chemistry or something. Like I would make up stupid stuff, but I would never say I had sex with them. Even though they would suspect it. I'm like, You're not going to hear from my mouth. I don't establish rules to break the rules. And I showed that picture to my uncle, and he was like, you have to move differently. I was like, I'm like, Unc, I told her about the rules. He like, I know. Look, this is young me. This is young me, dumb me. And like, I told her the rules, Unc. She broke the goddamn rules. He's like, yeah, but you have to do the fadeaway method. You can't just go cold turkey, especially after you can't just do that. And I was like, all right, Unc. I was like, how's the fadeaway method? This is my uncle schooling me on the fadeaway method. He's like, you just have to like dip off slowly. You don't just go cold turkey or whatever. And I was like, damn, that kind of makes sense. So exactly, women don't play by rules. But look, I did have some ones that did. I had some ones that did. Oh my goodness. The ones that did were like, they were like, they played their position like LeBron James. Like, hey, look, I need you to run this route. I need you to stay the course, and we'll be great. So anyway, y'all were here for that story, all 80,000 of y'all. So like, I'm not going to be repeating these stories. Like if we had 3,000 people in the chat, I wouldn't have said that story. But since we just family right here, I'm going to do it. And the stream is about to end in 40 seconds, guys. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to do the 5 hours, and I'm going to leave y'all with, let's see. Who commented? Sleep, man. I'm about to sleep. I'm about to sleep so good. I don't want to go past 5 hours, but we might go past. Y'all want me to leave y'all? What should I leave y'all with? Y'all want some? We about to go past 5 hours. I got to figure out. I'm gonna leave y'all with my favorite JDF poem. I really wish y'all would like this. XQC stuff is great, but hey, look, man, I appreciate y'all. Like the stream on the way out. Peace.
Fall. It's been a while since I rode. I'm sure at times everyone has moped. But this ain't me. I don't want to go back to where I was. All I could do is pray and hope. Shake it off, but when I do, my mind says, nope. I mean, how do I deal with this? How do I even cope? I don't want to slide, but it is a slippery slope. I'm struggling, I'm grabbing, I slip because I missed the rope. My emotions are overflowing like a waterfall. The words I speak are positive. Well, at least I think they are. Overall, with stress occurring regularly, it's too fast. It's a hand sign. Emotions are thrown like a curveball. But how can you even breathe when the air feels like ethanol? I mean, I want to fight back my mind. I want to brawl, but when I punch, I'm on the ground. I mean, I see the takedown. I begin to sprawl, but I miss. All I can do is crawl. Then I disappear. I'm gone. And it's just me staring at the ceiling wall. I mean, people can see my pain. You can see it in my eyeball. The sun would shine, but the darkness moves in, becomes a rainfall. I'm all over the place, like a human pinball. So I delay and I begin to stall. Please, God, take my hand before I fall.